Chapter 24. 3 days. 3 damn days we were stuck on the lower slopes of the Scoured Mountain. We dared not move about too much out of fear of being spotted by the humans or their scouts. So instead we stayed close, inside my illusions, pretending to be one with the landscape. Several times a day, Firth would disappear and look for signs of incoming flyers. By the end of the 3rd day, we were starting to settle in a bit. We even had to loosen up on our self-imposed restrictions occasionally in order to go hunt for something for all of us to eat. Thankfully, the border area between the lower boundary of the mountain and the wastes was rife with beasts that either preyed on the relatively low-leveled monsters from the mountains or had been forced from the mountain and the boost of Daira themselves. This meant that I didn't have to travel too far and could actually maintain the illusion hiding the camp, even as I went hunting. By our most optimistic estimates, we judged that our ground troops might also be approaching the mountain by now. Normally, that would be optimistic for ground troops, but these were our best and strongest. Firth was keeping an eye out for them, but hadn't spotted them yet. Unless they'd been jumped by something large, they should have the speed and fortitude to make it here at record speed. There weren't many of them, just below 100 to be exact. However, they were composed almost exclusively of Kralls and Telpi, the highest level people we had. They were the ones who'd been with me almost since the beginning, the ones I trusted the most. Yeah, I was rather anxious for Firth to confirm they'd made it here safely. When Firth came flying in at full speed, I expected that was her message. Instead, she halted her dive, hovering right above us as she commanded,
"It's on! Everybody ready! There are flyers incoming!"
We had worked on the plan of attack ever since day 1. With little else to do, it was probably the single attack I'd spent the longest time devising. That being said, it all came down to a deceptively simple and straightforward approach, one that depended entirely on the element of surprise. As we rose through the air, hidden by my illusion as usual, Firth told us all about their approach.
"There's 37 flyers. That's not too much. We can handle that without issue, especially because 31 of them are parvo beasts. There's just 6 of the feline flyers surrounding them as scouts and protection."
That started a series of happy exclamations among our ranks. The parvo beasts were pack beasts, strong, hardy, and horribly slow. We'd be able to take those down at our leisure. Firth didn't smile.
"The challenge here is that they're all heavily laden with riders, many of them archers and a few spellcasters, and they're approaching at a low altitude."
I groaned. Meaning if they get the chance to sit down, not only will we have not taken down these reinforcements, they'll also be able to safeguard their friends with ranged attacks from the ground. Firth growled.
"Exactly. So our initial plan still remains. However, it's now even more imperative that we take out the scouts immediately. We cannot allow the scouts in the tower to alert the flyers to what's going on. We'll need all the extra time we can buy for ourselves to finish off those flyers before reinforcements arrive from Fire Peak."
I hear you. I considered our approach as we climbed. The air was starting to grow cold around us as the winds grew in force. That means we need to change up our approach to the scouts. Kraziel, Tim, you're on.
"Really?"
Kraziel said from my back.
"But then I will probably almost be spent for the rest of the battle."
"Really. We hit them hard and we ruined the scouts." The imps around me were starting to struggle, so I addressed them all. "Let me just make this very clear. Kraziel, Tim, and I will handle the scouts, but the flyers are what's important here. If you can score a quick and easy kill on some reinforcements, take it. However, what we really need is for those flyers to die, so everything else is secondary. Hit them hard, hit them fast, hit them repeatedly. If that means letting a bunch of archers drop to safety from low heights, so be it." I let a bit of bloodlust seep along with my message. Especially because if we do this right, we have all the time in the world to mop up any survivors.
"You hear that, you dirty wimps? Boss said to fry 'em, and fry 'em good."
Grex's cackle faded away in the gale-like winds that were starting to have a serious effect on our flyers. A few imps struggled and had to latch onto my harness to keep up.
"Onyx, I think we've gotten as high as we can now."
"All right, this is it. You stay here. We'll move until we're in position above the scout tower now. Then we wait. You move when you see us hit and not a second earlier." He made a half-salute, half-rude gesture at me and stalled in the air. The other imps followed his example, halting their climb with varying degrees of relief and struggle against the freezing winds. Timothy and I started flying horizontally, watching in increasing anxiety as both the scout tower below us and the incoming flyers stood out with increasing clarity. This was a crucial moment. If any of their people had sorcerous means of spotting us or craned their necks way, way back and could penetrate my illusions, we'd be screwed. They'd be able to call in somebody like the first shield straight away. I did not want to test that. I ignored them and continued the flight. A handful of minutes later, we were there. I looked down upon the scout tower miles below me. From this height, even to dragon senses, it looked more like a bad copy and paste job from an online map than the actual solid stone building I knew it to be. I craned my neck back toward Krasil. Timothy hovered in the air next to him. Effortlessly, the bastard. This time, I didn't take the time to acknowledge how unfair it was that he could just ignore the effects of gravity. Instead, I asked the Talpus openly and honestly, "Are you ready for this?" His fluffy ears twitched twice, but then he gathered himself.
"I am. Say the word."
I took a deep breath. Then I looked around one last time. The incoming flyers were growing closer. Now they were probably just a couple of miles out. All my flyers were present. Some were overeager, some grinned with bloodlust, some were scared. But they were all ready. Even Firth sported a bloodless smile as her gaze honed in on the targets. "We know what's at stake. Do this right and their reinforcements will stop coming. Everybody, wait for us to hit. And here we go." With the last word, I folded my wings close to my side. I plummeted like a rock. Right ahead of me, Timothy led the way, going even faster. For once, there was no smart-aleck comments from him. His gaze was fully fixed on the building. Closer we dropped. Faster. I was having increasing troubles maintaining the illusion with the speed at which we were moving. Digging deep, I focused only on the illusion and on the minute turns and twists needed to stay on target. The building was growing larger now. No shouts from them. No signs that they knew they were about to be attacked. With the speed of a bullet, I plummeted right at the scout tower. I could feel the panic building from Krasil.
"I think we need to—"
His comment was interrupted by an involuntary strangled noise from him as I slammed my wings out to halt my descent. "Now, damn it, now!" I was still flying way too fast with the building straight below and a bit ahead of me. It felt like my wings were about to rip straight off, the G-forces punishing my temerity. Something else was happening, though. My vision blurred at the speed of my descent, but in front of me the cliff face was moving. First pebbles, then rocks started moving about, bobbing around like somebody was operating a jackhammer. Tim ignored everything. I watched him dive ahead of me and slam straight through the building. On the other side, in the heavily fortified room beyond, he'd go straight on the attack, blasting the scouts with stuns, keeping them busy until impact. The impact was coming soon. Too soon. The vision of the building was growing in my vision. There was no way Krasil could do what he needed to do in time, even with his new Call of the Earth feat. The trembling on the mountainside grew. Now a few larger rocks moved from their seat. I slammed into the tower with all the force of an 18-wheeler. The impact knocked the wind out of me, but otherwise didn't work like I'd feared. My mind was telling me that flying almost full tilt at the large stone building should have all the effects of a coyote running straight into the mountainside. Except the impact as I hit the building didn't flatten me to a pancake. Sure, it hurt like blazes. However, the building didn't just absorb the impact of my bulk. Rather, it set the entire building moving, sliding, with the sound like a rock golem chowing down on a nice meal of granite and quartz. The scout tower increased in speed, heading straight for the abyss. A second later, the massive construction teetered on the edge of the crater, then went tumbling straight down the outside of the mountainside. Timothy emerged from the side of the building, stun blasts still flying from him until he caught up with his new position and realized he was hanging upside down in the air. I crashed down the mountainside, hit the almost vertical slope running, barely caught my balance, made a very inelegant running jump to avoid colliding with a large boulder. Then I was airborne again and gawked at the side of the building, picking up speed, rolling down the mountain. On my back, Kraziel panted and wheezed.
I did it! I did it!
He sounded every bit as incredulous as I was. The furry little bastard had managed to, with the assistance of his new feat that amplified his rock and earth-controlling powers for a brief moment, carve an inch-thin slice straight out of the bottom of the construction, literally freeing it from its foundation, while keeping the surface as even as possible to allow the building to move. I shook my head. You beautiful bastard, you! You actually managed! I checked my health. Good. Just about 10% down. My toughness had gotten to the point where I'd be able to survive the occasional crazy stunt like this. I just had to wrap my head around it properly. I glanced behind me, down into the crater. No attackers rising to challenge. Yet. That was good. Stumbling into a halting run, I reached the outer edge of the crater and leapt into the open air, struggling against the gale-strength winds of the mountain to stay afloat. Then I looked ahead and below me to where the flying enemies were approaching, just in time to see our attackers hit. The flying formation of the humans made for an impressive sight. There was no denying that. 31 parvo beasts, each of those burdened down with soldiers all bristled with arms looking like they were ready to take on the world. They were closer to a series of floating platforms, all in a position to defend or attack at a moment's notice. They did not get a moment. A few of them had spotted what was happening here and were pointing at us. Then their world exploded. From one moment to the next, the skies erupted into fire, and dead bodies started raining down onto the rocky ground below. Imps typically sowed more chaos than actual real impact. Their firebolts seared and damaged but had little force behind them. In a complete surprise attack from above where nobody saw them coming and Grex activated his burnout feat, they blew shit up. In an astounding display of precision and aerial maneuverability, the imps strafed as a solid unit across the entire formation of flyers, specifically targeting the unarmored membranes of the parvo beasts' wings. Where they passed, huge pack beasts went careening groundward in absolute chaos. That pass by itself was damaging. However, it wasn't insurmountable. Excepting the white-hot heat from Grex, which tore holes right through their wings, the fire from the imp's attack was more debilitating than deadly. Left alone, most of the lumbering beasts could regain their equilibrium and let the soldiers on their backs fight back, or at least float down to the ground mostly unharmed. That was when our second group hit. Imps didn't have the heft or physical damage to finish off the parvo beasts. The Cauldron, Hawkmen, and other winged beasts from Firepeak and the secondary did. Some struck the already damaged wings, tearing through the tissue with their bulk. Others impacted right onto their necks, ripping, tearing, or even biting at the heads and necks. The lances of the two mounted Dwergen struck with devastating effect. Even as we punished them, our imps were circling around to make another fiery pass. The human formation tore apart. What moments ago had looked like a perfectly organized military grouping turned into a free-for-all, with every beast looking to fend for itself. Exactly what we needed. Yells and roars tore through the air as the humans and their flyers tried to come to grips with what was happening. However, there was no organizing this chaos. The winged feline beasts were the first ones to fight back and try to defend their charges. They were the fastest to react and the ones best equipped to deal with annoying pests like the imps. They did not take well to the appearance of a shadow whirl right in the center of the formation. Whatever else you could say about their builds, they were not equipped with the mental power to withstand the sense-altering, confusing power, and they wavered in the air, confused, beleaguered, and unable to choose a course of action. My minions made all they could of their confusion. For every moment they wavered, I made it closer to the battle. Tim cheated and used burst of speed, shooting way ahead to start stunning enemies left and right. We punished them. Hard. In the first 30 seconds, a full dozen parvo beasts fell from the sky. Within a minute, they were cut further down, leaving less than 10 pack beasts in the air, along with just 2 feline beasts to protect them. For a moment, it seemed like the humans might rally their forces. 2 parvo beasts stood strong against our attack, one holding 2 air mages who knocked around any of our people who got too close, and the other holding an armored fighter with a resplendent shield and a bright white aura that extended to enclose his nearest allies. His shouted commands made the panicking fighters on top of the pack beasts come alive and start helping their allies in the defense. Tim wasn't having it. Whatever else the human's aura did, it did not defend from incorporeal entities. Like a shooting star, Tim soared through the sky, rising and approaching the two parvo beasts from below, dividing his soul stuns between the flyers. His approach didn't go unnoticed, but the humans couldn't aim at him where he was. While their steeds wavered in the air, the two mages gathered wind essence to strike back when his rising attack would take him up between the two beasts. They were ready for him. Except Timothy did not play by their rules. Right when he emerged, dead center in their middle, the air compressed into a massive blast, pushing the already stunned parvo beasts out of control as Tim disappeared in an explosive distribution. The air mages failed to correct their attacks, and the spells pushed the leader's flying beast even farther off course. The two parvo beasts panicked, trying to control their faculties and compensate. Only Tim reappeared right below the parvo beast carrying the mages, and the moment he did so, he started his deluge of soul stuns again, keeping the poor beast stun-locked as it spiraled out of control and plummeted toward the ground. That's when I arrived at the battle. I immediately targeted the two remaining feline beasts. My weakening fog left them flapping half-heartedly as they were forced to glide toward the ground, leaving the remaining beasts virtually undefended. The rest of the battle took about 5 minutes. Their leader had the wherewithal to command everybody to land on the ground. Only it was way too late, and only a third of their remaining numbers made it down in relative safety. The rest crashed badly, tearing up their own riders in the process. The human survivors held out for a while in a brief, desperate struggle on the side of the mountain, rejoined by the few survivors of the initial crashes. They tried to hide behind rocks, use the natural defenses to their advantage to hole up and hold out. However, they were entirely unable to defend from the whirlwind of fiery attacks combined with my draining breath attacks. The one time they found a crack in the mountain large enough to hide inside, Kraziel, drained from his earlier performance, managed a small mudslide that had them struggling to get back out. Caught out in an inhospitable situation, one at a time or in small clumps, they fell limply to the ground or died screaming, sometimes on fire. I told the damn human leader to surrender, but he refused to even acknowledge me. Stubborn bastard. They died hard. Firth was the one to take down the leader, striking him claw first at the nape of the neck from behind, cutting his strings like a narcoleptic parrot. He was the last survivor, and silence slowly settled on the carnage-filled mountainside. Then we heard the roars. They rose from the crater, glorious in their might. There weren't many, but goddamn, if this were Earth, they'd surely be rolling the scene in slow motion. They were that impressive. 5 flying beasts, 2 parvo beasts holding several mages or healers each, were tightly strapped in and gleaming with arcane power. 2 winged felines followed, each holding a single rider with rune-carved magical bows stringed and ready to fire. And him, the first shield. He sat on his terror, looking unmovable like the mountain in his heavy plate armor. Everything about him gleamed as a golden glare ringed his surroundings with splendor. You could practically hear the choir of angels praising his ascent. I knew how this was supposed to go. After our victory, we'd be getting cocky. The first shield would then teach us a much-needed lesson on overconfidence before we could rally our people and figure out a better way to approach the struggle. I just skipped straight to the conclusion instead. Retreat! You know the plan! No messing with the big guy until it's on our terms! They tried to follow us. Of course they did. The spellcasters on top of the parvo beasts tried to make the winds near the mountain do their bidding and force us to the ground. No dice. We were too far away, they were too slow, and the strong winds were too powerful to be dominated like this. So we played with them. For 10 minutes, an hour, we fled before them. Tried any trick we could to divide them, turn their tight formation into one we could carve apart piecemeal. Out of reach of their glorious leader, we'd be able to handle them. Unfortunately, they didn't bite. Whenever any of the attackers tried to take advantage of an apparent opening in our formation and streak ahead, the first shield reeled them back in. Eventually, we decided that enough was enough. They might be bringing in reinforcements we didn't know about, and our imps would likely run out of endurance before the hunters did. We'd stick to our original plan. So we started circling around, and before our hunters realized it, we'd sped up and took off, back toward the mountain. Then we picked up all the clearly magical items that were dropped near the battle site and fled farther down the mountain. The humans tried to hunt us down, but they simply didn't have the speed. When we raided their dead, their furious cries rang after us, but that was the only thing they could do. Following that, we slowly increased the distance between us and them until they finally gave up and moved back toward Fire Peak. We followed the mountain downward until we found the entrance we were looking for. A few hours after fighting for our lives, we disappeared into eternal darkness as the Scoured Mountain swallowed us and bid us welcome back. Chapter 25. Home is where my habits have a habitat. Fiona Apple. It felt like coming home. Entering the mountain in force, I mean. Our point of entry wasn't anywhere near my old horde, nor Fire Peak. It was, however, on the 3rd level and not too far from where the aberrants lived. We shouldn't really stumble onto anything powerful except perhaps the humans here. Firth stayed outside. It was her own decision, but I wholeheartedly endorsed it. We hoped that we'd finish the latest of their aerial reinforcements, but there was no other way to be sure. Also, if there was a coalition army coming, we definitely needed to catch that in time. So she took the risk on her and stayed out there, circling the outskirts of the mountain, trying to stay hidden and, well, uneaten. We were on our way to see the aberrants. We knew the tunnels well enough at this point that we didn't need to guess which way to go, but had a general idea of how the mountain was set up and which major pathways we could use to get to our destination. We moved like we owned the place. Because, well, we did. At least, it felt that way. I'd fight anybody who said otherwise. That was kind of the point of everything. Of course, we were attacked. It was the Scoured Mountain, famous for its crappy cuisine, confusing roads, and having inhabitants who gang up and beat the shit out of you when you least expected it. Hell, this was Britain all over again, wasn't it? It wasn't any sort of real threat, though. My imps soared through the tunnels, taking out any wannabe ambushers one-on-one. Our other winged troops joined in shortly, making a game out of it, seeing who'd be fast enough to take down any challengers. Timothy Craziel and I were alert, ready to move in if anything or anybody threatened to overwhelm us. After a half-day's march, however, I concluded that it wasn't going to happen. We'd finally grown to the point where we were a match for anything the mountain could throw at us. And it felt good. Our gains from the battle were excellent. The many fighters on the parvo beasts had been experienced snacks for the taking. Everybody gained at least 1 level, including myself. Grex managed to hit another feat at level 45. He got another straightforward improvement with white-hot damage, improving his fire damage and increasing its penetration through any shield, magical or otherwise. We settled down around halfway for a break. Regardless of how good we were feeling, we'd still been in one major fight today and had been marching and flying constantly since then. The mountain had provided us with a lot of nourishment along the way, so we weren't lacking for snacks, even if the taste of it could use some taste. I was lying at the front of our group, crunching down on the leg bone of a wayward dweller who'd somehow decided it could take us on. Suddenly, a light show went off in the distance, painting the far end of our tunnel in blue and white. That strobe light effect was unmistakably the work of a certain evil spirit I knew. Judging from the brightness of it, he was just a few hundred feet away, meaning it wasn't anything urgent. Otherwise, he'd have called for assistance. Regardless, I could do with a little distraction. Watching the others in a series of quickly won fights had left me with a bit of nervous energy. I got up and lumbered down the tunnel, telling a few imps that I'd take care of it. The scene was disturbing and impressive at the same time. It looked like something from out of one of those Mango comics my daughter Dinah insisted on buying, where the protagonist was ridiculously overpowered. Timothy was flying around a group of 4, and he was taking them apart. His stuns exploded from him at dizzying speeds, moving from one target to the next in short succession. It looked like he was a whirling dispenser of death, except in this case he was keeping his enemies constantly stun-locked. Enemies that were human, I realized, to my surprise. My weakening fog blasted out of me, narrowly avoiding Tim and bathing 3 of the 4 in a shower of debilitating droplets. One of them fell to her knees, while the other 2 dropped to the ground wordlessly. "Hasn't your mother told you not to play with your food?" Tim flew back, but kept stunning the final 2. The kneeling human groaned and also went down after another stun from him. Then he just kept attacking the final one, keeping me in his vision. "First off, that's disgusting. I'm not eating humans, and neither are you, I know. Second, these are scouts. They're bound to know something useful. I was just trying to keep them alive and awake. Your breath attacks always take them out of it for hours. I figured we could do with questioning them right now." I gave him a claws up. "That's impressive thinking. Except for one detail. You upgraded your stuns." "Yeah? So? Unless I remember wrong, doubling the confusing and stunning effect, including the damage?" "Oh. Yes, oh. You were literally killing the bastards you wanted to keep alive." I walked over and very carefully enveloped my claws around the remaining coherent human. "I think this'll do." The stun wore off a few seconds later. The human soldier blinked and his neck lolled around while he came to his senses. He looked down on what enveloped him, then slowly and with dawning terror, looked up at my grinning face. Then he started screaming. We were getting closer. According to Graziel, we should be closing in on the Aberrant's home right around now. Tim and I strolled along in the back of our group again, chatting amiably. "Man, that first dude really had a set of lungs on him, didn't he?" Tim chuckled. "Very much so. I kind of regret not letting you just lay him out straight away. Took forever for him to calm down." I smirked. "Well, it really has to be a shitty day at work. One moment you're strolling along, then you have a minute of pure, literally stunning hallucinations, and when you come to, you look right up at these chompers." I clacked my teeth. Timothy laughed. "Yeah, I'm surprised by his bladder control, to be honest." His face turned introspective, then he continued. "Not as much as I'm surprised by the lack of intelligence, though." "That's harsh." He rolled his eyes. "Bad dad humor. Obviously, I meant the lack of intelligence he had to share with us. How many are they? What are their plans, and so forth?" "I know. We'll figure it out, though. That's why we're continuing with them in tow. When we meet up with Slither, I'll remain nearby. Once they start to settle down and start chatting among themselves, hopefully we'll be able to get some more information from them." "Insidious. I like it," Tim applauded. A burst of fire exploded farther down the tunnel. None of us turned our heads. That had been business as usual for the entire trip, with the imps letting loose and enjoying themselves. Then a scream rang out, and a second, and a third. Breck screamed in outrage, and light started building. "Oh shit," I said. Then I started running. Before I even got there, however, the light calmed down again. As I stumbled into the mid-sized cavern, I quickly took in the situation and started laughing. One of our imps was caught in the center of the cave. Around him, imps looked on in equal parts intrigue and horror. The imp wasn't flying right now. In fact, his wings were trapped against his body, while a set of long, spindly limbs held the small flyer taut. The long, razor-sharp claws holding him all the way across his neck and over the entirety of his ugly face ensured that he stayed very, very still. "Slither, slither, slither. Is that any way of welcoming us back?" I asked. "If I didn't know better, I'd think you hadn't missed us at all." The Stick King glared at the imps surrounding him. Then he slowly unfurled his limbs, letting the scared imp flutter away from him. "What? I was merely hugging my long-lost friend. Besides, he fired first. You can hardly blame me. The tunnels aren't safe these days." I snorted. "Slither, the tunnels are never safe when you're around." He bowed, spindly limbs unfurling little by little like they had no joints. "True enough. Now come along. We have plenty to talk about." That we do. I pointed a claw at a few of the cauldron behind us and beckoned them forward. They walked closer, bulging muscles almost distracting from the cargo of the human scouts they carried. "I'm bringing gifts." His rictus of a smile grew. "Snacks? Oh, you shouldn't have." "True, but that is just the start of it. There are enough issues that I barely know where to start." Slither walked ahead of us, leading us farther into the aberrant home than we'd ever been. He was also guiding us past a myriad of traps, numerous enough that I, with my bulk, had serious issue actually progressing. "No, not there. A foot to the right." "Yes," he admonished. My scouts had the right of it, in that their way of progressing is an issue, along with that bastard dragon not helping us as he should. "That's one of the first things we're addressing. How come Azel isn't fighting back? Have you contacted him?" Slither let one set of claws run across the other with a nasty grinding sound. "Yes, I've sent scouts, twice. He insisted that he's not being disobedient, he's just being clever. He wants them to spread their forces farther throughout the mountain before striking. Says that the magical items he's creating are growing in strength fast enough that it'll be a lot easier to take back the mountain once they've grown to a sufficient level. The second time I sent a scout, I insisted he send me some of those items. He refused, saying his horde would grow faster the more items were in it." I growled. That annoying lizard. I knew he'd been taken with the idea of staying back in the mountain and growing his strength through the Soul Carver's old constructions. I had not guessed he'd try to ignore my orders like this. "I'm sorry you had to suffer through that. How's everything else looking? What are their forces like?" He sneered. "Weak, blind." He shook himself like a dog coming out of water. "If we were able to face up against their troops without their strongest up front, we'd tear through them like sailors through the undead. Except they're using tactics." He imbued the word with enough scorn that it sounded like a swear word. "Go ahead," I encouraged him. "They always use their strongest people when they expand their territory. They move forward in strength, with high-level scouts out to spot our defenses, traps, and hidden ambushers. Behind them, they have plenty of backup, healers and mages. We haven't got the strength to face them straight on in this sort of confrontation." He licked his sharp teeth. "Which is why we don't. We hide. We use what range damage we have, hurt them from afar from side tunnels. This is when we cause the most damage." He grimaced. "Except the first shield and his followers are too strong." "We've met them. Firth agrees with you about the first shield," I growled in satisfaction. "But not about his followers. Once we can separate them, we'll be able to take them down. But that's a point for tomorrow. What happens then?" He waved his claw like he dismissed the point. "Well, that's it. They move forward and down, a mile at most. Then they establish themselves properly. They erect defensive structures, light towers that expose hidden attackers, fire light magic at anybody who comes close, barricades with spear wielders to face off against our strongest. They've stopped for now near the tunnels leading down to this level, but it's only a matter of time. It's been 5 days, and those scouts you brought are a good indicator that they're about to move again." Slither pointed up and west, I believe. "We took back one outpost early on. It cost us, hurt Coatem badly enough that he couldn't fight for a week. It was far from worth it. They were back a day later with the defenses reconstructed within another day. They don't use their high-level people for the defenses. That means even if we take back one or more of these places, they'll just do it again later on. They don't seem to run out of regular soldiers." I grinned. "Well, let's just say that part is about to become a thing of the past. Before arriving, we cut off their reinforcements. And if they try to bring more, we'll have scouts to catch them in the act. Well, scout, but I saw no need to be that literal. It's easy to see the issue. The bastards have established their domain and are solidly in charge of Firepeak with a huge range, so they're expanding as fast as their domain lets them build defensive constructions to help them expand." Slither looked at me crestfallen.
That means they can just keep building and expanding and there's no real cost to them?
Almost right. They can only expand as far as their domain reaches, and the constructions do cost mana and time. And if we find them mid-construction, we can take them apart at no cost to us. However, judging from everything, the range of their domain is pretty far, possibly down to here on the 3rd level by now. Also, thinking back, that means that the reinforcements were bringing the items that had let the domain grow, so any further expansion of their range will be stymied for a while.
You're not painting the prettiest picture here. I thought that you were supposed to return here when we were ready to strike back at them.
His claws clacked and struck at the air in quick succession. His open, frustrated confusion once again made me think of a demented doll, like a stick figure version of Chucky. I chuckled. Oh, that's the best part of it. We are. We really are. We've brought exactly what we need for it, too. He wrinkled his nose. Then he spat.
Koatem was right. You really do like hearing yourself talk too much.
I probably do. But you'll like it, I swear. See, the first thing we'll need to do is just wait. Then salvation will arrive by itself. One thing, though. Do you have access to a domain map? Because that would really help a lot here. Chapter 26. I had to admit it. I was starting to get nervous. 4 days after our arrival, and still there'd been no news of our ground troops. We'd spent the time preparing our moves and helping the aberrants hunt down and eliminate any human scouts trespassing against their domain. Hence, when a scout came running in announcing the arrival of a huge group of non-humans, I didn't wait to see for myself. I sprang straight for the exit and moved through the annoying process of avoiding all the traps between me and the outside of their home. Arthur, it is so goddamn good to see you again. The Talpus didn't look happy. In fact, he looked downright pissy.
Well, I hope the next parts of the plan work better than the start, because I almost brought down the mountain on a Zell.
That bad?
Talk to him yourself. He's done nothing but complain and try to escape his commitment.
I growled under my breath. How did the rest of you do? Any surprises?
No, we managed without any large issues. Every single one of us made it. It helped that you ordered the Urgle to follow us.
He grudgingly nodded behind him. I had to needle him for the details. As always, Arthur didn't exactly exaggerate his own accomplishments. Managed without large issues actually meant I helped bring down a group of huge beasts and hit level 50, earning my next defining feat. Arthur doubled down on earth magic yet again. This time it would be another boon for when he was on home turf in the mountain with underground mastery. It gave him additional control over earth and rock whenever he was surrounded by earth on all sides. Even if he wasn't, strictly speaking, underground. Meh. Nobody cared for nitpickers. Then there was the freebie for him. That one was a nice surprise, learning that any of my followers who'd hit level 50 would gain an additional feat. This one didn't disappoint either. Forced evolution. This evolutionary feat instantly triggers the next step in your evolutionary cycle, raising you to an evolved Talpus, with all the increases this entails in attributes and size. I didn't make any comments to Arthur about that. Nothing at all. He'd been dead set on the evolved Talpi becoming an issue for their tribe in the future. His actively choosing this feat meant that he'd come a long way indeed. All his attributes were boosted, and the fact that he grew 4 inches in height probably didn't hurt. Eventually, I nodded. Glad to hear it, and congratulations, I said. And Slither will be happy too, knowing that their wounded will have help soon. Come along now, all of you. We're having a war council. But first tonight, we're having a feast. We're about to turn the tables on the humans. That demands a celebration. Then I could take a nice little chat with Azel and figure out what the fuck his deal was. I knew exactly what I'd expected back when the Aberrants first talked about their home. A dark place filled with tight, winding corridors, where every other path was trapped, false, or filled with illusions. I was half right. The tunnels leading to their home were just that, A spider's web designed to lure you in and spit out your dry carcass, bled dry of everything crucial. Their city was brilliant. Literally. They'd introduced me once to the mage who was responsible for creating light illusions and what boiled down to their version of a flashbang. They had not told me that he was also responsible for decorating their homes, or that he was a goddamn genius. It was a series of smaller caves surrounding one massive cave. They had, over a good deal of time, I was told, expanded the buildings, ensuring that every race in the place had homes that were aesthetically pleasing to them and specialized for their use, size and construction-wise. Once that was done, the light dude went nuts. Almost every house was adorned with light magics. Sometimes it was just a matter of a few glowing stones on each dwelling, tastefully illuminating the edges. In other places, it looked like a rainbow, and a Christmas decoration enthusiast spawned a scatterbrained love child. It was all according to the wishes of the dwellers themselves, though, or so I was told. I had to admit, in comparison to the dark tunnels of the Scoured Mountain, the brightness and vibrant joy of this place impressed me. We were doing the rounds right now. Meanwhile, Slither sent out messages for those who needed to be part of tonight's council and arranged for the night's feast. We decided to take the Urgle along for a walk and heal who we could. There were fewer than expected. It was just like Liva and Red Fang said. Slither had avoided the worst clashes with the humans, only attacking when there was a point. The number of their wounded wasn't as bad as it could have been. Any fear or doubt at our presence, however, was dispelled as we came along to fix what we could. I stayed at the back of things, wanting the aberrants to be met by those who were more approachable. Okay, those who weren't 6 times taller than them. Also, it allowed me to get the serious discussion over with. "Azel," I called. I turned around and sat down on my haunches in the middle of the street, patting the ground in front of me. I saw no reason to beat around the bush. The white dragon slinked forward like a dog who was used to getting beaten. His tail and neck hung low, and he avoided my eyes. He walked forward and lay down in front of me, neck craned to look at one of the nearby buildings like it was the most interesting thing in the world. Mind you, the building did have glowing representations of every single plant to be found inside the mountain. Still, I cleared my throat. "Azel, look at me." He finally did look up and meet my eyes. I saw it. The eyes are the windows to a man's soul, they say, or some shit. Can't entirely remember. It also makes no sense. Like a charming sociopath isn't able to make his gaze look pleasant, please. Here, however, it was true, more or less. Because when our eyes met, I reached out and sensed deep within him, trying to find what was there, deep below. And I felt it. Hard not to, roiling and evident as it was. Fear. "Did you intend to run out on us, Azel?" No answer. He avoided my eyes again. Then, eventually, he shook his head. The emotions beyond that were less obvious, more muddled. It seemed to me like he didn't actively plan to. Maybe he just wanted to avoid conflict and build his own strength right until the humans took back the mountain, and he'd fly off for himself along with a huge magical horde. See, this is what I don't get. I get being egotistical, wanting to build your own strength and screw everybody else. But this is literally what you asked for. A chance to follow the tenets of Daira as you saw them, fight and thrive and so on. So what happened? At long last, he answered. The answer was direct. It was also fraught with emotion. "Didn't you see him?" "Who?" He sneered, but his eyes were wild. "You almost got me killed. Against a damn dwarf, no less, and a single human. We almost died, but that wasn't enough. Then you had to declare war against all of humankind. I was there when he sat down. The first shield." He shook his head as if shaking water off. "I have a feat. It's a scout feat, but it's extremely helpful. It shows me how strong I am compared to others. Salis outmatched me by far, so obviously I bowed to her. You became stronger than me, so I decided to obey you, become your vassal. But the first shield? I'm like a hatchling before him. You wouldn't even try to fight if you knew how mighty he is." Fuck. That would do it. A death scare followed by a realization that he was out of his depths. I tried to confirm his emotions and, yeah, it was right there, out in the open. You feared for your life. I didn't ask him. It was a statement of fact. I understand. What I need to know is this. Were you planning to backstab us?
No.
The emotions were raw but honest. Mostly.
I wanted to move out. Fight. Feel right again. But then I knew he was going to be there and I just couldn't.
If I pushed him on this, things would likely turn more muddled. What would have happened if the humans made it down to the bottom layer? Would Azel actually have fought, or would he have turned tail and run? There were likely no entirely clear answers to be had here. Just one conclusion. Azel had broken. Over the years, I had dealt with it at work on multiple occasions. No, not people almost cracking from facing high-level paladins and facing their own mortality. The reasons were varied. Sometimes it was work-related stress, too tight deadlines, bad coworkers, whatever. Or it could be a bad divorce, money-related issues. The result was the same. People cracked and didn't work properly anymore. Except they hadn't faced up to it themselves yet. They just kept going through the motion of what they believed worked, even when it was taking them deeper down the path that brought on further issues. The real issue? There was no one method that worked for helping people out of that spiral once the mind started going sideways, and there was no knowing how they'd react to any further pressure. Azel, I'll be completely honest with you. I don't think that I can trust you on a battlefield right now. If you were to come up against the First Shield or any of his party, I do not feel convinced you'd be up for it. He looked conflicted but didn't say anything. At least it looked like he had enough self-insight to face up to that much. I continued. This is partially my fault. When we fled the mountain, there was little time to figure out where we stood. I hadn't realized that the battle got to you this badly. I twisted my neck left and right until it finally got that crick in the neck that had been bothering me. But we're not going to waste time on speculation. Now we are going to come up with a plan for you. One that is going to play into your strengths, that's also going to help you influence the battles to come. So, tell me, how's the horde coming along? We talked for a good hour and found a compromise. It wasn't going to be perfect. Nothing would once you broke. However, it might just work as a way for him to find back the confident beast he'd been and help us win back the mountain. Arthur gawked as he strode toward the large dome that held the central chambers of Slither. His usual sneer was momentarily forgotten, replaced by sheer childish awe. I walked next to him, trying not to let my amusement be too obvious. It was damn impressive, too. The dome was huge. It looked most of all like the best possible commercial for a Super Bowl yet. Filling out 2/3 of the large cavern, the stone shape was intricately composed, showing no signs of any cracks or seams in the process of construction. I knew why, of course. There were plenty of Telpi and evolved Telpi who, over the years, had jumped ship from their respective tribes and joined the Aberrants, where they'd be cherished for their skills with earth and stone. This was their local crowning achievement, a glowing futuristic monstrosity adorned with the story of the Aberrants. Inside the mountain, they might be small, hiding among the myriad other species who fought it out and fought for control. Here they were giants, pictograms depicting the different races, their capabilities and history. Every single race was included. Every large accomplishment was described. The shining images started from the ground up and stopped traveling up the dome whenever they'd run out of current events to describe. We entered the dome. Here the light was more subdued. Here and there the dome was translucent, allowing the magic light from the outside to travel in, bathe the area in a warm rainbow light. Like the world's largest circus, the place had seating surrounding the bare center stage of the dome. Perches, benches, stone chairs of all kinds to accommodate all the races who might attend. They all attended tonight. We spent a handful of hours moving among all the surrounding chambers of the Aberrants and having the Urgal attend to the wounded. Then I'd had my talk with Azel and listened to the reports from Slither and the Aberrant scouts. Meanwhile, the Aberrants and my people kept flooding to the dome. It was entirely packed. The benches, chairs, perches, and other seats were fully taken. Imps and other flyers fluttered and hovered under the tall roof. Still, a lot of people, crawls, talpies, and others, were forced to sit on the edge of the central area. All looked in on the center. There they were all gathered under a construction that poured a constant cone of light down on them. My council, the people who'd I'd trust to have my back, no questions asked, who somehow still believed in this fever dream of facing up to the huge, well-founded human empire and handing them a can of whoop-ass. I started without preamble as I walked into the center, blinking with the brightness of the spotlight. We are at war. Immediately, somebody shot back.
And you're only finding out now? I thought shadow dragons were smart.
I grinned into the darkness. Don't think I can't see you there, Grex, you smartass. Then I turned my attention back to everyone. The Aberrants have been fighting, struggling on behalf of all of us. That ends now, because we are going to take this battle and turn it upside down on the damn Nephrin Empire. I expanded with a claw at the others in the spotlight, first to Slither and Coatem. I cannot believe how you've been able to hold them back, but you have. For that, you are going to be front and center when it comes to rewards. Slither laughed. That is upside down, is it not, dragon? The rewards come once you win. I grinned. Not this time. We have caught a number of human scouts and have extracted all we could from them. That, along with what we already knew about their expansion, has decided our approach. We have 3 details that are going to change the course of this battle, and the first detail revolves around rewards. I pointed to Azel. The white dragon didn't react, just stoically gazed out into the darkness. The moment we are done here, Azel will move back to his horde where he has systematically and tirelessly created magical items for us to use for this conflict. Now, half the horde will be distributed to the good of everyone. And as the frontrunners, the Aberrants will receive the most. I finished triumphantly. Cheers and roars erupted throughout the dome. After a while, somebody called out, Only half! If we lose here, we're dead! I inclined my head. Excellent question. That brings us to the second detail. Once Azel has brought us these magical weapons and armor to boost our powers, he will take the rest, less useful ones, and use it to construct a new horde, farther up the mountain, and he will show them the power of a white dragon. I grinned maniacally at the stunned silence. What's that you say? He won't possibly be able to face the entire First Fist and their leader? That's the whole point. Azel will draw the ire and attention of the humans with his encroaching ice and cold. When they come close to him, he will take his horde and run, leading us to the final detail. I had them in my palm now. The entire dome had their attention fixed on me. Once their attention is fully fixed on Azel, that's when we strike. With the Talpi to turn the terrain to our advantage, we'll run over their advanced bases. We hit and run, destroy their outposts, grind down their numbers, fade into the shadows. Do this the aberrant way. I couldn't stand still. The frantic energy had me pacing the edge of the central area. Face down the might of the Nephrin Empire? Why should we? We're not humans to line up nicely on a field to do battle. We strike where their backs are turned, take down their weakest, and whenever they try to hit us, we run. Let the goddamn first shield see how well he does when he's the last man standing on the battlefield. It's time to take back the mountain! The dome exploded with furious cheers. Chapter 27. I'm a rah-rah rock star. Mix you with the bass and drop ya. Skrillex. Epic rap battles of history. Tension was everywhere around us. This was the moment we were all waiting for, the deciding factor for how the war in the mountain would turn out. 4 days had passed. 4 days of preparation, of Arthur and Krasil preparing the attack, of taking down scouts, in one case of grudgingly ceding a good deal of area on the third level to the humans, as the first shield and his cohorts moved out in force to expand yet again. Finally, we were here, at the end of a simple Talpus-created tunnel, just large enough to fit my bulk, up on the human-controlled second level, ready and waiting. And waiting. I'd spent so much time on it over the years, you'd think that I would be better at waiting. Of sitting on my ass, twiddling my thumbs while we waited for a consultant, a load of materials, a hungover asshole to get his butt to work. Now I didn't even have thumbs to twiddle. Of course, it didn't help that everything was out of my claws. We could just hope that the first shield played into our hands, that they didn't see through my illusions or our pretense, that Azel stuck to the plan. At least we knew that he'd erected the horde as he should. Right now, the ice of his brand new domain would be spreading, encroaching on the newly erected human outpost on the third level. I looked down at the new creation adorning my body. I still wasn't used to that. I'd gotten used to the leather harness that Talpi had built for me, allowed my people to jump up and catch a ride, airborne or not. It wasn't stylish, unless you were into the whole BDSM thing, but it was functional and durable, and it didn't impede my movement in the least. This new construction did. Not much. It flowed with me and allowed me to reach the same range of motion in my legs, but it was still heavy and weighed on me. The explosiveness of my movements felt more restrained. I grinned. Totally worth it. Azel had obviously been building it for himself, and he'd had people working on it for a while because I knew for a fact that they'd run out of metals at some point. It was armor. Fucking dragon armor. If that sounded like something Tim would go absolutely apeshit over, it was because he had. The word nergasm was mentioned. The thing weighed down all over my body, runes gleaming all over the surface of it. It was scale mail, Tim called it. Numerous thick layers of leather coated with a thin layer of metal, further reinforced magically. It covered my entire torso and wrapped under my belly to protect my softer underside. There was also a neck piece that protected from any attacks at the base of the neck. It didn't work like other magical items had. Azel had been very clear on that. That'd be a waste of magical effort, given that you could only receive magical boosts to, 12 different things, and this was composed of many, many more parts. Instead, he'd managed to manipulate the magic into reinforcing the metal. What now protected me was, according to the White Dragon, stronger than plate mail. Slither was right next to me. Out of the blue, his claws closed into a spindly fist that, with surprising speed and force, shot out to punch Coatem in the side. The big guy grumbled and looked down. The stick condensed a silent victory dance.
I just got a notification. The new domain's gone. The white mess of a dragon is either dead or fleeing with the horde. Regardless of which, you know what that means.
I grinned feverishly. I sure did. Unless Azel messed up royally, that meant the first shield was all wrapped up in trying to deal with the White Dragon. Also, the first shield would be far away, completely unable to answer our attack. It means we strike. Now! Krasil! The Talpus looked up at me, nodded, then turned his back on me. He started glowing from within as he activated his Call the Earth feat. Then, with a simple hand motion, the soil ran like water in front of him, and the tunnel opened up, leading us straight into a blinding light. We were ready for it. I flexed my mental muscles, gathered the shadows around me, and tossed everything I had into blanketing the cavern in front of me in magical shadows. It wasn't enough. The setting didn't fall entirely into darkness. Not quite. However, it was enough that our darkness-adjusted eyes could take in what lay beyond. It was also enough to catch the attention of the humans. There were perhaps 100 of them. Levels unknown, they hid behind sturdy battlements, fully armed and waiting for trouble. Everything was positioned to turn their position to their advantage. Heavy walls, battlements tall enough that they almost reached the top of the entrance tunnel, arrow slits with healers and spellcasters lurking behind, ready for backup. Behind that again lay the support sections, preparing food, ammunition, sleeping spaces, and rest areas for the backup fighters. All was set to funnel incoming enemies into their grinder, turning beasts into so much experience. So, of course, we tunneled in from the side, and now we poured in close to the backup section, wave after wave. With my shadows dimming the lights, we could pinpoint the one real unknown here, the light towers that Slither had talked about. The goddamn constructions that covered the area in light and attacked any of our people who came close. Their first shots were already landing among us. Those shots just helped Graziel pinpoint where they were. Coatem stood in front of him with a huge shield, ready to defend the Talpas from any targeted attacks. With a cry of effort, the Talpas reached into the sky and slammed both his tiny paws onto the ground. Where he struck, 4 shockwaves rang out towards each of their light towers. Seconds later, the tower started shaking. Then they toppled over, the light dimming. One final light tower hung from the ceiling of the cavern, firing with abandon. Coatem took one light missile on his shield, buffed it backward before stepping up again. Graziel merely waved with an almost dismissive gesture. The light tower toppled from the ceiling, exploding onto the ground, and the world was covered in shadows, as it should be in our home. Then the aberrants charged. The slaughter that ensued was not for the weak of stomach. The humans might come from a professional army, relatively high-leveled and used to conflicts and battle. They were not ready to be attacked from the side by people who had them out-leveled, sometimes by twice their level, and who could wrap them in magical shadows and have them fight blind. Every single creature from inside the mountain had some sort of dark vision. The humans did not. Also, the aberrants had more than a month of pent-up rage and frustrations to release. 2 minutes later, we cleared the battlements. Graziel effortlessly waved his hands like that dude at a concert who told the musicians what to do. The material of the battlements responded to his call, falling apart all over the place. I was breathing hard, but it was only from the adrenaline, not even from the exertion. I quickly set the Urgle to healing the 2 fighters who'd suffered heavier wounds. Then, after a quick exchange with Slither, we agreed that one of them was too spent and sent him back home. That was it. I let a roar slam out into the mountain, letting the first shield know of our challenge. When I lowered my head, I felt their eyes all resting on me. I met them, felt the bloodlust attempting to take over. I didn't let it in, but I did let it egg me on, just enough to build a fire inside. That was one outpost, but we aren't done yet, are we? Their ferocious cries answered my battle call. The aberrants were already back at work. We traveled the second level, taking down their outposts one after the other. Graziel had spent the last days preparing for this. New side tunnels waited for us, hidden behind thin walls, riddling the level with pathways that would let us ambush their entrenched positions. On the far side of the second level, Arthur was leading the other half of the aberrants next to Tim, along with all our crawls and imps to do the exact same thing. We didn't know exactly how they'd handle the light towers, but I had every confidence in Arthur being able to find a way that would work. We took down 3 bases, 4, 5. The transport time was what took us the longest. After the first attack, Graziel figured out he could just open a tiny window into the defensive bases and slowly destroy the towers from there before he was even spotted. Following that, our speed increased even further. Poor damn humans were completely out of their element the moment we could turn off the surrounding light. It wasn't perfect. We took casualties. The aberrants were still relatively low-leveled and untrained, at least compared to our forces. We also lost one crawl that was caught in the area spell of a wind mage. Minor injuries started to spread among our numbers as we moved from conflict to conflict, and the humans were increasingly prepared for what was coming. I looked around at the by now familiar sight of a ruined advanced base. The battlements slowly crumbled as Graziel broke the defenses down to ensure they couldn't just take over the place again without any effort. Without his call the earth active, it was much slower, but the soil still responded to his call, and he barely seemed winded. He could do this all day. He wouldn't have to, though. Well done, everybody. You've done an amazing job. Now we go home. I'll move first, make sure the path is clear. Then we'll meet up with Arthur and everybody else and compare notes. I drew out the moment for a bit. Then we'll hold a feast the likes of which the mountain's never seen before." Their cheers rang out all around us. Returning to the third level took longer than moving out. It wasn't that we were tired and wounded, though we were. It wasn't because we were extremely paranoid that we'd stumble into the first shield going back, though that was extremely true as well. It was the aberrants and their traps. Taking over their forward bases would set back the humans and their expansions badly. Ruining the battlements and sowing them with well-hidden traps? That would add an extra layer of complexities, danger, and delays, especially because the humans would have to be suspicious of every damn area they'd held until recently. Finally, however, we returned to the aberrant's home, the locals guiding us past the myriad traps. We closed the tunnels behind us, trying to hide what we'd done. The non-combatants waited, silent, until the rumor started to spread. Then the cheers began. The howls, cries, and roars filled the cavern as we traveled through their home toward the central dome. Soon everybody knew what had happened. We'd struck a decisive blow against the humans, and we'd rattled their confidence, badly. The others returned sometime after that. Arthur first, along with their troops. They'd only managed to clear 3 outposts and still sported worse casualties than us. They had no healer and no magical shadows to cover their assault. They did, however, have a bunch of tenacious crawls to cover them while Arthur and the ranged Talpian aberrants crept forward to do damage, and the imps, who suicidally launched themselves into the air to rain fire down upon the defenders. I guess that was a bit of a learning experience for me. Once you grew enough in levels and attributes, suicidal recklessness became less suicidal, simply because you'd be fast and tough enough to survive. Azel came slinking in afterwards, followed by his minions and the handful of aberrant scouts who ensured he hadn't been caught by surprise. The large white looked around and took in the presence of every force we'd gone out with. Then he let his head sink. I walked over to him. "You did it!" He didn't look me in the eye.
"Yes. I ran away very well, like—"
My snort interrupted him. "You remember who you're talking to." I held out a paw and put it on his shoulder. "You set up this entire attack. You distracted the first shield. And once we move on to the next phase, you'll be even more instrumental in what happens. This time they sent the first shield himself. Next time, they'll be ready. They'll try something else, so it's even more important that we're ready to handle it. And keep our heads cool. You think you're ready for it?" He looked up from the ground. His insecurity and self-doubt pierced right through me.
"I am not sure."
I just nodded. "That's a good start. Worst comes to worst, you run and we try again later. The important thing is that we live to fight another day." The white dragon breathed heavily, then nodded at the ground. Still didn't meet my eyes. We sat down to evaluate. The attacks had gone off near flawlessly. One of the human groups had abandoned their outpost instead of fighting to the last. I couldn't blame them. Apart from that, it had been a case of absolute overwhelming annihilation. According to Slither, there'd be less than 5 outposts left on the second level. 3 were the ones who led up to the first level in Fire Peak, and those were heavier fortified than the rest. Oh, and there still was the single outpost on the third level, but that one was exposed, miles and miles ahead of the others, with plenty of corridors leading around it, allowing us the possibility of attacking it at our convenience. The experience from our attack was not bad at all. It did, however, reinforce what we already knew. We were growing damn strong. If the fact that we'd been able to run over one heavily fortified position after another with few losses wasn't enough, having killed hundreds of humans and only receiving a single level across the board definitely confirmed it. Oh, it was different for the aberrants. They'd helped us quite a bit defending the mountain from the 4th shield and their army and gained a good deal of levels there, but they hadn't spent the entire last year waiting from one high-level conflict to the other. What celebrations we had were drowned out by theirs, having weeks of impending doom cancelled and replaced by an average of 3-level gains across all the aberrants who joined us. That released a flood of relief that threatened to drown out any sense among the entire group. I had to take a serious chat with Slither before he finally agreed to send out scouts farther than usual on the off chance that the humans planned instant retaliation. As for us, The most notable game was Tim, who was now within spitting distance of level 50, and Arthur, who was catching up to me at level 51. Once we were done with our own celebrations, however, there were just two things left for us to do: eat until we felt like we were about to explode, then pass out into bloated oblivion. Chapter 28. The next week dissolved into one long game of cat and mouse, only there were different opinions on who was the cat and who was the mouse. We took down the single outpost on the 3rd level just a few hours after arising from our food coma. It was right there and way outside the reach of any rapid response of theirs. Then we truly started terrorizing the humans. We spent a good while familiarizing ourselves with the layout of the area on the 2nd level through Slither's domain map. What we got from the map spelled good news for us. The 3 outposts on the 2nd level leading up to the uppermost level and Fire Peak weren't that far apart. They formed the corners of a triangle with sides a couple of miles long. The 2 remaining outposts on the 2nd level? Quite a bit farther away from either of the 3. Even so, the humans weren't about to give them up without a proper fight. It was one detail I kept coming back to: how goddamn annoying it was to have competent opposition. Monsters? Monsters were easy. You could use the terrain, simplistic tactics, even their own animalistic tendencies against them. The humans weren't that easy. However, there was one redeeming factor here. While they'd always proved competent, I wasn't exactly up against the next Alexander the Great here, at least so far. Hubris would probably prove me wrong. We spent a while planning our next move. Meanwhile, we kept the humans under pressure with lightning strikes. Nothing intended to cause any actual damage, simply quick probes with ranged damage or spells cast from afar, followed by our slinking away. Sometimes we'd have Kraziel or Arthur come in and destroy a light tower before fading away. Time and again we'd stress them, show them we were still there, then fade away. Always we'd have our escape routes planned and ready, so we'd be able to fade away should the first shield and his cronies go after us. On the 3rd day we had to take a break to enact a real strike. Firth came roaring in, screaming to high heavens about flyers arriving at Fire Peak. We kept up a few smaller attacks, while removing every single flyer to go after the reinforcements. We were too late to catch them coming in. Too late by far. However, we spotted them out on the horizon as they returned. Half the size of the latest reinforcement group, they were retreating, lightly weighed down as they unloaded their cargo of materials and soldiers. It was a slaughter. There were only 2 actual fighters, and the rest were parvo beasts. They were not a match at all. We carried what we could back for food and left the rest of their steaming carcasses lying in the weak sun as a warning to all. Firth stayed put to warn us should more arrive. The day after, we took out one of the 2 remote outposts. No warnings this time, just a hole in the floor from below and waves upon waves of minions flowing in. They'd adapted from our first strikes and prepared. Oh yeah, they'd prepared. I didn't know how long it took them to create the light towers, but they'd gone all in here, spending a ton of mana on it. There were a full dozen of the towers ready to battle against any magical darkness and gun down anybody daring to defy their force. On top of that, they'd placed a row of them on both flanks of the outpost, right next to the walls, where they expected us to tunnel through, and were still reinforcing the towers with hastily created metal protection facing the walls. Unfortunately for them, we faced the unprotected side of the towers. Also, on my back sat both Kraziel and Arthur. The towers crumbled and fell within the first half-minute of the battle. Following that came a bit of a struggle. They had added to their capabilities by giving select soldiers light gems that they tossed to help them see in my blanketing shadows. It wasn't as one-sided as the first lightning strikes. However, my weakening fog, Tim's soul stuns, and Slither's shadow walking all helped keep them from organizing as my imps flew everywhere, and the melee attackers kept crawling in through the slope we'd prepared. The result was a given from the get-go. This time the reinforcements came fast. It hadn't been 10 minutes from our attack until the sounds of marching feet alerted our scouts. We dropped down into the hole, and Kraziel collapsed the slope leading up, allowing the enemies to stare down into a 30-foot drop. Then we let the mountain bring us home. The situation settled slightly for the next half day. Settled as in we didn't perform any major attacks, and the humans roved out twice to try to catch our scouts and ranged attackers off guard. They failed horribly.
"They know we're coming now. Should be more fun from now on,"
Slither announced. We were staring at the domain map, laying out the second level. I'd really missed its presence. It helped so much in planning out routes and finding possibilities. Sure, it wasn't perfect. Wherever the humans were present was covered by a fog of war, leaving us guessing at their actual numbers and positions. Still, combined with the reports from scouts and the aberrant's knowledge of the mountain, we were likely better aware of our surroundings than the humans.
"You have a ridiculous notion of what fun is, Stickman,"
Arthur grumbled.
"They will, at this point, know that we are taking down the outer posts one by one, before continuing to the ones closer to Fire Peak. Last time was too close for comfort. If they've reinforced the last one enough, they will be able to tie us down for long enough that we can't finish them in time before the reinforcements arrive."
Slither clacked his claws against one another.
"Yes, we should use that. Take down one of the central outposts instead."
I growled under my breath and shook my head. No, they'd expect that too. In fact, I'm ready to bet that they'll be keeping some of their best troops back to prepare for that exact thing. I tapped the ground that showed the area where the remaining outpost was. What they'd been working on with the last outpost was rather clever. Brazil, could you destroy those light towers if they were fully encased in metal, except for where they shot from? He looked at the floor, then made some complicated gestures with his paws as if trying to fit the dimensions inside.
"Yes, but it would take longer. With a lot of towers, it could be trouble."
"Thank you. So yes, the odds are good that they'll be able to keep us there for a while extra. In that case, how about this? We feel them out and make them come after us. Then we do one of two things depending on if the first shield decides to crash the party or not. And make this not about the outposts, but about their ability to send in powerful reinforcements." Timothy floated closer to the map, looking back and forth between the fog-covered depiction of the outposts and our position.
"I'm intrigued, and I desire to know more."
It was a small cave. In fact, it was almost too tiny for my bulk. With Azelle standing next to me, it became outright oppressive. The walls pushed down on us from all sides. The white dragon had improved since last time. Somewhat. His looks were unchanged. He was still every bit the graceful white, almost as large as me, sporting a long, sinuous neck and a body that slid rather than walked. He looked equal parts beautiful and predator. He still felt like a nervous wreck. However, beneath the tons of nervous energy, I also felt a certain degree of accomplishment. He'd managed to pull off his part of the plan, be downright useful, and get away without any issues. If we continued like this, he might end up regaining some of his belief in himself. His hoard lay in the cave behind us. It had to. If we'd tried to fit all the treasure into the cave we stood in, we'd be smushed up against the walls. The treasures were looking damn impressive, especially considering that half of it had been divided to everybody else. I noticed Azelle sneaking a few glances at the armor on my back. He didn't say anything, though. He could try. What remained, though, still created 16 large stacks divided on tarps throughout the place. Every stack was filled with all sorts of creations. Amulets, rings, weapons, armor, even some adornments, created from stone, bone, metal, anything. Azelle had used whatever was available to improve the hoard. Azelle asked,
"Are you sure this'll work?"
I smirked, then turned it into an honest smile. "No, I'm not. They might surprise us and come running in with their full force. If they do that, we'll have to figure out a different approach. Yet if they do what I hope, we should be able to strike a mean blow against their forces today." I tapped the ground with a claw, then added as if I'd just thought of it. Also, if everything works out and you remain back and pick your time, you should be able to join in with little danger, gain some nice experience. They'll be right there for you." He narrowed his eyes on me.
"Why do you do that?"
I blinked. "Do what?"
"Try to help me. I've become a liability. I know it. Everybody knows it. The only reason I'm still useful is the way my horde works. Why would you still try to help me grow?"
I didn't laugh, didn't mock. His question was honest, and the puzzlement was clear. He simply didn't understand. There are a number of reasons. The very obvious one is this: your strength is mine. Every time you and your horde grow, my forces grow. Why would I not try to help that along? On top of that, there's the question of what happened. You almost got killed because I insisted we face the dwarf head-on. That's on me. I am responsible for what happened to us out there. With that, of course, I will try to help you get back to your regular self." You never knew how people returned from a serious mental setback. Some even came back stronger. Some came back brittle. But I'd at the very least try. He didn't say anything for a while. Then he took a deep breath.
"Okay, I'm ready. Should I start?"
"Whenever you're up for it, dude." He walked back to stand among his horde. Then he touched the treasure on one of the tarps and focused. The air in the cave shimmered. The very next second, the scent in the cave turned frosty, crisp, like a winter morning where you walk out the door, then go straight back in to get a warmer scarf because you didn't expect that bite to the air. Within moments, frost started spreading on the ground and walls of the cave. Then it traveled outwards. You could see it if you really fixated on it. Otherwise, it crept up on you. When you looked away and back a moment later, the frost would have expanded a couple inches. The temperature kept dropping. Within a few hours, the entire cave would be covered in ice, with snow blowing, turned into a frosty landscape taken straight from one of those movies presenting Santa Claus as a serial killer. We walked back to the smaller cave.
"Now we wait,"
Zell said. Then he concentrated, and 5 see-through structures appeared along the edges of the small room, glowing with promise.
"Cold towers,"
he added.
"We don't know how long we have, but if it takes more than 12 hours, we might as well have those extra surprises waiting for them."
I grinned. Now that's a line of thinking I can get behind. I left Zell alone to make his own preparations. Then I moved back to prepare my own surprises. Unfortunately, the preparations were quickly done, and we were reduced to waiting yet again. The wait seemed to take forever this time. More so because this could be a game-changer. If we pulled it off, we'd be able to go straight for the final confrontation. The idea of the entire mountain waiting for the conclusion was only inside my head. I was very well aware of that. In fact, quite a lot of the weaker fighters and the vast majority of scouts were divided all across the second level right now. They'd be keeping up pinprick attacks and running away, not causing any real damage, but simply to show them that we were everywhere and might attack from any place at any time. Hopefully, it might make them play along. 10 hours went by. The humans didn't attack. That made me nervous. The place where Zell erected his horde was, at most, 5 hours' march from Firepeak. Also, I knew for a certainty that the damn first shield would receive a notification when a new domain was erected within his reach, because I'd seen it happen to me. Meaning if he didn't attack straight away, he was planning something. The good news was that the longer they tarried, the more the frost from the horde would spread, and that was a weapon that the humans were not likely to have a long-term defense against. We'd placed the horde less than a mile from their outpost, and in fact, just a few hours from now, by my shoddy calculations, the forefront of the frost should expand to the edge of their defenses. By then, I was sure things were bound to pick up. I had my own constructions to oversee. The trap lay ready. That didn't mean we were resting. Well, that didn't mean everybody was resting. Our shamans were busy erecting stone defenses and preparing surprises, while the aberrants were positively covering the ground with traps. Not the regular hidden traps either. These were huge, nasty, lose-a-leg-if-they-hit-you traps. Ugly spikes liberally covered with caustic substances. Anything they had, it looked like. Chapter 29. I can't change the direction of the wind, but I can adjust my sails to always reach my destination. Jimmy Dean. We heard the cries from above. It was a tiny opening, crafted by Arthur for this express purpose. Just a 5-inch wide hole extended between floors, allowing for somebody on the other side to use as a natural alternative to a megaphone. The result came out disjointed, filled with echoes and ghastly, but mostly intelligible. Apparently, the message of the day was, incoming. What a surprise. The following words were less easily understood, but a few things got through. Many. Heavy armor. Spellcasters. No first shield. That last one was all I needed. I quickly sent to the others. They're coming. Everybody in position. The first shield isn't there. We'll be continuing our plan. The next minutes flew by compared to the hours before. Suddenly, we were all there, waiting in position. Everybody's eyes were fixed on the center of the room. The noise intensified from above. Muffled cries rang out, and the noise of clanging armor resonated as if from miles and miles away. A voice shouted, as if in slow motion. Now, now, now. Then the ceiling collapsed. It had taken Kraziel and Arthur half a day of preparation to prepare the floor of the cave right in front of where we placed Azel's new hoard. We couldn't have the damn thing falling in on itself. We needed the collapse to be limited to the ceiling above us and not dump half the damn mountain on our heads. Not only that, but it had to be ready to drop at a moment's notice. That took not a little preparation. In the end, Kraziel had been the one who devised a solution. As they carved through the ceiling, they added 2 load-bearing pillars, hardened stone pillars that could hold all the weight pressing in from above. 2 very, very collapsible pillars. When the order came, the pillars toppled like they'd been struck by God. They crashed down to impact the floor below with a resounding din. We all darted back and averted our eyes in preparation for what was to come. Then the mountain fell. That was what it felt like at first. I went completely deaf as the room disappeared, hidden by dust and earth spilling everywhere. Good thing my communication wasn't limited to people actually hearing me. My mental command shot out through the room. Everybody up! Attack! 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 We were fortunately protected from the worst of the dust, earth, and rocks spilling down into our cave. The construction that Kraziel made inside our cave was simple. It was a 12-foot-tall wall circling the entire center of the room, replete with arrow slits and openings for all of us to attack everything that spilled down to us. We couldn't see anything inside. The cave was completely covered in dust. The air was rife with screams and groans. That didn't stop us from finding our positions and unloading blindly on everything inside. For me, it was rather simple. I simply raised my head above the wall and poured my weakening fog down on everything below. The imps followed my example, it looked like. Bouts of fire illuminated my surroundings, coloring the place brighter. I didn't care about aiming, not at this point. It was all about quantity, about layering as much abuse down on the poor bastards who'd been dumped 30 feet down to crash against a trap-filled earth floor. And everywhere around me, my people did the same. Talpi and Kralls used their atlatls to fling spears at high speeds, impaling unlucky victims from close range. Tim poured countless soul stuns into the area. Aberrants used whatever they had to punish the bastards. Kraziel and Arthur manipulated the rock within, causing debris and rocks to fly around at lethal speed. And imps were everywhere in the air, turning the place into a bonfire. Slowly, the dust subsided, and my vision returned to normal. Before us all, on the ground, lay a vision of pandemonium, of chaos on Earth, a broken landscape filled with ruined people. It could have been a painting of hell. Humans lay everywhere with bodies too broken to work, surrounded by all the dastardly devils and monsters wanting to take them down. Fuck. Unfortunately, the metaphor expanded to the humans having their own defender against evil. Dead center in the enclosure, bodies were starting to right themselves. Groans and cries emerged from that huge pile of rocks and ruined flesh as more and more humans got up and turned their gazes outward. Surrounding them was a large white shield. A shield held by a single kneeling figure. A healer. No, not a healer. The healer, who'd been with the first shield when they rode out on their flying beasts to take us down. His shield repelled all our physical attacks. Throwing spears bounced off its glowing surface. Rocks were repelled with little else than a momentary dimming in the surface. The missiles of the imps, however, they penetrated properly. But apart from protecting, the damn shield apparently also applied a healing effect. One human after another rose and grabbed their weapons. From above, we heard shouts and cries, as the remaining humans who hadn't fallen were coming to and discovering what the hell happened. A human shape descended from above. For a split second, my imagination perceived it as an angel. Then I realized that it was a regular white-clad fighter. Only somebody used magic on him, making him float slowly down instead of dropping like a rock. One by one, more shapes followed him. Fuck. We'd have to do something to make sure this ambush didn't turn on us. All imps! Tim, focus fire on the healer! Shamans, try to see if you can affect the rocks inside the shield. Everybody else hold your fire until the shield is down. I released another weakening fog and placed a shadow roll right in their midst, even as I placed a covering of magical shadows layered as thickly as I could in their center. They might ignore our missiles, but I bet they wouldn't be able to take that. I was right in my bet. Somewhat. Within the large shell of the glowing shield, there'd been maybe 50 survivors. It was incredible that they'd even survived a fall in heavy armor from that height. I blamed too high levels. Most of the survivors, though, were only slowly coming to. My breath attack downed a third of them straight away and caused the rest to pause. The imps, with plenty of screaming and cackling, concentrated their fire on the healer. Grex must have activated his burnout feat, because the color of his flames turned near white. Numerous firebolts and a single white-hot stream of fire from Grex impacted on the bastard. The higher-level healer turned into a human torch. One moment the shield was active. The next it winked out and the healing effect ceased to be. All ranged attack again! Pick targets and fire! Wounded ones first! I sent the message, then waited. I needed to see how everything progressed before I picked a course. Rocks started lifting from the ground, slamming back and forth to impact fighters inside the walls. Throwing spears went straight for their targets, penetrating heavy armor with disturbing ease. From among the survivors, fighters started dropping one by one. Then the archers dropped down. The two bloody archers who'd been a part of the first shield's party when we took down their reinforcements. Now I also recognized them as elves. Straight-up Tolkien elves. As if those decided to go out into life with a military mindset and a look in their eyes that said they were ready and eager to kill. One moment we were doing well, keeping up with the influx of new arrivals, even winning. Then the two archers hit the ground and leapt straight back up, like gravity didn't affect them. No slow falling here. They jumped around like those damn parkour people, ignoring the laws of gravity like they were mere suggestions. The runes of their bows lit up like a fucking Christmas tree, multicolored lights activating. The lights translated to their arrows, and they started firing back at our people. An imp was torn from the air, and an aberrant and a crawl were flung back from their arrow slits in short succession. One missile burned. Another one seemed to apply a slowing effect. The last one I couldn't see because it was buried deep within the imp's body. I roared in fury and went on the offensive. If the healer had been a prime target, these were doubly so. They were excellently poised to take out a lot of our kind. From their movement, they had inhuman agility, and the magic from their bows seemed to be top tier. And now, after his burnout, Grex was out of commission. This was on me. I placed my claws on top of the wall and with a massive leap flung myself over and straight at one archer. Slither went for the other one. So far, he'd remained inactive, biding his time. Now he disappeared and faded into being right next to the other archer, claws swiping out at the string of the bow. With a shocked shout, the archer veered, turning his bow sideways and fending off the attack. Slither grazed the string, and his claws scraped across the material of the bow staff with a grinding noise. A second later, the two were lost in an inhumanly fast duel of speedy reflexes and bursts of speed too fast for me to keep up with. That was all I had time to see before my own target caught on to the fact that a multi-tonned beast was leaping straight at him. With dizzying speed, he turned and released 2 arrows at once at me. Notifications popped up, but I dismissed them as I continued hunting the bastard. Fighting him was like fighting Roth. I was damn sorry the muscle-bound Talpas was off above, making sure that Azel got away safely, because he might have been able to give this annoying elf a run for his money. I could not keep up. I bit, swiped with my claws, even lashed out with my tail for all it was worth. I was nowhere near hitting him. I unleashed a weakening fog from up close, and somehow the lithe bastard danced around the wave of droplets, avoiding the attack entirely as I swerved my head to catch him. The surrounding people were not as lucky. I took a couple of swipes by some of the newcomers, heavily armored knights prepared to lay the hurt on the dragon. All very stereotypical, all very tough, not high enough level. Not a single attack did more than scuff my new armor. The knights were nothing but a nuisance at this point to me. Decently high-leveled they may be, but wearing heavy armor and with those short legs, there was little risk of them doing real damage. The serious issue was that the tin-can bastards kept me from trying to help with the elf. I released a breath attack, grinned to hear the series of heavy thuds all around as they dropped. Then 2 arrows to the abdomen made me rethink my celebration. One arrow fell harmlessly from a head-on contact with my otherwise vulnerable underbelly, luckily saved by my armor. The other struck the inside of my right hind leg and lodged. A continuous emission of damage made my leg cramp, almost useless. I gritted my teeth and spent 2 precious seconds dislodging the arrow with my other leg. Goddamn lightning damage. That was time I didn't have. Another arrow stabbed into my wing membrane, and a chill of frost started to spread near the impact. Only a quick jerk of my head kept me from having an arrow lodged right inside my mouth. I sprang backwards to survey the situation. Moving defensively and staying in motion, at least I could minimize my vulnerabilities while I took in our state. What I saw was not horrible. Apart from the elves, we were doing good. Our continuous damage had the humans hard-pressed, and our ranged attackers took full advantage of the precious seconds where the enemies floated vulnerable in the air before touching down. The imps' constant fire kept the human senses in overload, forcing them to struggle half-blinded. It was only those goddamn elves. They were so fast and hard to catch. The other elf leapt outside our wall and was now running around, aiming to wreak havoc and spread confusion among our troops. The good news was that Timothy and Slither decided to team up on him. Together they kept him distracted enough that he could barely attack any of my people. The humans kept arriving. At some point the reinforcements would stop arriving. For now, however, all my people were bogged down, having to deal with the constant streams of new arrivals. In the center of the lower cavern, a barricade was emerging, where humans hid behind the corpses of their former friends. They would soon become enough of a threat that they'd be able to make a push against us. That, above all, forced me into action. We'd be able to take care of them with little issue if only I could deal with my own elf. I growled as he took the split-second distraction to fire a lightning-quick arrow at an imp. The imp swirled in a desperate evasion, but was still struck on the leg. The soaring lightning of the arrow made him spasm, and his flight went out of control, careening straight into the cavern wall. "Enough!" I growled. I recentered the shadow world right before the elf. Then I wrapped myself in shadows once, twice over, binding them as tight as I could. I was going to finish this now. I'd trusted my armor to keep the worst of his arrows from me. Then I'd move in close, use a deafening roar, followed by a breath attack, and hope the bastard wasn't able to evade it. So my agility and evasion weren't enough to play? Then this shadow dragon was going to out-tank his opposition. The elf yelled something unintelligible, and my shadow world burst apart into nothing. Then his gaze pierced through my shadows, searching, aiming. I started sprinting forward, keeping my head partially averted to avoid any direct hits the deafening roar built in my throat. He wasn't going to avoid this. The elf grasped something inside his cloak, something shining, magical. His arm shot skyward as he yelled something. The glow of the item grew in intensity. From all around the elf, stone rushed in. It almost looked like stone armor? Large slabs of rock rushed in to encase him from all sides. Rock armor. Fuck me. That wasn't fair. The pointy-eared bastard yelled again. This time, however, the sound wasn't triumphant, but pain-filled? Stones kept adding to the already present pieces, and now they started pushing in, harder and harder. Suddenly, the armor caved inward, and the elf disappeared, with only a brief shower of blood and gore to replace his form. I halted my charge, stumbling, confused, layering a weakening fog on the other humans nearby almost instinctively. What the fuck? What had just happened? My gaze searched outward until it met with Arthur. His grin was maniacal, triumphant, and not a little loony. As our eyes met across the battlefield, the slabs of rocks retracted to move around him in their usual defensive positions. I looked from him to the still gore-covered slabs of stone. I shuddered. The battle turned at that point. The final elf tried to extricate himself from the fight and run, except there was no outrunning the combined speed of Slither and Timothy. The arrival of reinforcements halted from 1 second to the next. A few unlucky humans even stepped into thin air from above only to have the floating effect fade out mid-air. They slammed into the ground with impressive force. Not all of them got back up. It was mostly cleanup after that. I kept up the magical shadows along with the shadow whirl, keeping the humans defensive and unable to see what they were doing, even as my minions layered on the damage. The imps rained down damage practically unimpeded now that the elves weren't fighting back. A couple minutes later, Slither came back, dragging the mutilated body of the remaining elf. At that point, our people were already pulling away corpses to get the few survivors underneath, one and all knocked out by my breath attack. I breathed hard at the center of the cavern, one eye fixed on the pile of human bodies ready to act if somebody was playing dead. I couldn't help but wonder what the hell happened up above, though, to stop the magic that helped them float down and cut down the reinforcements. My speculations were answered as a blindingly white creation looked down on us from above. It was a crocodilian thing, horribly ugly but resplendent and white. I almost facepalmed as I realized that I was looking at Azel's head from below. The goddamn white dragon had come back, and he'd fought back. It turned out that Roth, the tiny whirlwind, was responsible for our unforeseen backup. Once Azel and his minions were at a safe distance, he couldn't help but feel left out and doubled back to check on what was going on. What he found was decidedly underwhelming, in his opinion at least. The spellcaster was there, the single person remaining from the first shield's crew, and he was busy casting spells from back in the safety of the other side of the passageway, before the collapsed area. Sure, he was surrounded by scores of attackers still at this point, but Roth smelled an opportunity. It didn't take him long to catch up with Azel and explain the situation to him. Once he realized just what he was looking at, a spellcaster on the far side of a chasm with no real way to come at him, and Roth reiterated that yes, he was entirely willing to fling himself straight into their midst. He realized exactly what kind of opportunity he was presented with. Regardless of what happened, he'd still be able to withdraw safely. Sure, the spellcaster might strike back, but there was just one, and there was a chasm between them. They took them entirely by surprise. Azel struck first, with one massive frost-laden breath attack covering the distant tunnel opening. A few of the knights froze entirely solid straight away, while the rest were instantly encumbered by the heavy layer of frost that clung to their already heavy armor. The spellcaster acted impressively fast, lashing around himself with a burst of heat to counteract the cold. It helped within seconds, thawing out frozen limbs and making sluggish minds work faster. It also helped that the spellcaster was entirely distracted for a few seconds. He didn't see Roth coming straight for him. Roth, from a Talpus viewpoint, is impressive as all hells. His proportions, especially for a Talpus, are insane. Some of the muscle buffs I used to work with would start yammering about muscle mass percentages and call him bro a lot. That didn't change the fact that he weighed less than a wet fart compared to some fighters we were up against, especially when those were the plate armor-wearing strength and toughness-based human fighters. Flying through the air in a suicidal leap with his heavy two-handed sword preceding him, weight meant less than the positioning of his arrival, which was sword point first straight at the breastbone of the distracted spellcaster. The spellcaster died instantly. According to Azel, the impact was only slightly ruined by the fact that he had to struggle for a few seconds to extract the sword, with it being lodged so deep inside the chest of the caster the blade emerged from the other side. But then he was off, dodging and weaving in between the slower, stockier humans, activating his feat that helped him move even faster. Once Roth made it to the far side of the humans, there really was only one realistic outcome. Azel stayed safely put and blasted the defenseless fighters from his side of the chasm, while Roth kept them distracted from the other side. In the end, a dozen of the fighters pulled off a fighting retreat, making their way past Roth and out of Azel's range by sheer desperation. The rest died to the combined might of Frost and Blade. Just like that, we'd made it. We had lost maybe a dozen fighters, most of these when the bloody elf managed to escape the surrounding wall. 8 aberrants died, along with 2 unlucky imps, a tulpas, and 1 crawl. However, the rest of us have been blessed with insane amounts of experience. Most of the human fighters were between levels 15 and 20, and there'd been more than 100 of them. Then there were the First Shield's compatriots. I remembered seeing them touch down near Fire Peak in the first place and despairing, knowing that our fight was over, that there was no bloody way we'd be able to take them on. Now they were dead. In one fell strike, we carved off all the limbs of the, dragon. Now only the head was left. And all the main body of fighters, of course. Personally, I'd gained 30,250 experience, putting me 30 bloody experience points from level 53. Arthur actually caught up to me at level 52 now. That bloody feat of mine that gave my minions an additional plus 50% experience points was really paying its dividends. Like I'd begrudge him the moral boost from overtaking me. Timothy finally hit level 52. His regular feat was wonderful, but nothing game-breaking. Tendril range doubled his reach both for the means of buffing and debuffing. It made him look like an egg surrounded by a dozen floating long-tailed sperm. A fact I made sure to tell him. Twice. His level 50 freebie, however? It was every bit as amazing as we hoped. He was now an evolved ectoplasm, with a boost of a full 50% to his already impressive mental power. The aberrants were exploding in strength. Their recent desperate struggles hadn't netted them much, but this gained them an average of 5 levels. Sure, it was wildly skewed in favor of the few of them who managed to land a blow on the cleric or either of the elves. I saw one lucky stickkin roaring in pain and elation both, as his entire body stretched and grew and was enveloped with a layer of frost. The bastard had hit both one elf and the cleric, and he netted 8 full levels and 2 feats at once. He had never been happier. Even Azel felt more sure of himself, less ready to flee at the first moment. It was wonderful to see. We were ready to take on the humans and kick them out of the Scoured Mountain once and for all. With that, we returned to tell the remaining non-combatants of our success, to spread the news, to show them all the path was way open for us. We expected to be greeted with cheers and open arms. Instead, we were greeted by destruction. Chapter 30. The lights of the aberrant's home had dimmed. We walked among the ruins, staring in horror. Bodies lay everywhere. The young, the non-combatants, the elderly, and the invalid. Nobody had been spared. The destruction was everywhere and indiscriminate. There were clear signs of small-scale sorcery, broken arrows left inside bodies from the humans' ranged attackers. However, the vast majority of the damage here had been up close and personal. Slither disappeared ahead of us, ignoring everything and everybody, searching, looking. We found him before the central dome, cradling the heavy body of Coatem before him. The massive evolved crawl had not gone down easily. He lost a hand, but I doubted that was what killed him. Indeed, his entire body was crisscrossed by slashing damage, deep wounds trailing arms, legs, and body. His armor lay scattered around him, like somebody carved it off piece by piece in a sadistic display of torment. I didn't say anything, just knelt down next to Slither, draping a wing around him to comfort him as best I could. It didn't take us that long to figure out what had happened. Once the aberrants learned we were back, lucky survivors slowly started trickling in from the outskirts, and we pieced together an explanation. We didn't know how, but the humans had figured out where the aberrants had their home base. Then they initiated a head-on attack. It It was simple, but effective. First, a number of mid-range level spellcasters summoned elemental forces to move first and trigger all the traps. Following them, the first shield himself strode, taking on anybody and anything who dared stand against him. The vaunted traps of the aberrants, their tunnels filled with distractions, cutbacks, and diversions, didn't hold a candle to his powers. The human spellcasters near the end were running ragged, constantly imbibing potions to keep going, summon more elementals, and shield their leader. However, they persevered, and once the human forces made it to the caves of their home, it was over. The humans strode in en masse to cut them down and defile their home. They cared little for anything but pure destruction, taking out the frustration of the latest losses on the nearly defenseless aberrants. Goetem stood up to them, facing the first shield for as long as he could, allowing a precious few to flee via back corridors. The panicked young Krull who explained this scene painted an image of the shining human toying with the massive fighter, drawing out his punishment in glee. Slither held the massive arm of the dead Krull tight, like a lifeline. For once, I could sense his emotions. The stickkin was usually fully controlled and let out nothing. Now I could feel as he fled mentally, slowly starting to retreat inside himself. Fuck. If I didn't do anything, I had no clue who I'd be left with. Except from the looks of things, the answer could very well be a catatonic non-entity. I regretted what I had to do even as I braced myself to do it. I lowered my head until I faced the tiny creature head-on. Then I let a roar build in my throat until I could feel the tremors reverberate around us. Tiny pebbles jumped across the ground as my rage built and released in an ear-splitting sound. Slither winced, that was all, but he did react. Are you going to let this lie? No scorn, no emotion, just a simple question aimed straight at his unarmored soul. I saw it pierce through him. His gaze fell yet again, avoiding mine. I didn't relent, didn't let up. Are you going to let them get away with it? Will you let this stand? Do you think that's what Goetem would have wanted? He struck out at me then, blindly. His claws carved through my lower leg, leaving a furrow of deep, sizzling cuts.
Leave me alone!
A notification popped up. I ignored it. I will not! I roared at him. You can either get your revenge for your friend, or you can dishonor his memory and flee. Choose! His claws slashed out again, sinking into my other leg. Then, with a massive effort, he halted his swing and gripped onto my leg, claws lodged against my bone. And I forced myself not to scream. Even so, a hiss erupted from my lips, and I bared my teeth at him from just a few feet away. He looked up at my bared teeth, teeth that could devour him in one bite, with not a scrap of self-preservation or even acknowledgement of the danger. He held on tight.
Promise me. Swear that we will have vengeance, come what may.
I swore. Looking him straight in the eye, ignoring my dropping health, I promised him destruction. It didn't come hard for me. Hours later, my wounds were healing, and we were planning what would come next. Turned out the Slither had a nasty poison in his claws that left a corrosive effect, keeping wounds from healing properly, if at all. I might carry the proof of this interaction forever. Still, now we were gathering our core people. Tim and Arthur were busy gathering the numbers and figuring out where we were. The Irgle lay off to the side, completely depleted. However, it had saved the lives of dozens of aberrants today, having been forced beyond its limits again and again. Its level gains were beyond impressive, but I had to admit at this moment, I couldn't find it in me to care. It was too soon. At long last, I called my council up. In the central dome of the still burning home of the aberrants, I faced my forces and bowed before them with a grim look on my face. This was a victory. Slither looked like he was about to jump at me again. Others looked at me astonished at the words. I growled. It was also a grim defeat. We made a horrible error and underestimated the reach and number of the humans. But we managed what we set out to do. The humans are within our grasp now. We just have one final action left for us. Then we will take the mountain back for ourselves and finish off the first shield. Once he's dead, the Empire is done. They can come with all the reinforcements they'd like. We'll have broken their backbone.
That's easy to say, especially for somebody who hasn't seen their own slaughtered.
Slither's thoughts were chaotic, uncontrolled, like he didn't even know where he was going with it. No, I responded as calmly as I could. You wouldn't say that if you could think clearly. We might not have suffered the catastrophic loss that you just did. However, our people, just like yours, have been bled dry by the humans for months now. And before that, Salus. And before that again, any number of critters in the Scoured Mountain who believed might makes right. I pointed at him with a claw. But I know you don't care for this sort of sniping. Not when you can actually punish the guilty themselves. Hate and pain roiled inside him. Then they solidified, merged into a burning ember of edged promise. He nodded once, hard. You're right. Tell me how we can slaughter the humans. I faced his gaze and bared my teeth. Oh, you'll like this, I think. We are going to make them think they're winning. Then we'll snatch the victory away from them and stab them in the back. The humans had retreated to Fire Peak. That was no surprise at all. They had also improved their defenses at the 3 outposts leading up to the crater, to the point where they were positively blinding with light towers and magical defenses. I even spotted one of the damn ballistas we'd been forced to leave behind way back on one of the battlements outside Fire Peak. That made for 3 outposts that we'd be hard-pressed to take head-on. By now, they'd know enough about our approach that they'd be ready for us to tunnel in from anywhere, and would likely have whatever limited earth mages they held in reserve ready to feel out any ambushes. They might even have prepared some ugly ambushes or held the first shield in readiness at one of the 3 places, hoping to catch us on the attack. Still, attacking an enemy where he knew we were coming didn't seem like a very Shadow Dragon thing to do, especially when we had an old way in ready for us. It didn't take us long to find. We'd hidden the place well after attacking Salus, but the opening was still right there for those who knew. A tunnel leading around the regular approaches, straight to the crater edge of Fire Peak. The tunnel was bristling with our soldiers now, all fully armed and ready to go. Not like the last time, where we were few in numbers and low in levels. We had faced so much since then, and gained so many allies along the way. There were hundreds of old friends around me, all eager, all ready, and all with the burning fire of vengeance in their eyes. If maps didn't gray out when they were contested, we would have a showing here that would leave the first shield trembling in his big boy metal pants. This is it. We are going out there and we will draw them out. The first shield and his humans are still numerous. They are still powerful. However, that power is entirely based on our fighting them on their terms. So let's not do that. Instead, we'll show them just how strong the people of the Scoured Mountain are. Growls, shouts, and roars of approval rang out through the cavern. I turned towards Slither. Timothy hovered next to him, as if he wanted to wrap him in his protective shell. You have a choice. You can go out there and fight head-on, or you can do what you are best at, sneak in and pull off the perfect ambush. Strike them where they aren't expecting it. I can find others for the job, but nobody is as perfect as you. What is your choice? He snarled. Like that is even a choice. Coatem was always my shield while I hurt the enemy. I am going to stab them in the back one final time. And then I will hunt down the first shield for myself. That could be trouble in the long run. Even so, I bowed down and added, "You'll have me by your side when you do so. Until then, go out and prepare. We will strike them..." "When?" I glanced at Graziel. He mused.
"It shouldn't be more than 6 hours from now."
I nodded. "You heard him. Graziel will join you. Make it count." The 6 hours flew by rapidly after Graziel and Slither left. The tension was insane. What was coming would decide everything inside the mountain. I couldn't help but feel good about the entire situation. Regardless of what happened, we were here, with our lives on the line, buying time for the secondary in Hessel and our people in the tower. There was no way that the humans, coalition army or no, would focus their attacks there when they were being pushed back all over the place, especially since the life of their precious leader was on the line. In a short while, we might finish not just the battle, but the entire goddamn war. We just had to avoid messing this up. No biggie.
"It's time, Onyx."
Azel's words forced their way through my haze of worries. I pushed them away, deep down, and put on my game face. Whatever else happened, you didn't show your people how uncertain you were about your plans.
"Good. Get to it."
With a grunt, Azel concentrated on the treasures piled all around us. Again, the temperature dropped as he created his horde. Slowly, ever so slowly, frost started spreading from his newly founded domain.
"Move out, everybody. Let's show our faces. Show these stupid humans exactly what they're supposed to be afraid of."
We poured out into the crater. The organized ranks of our crawls moved first, hefting their heavy shields, followed by our ranged Talpi. Over everybody the imps hovered, jeers and shouts ringing everywhere, fire already pouring from them to announce our arrival. Aberrants slinked along the sides like waves, rushing back and forth like a liquid mass, ready to strike from anywhere. I followed, with Azel hovering behind like a backstop. I roared my challenge into the crater. The battle for Fire Peak had begun. Chapter 31.
Then, when he's looking at your left hand, trying to see where you pulled that dove from, wham! That's when you hit him with a shovel.
Unknown. The humans were slow to respond to our challenge. I couldn't blame them. Right now, we'd managed to enter the crater, evading every single one of their well-manned outposts in the process. If they wanted to strike out at us, that meant leaving the safety of their walled defenses and waltzing straight out into the crater, our domain. We thinned out the ranks of their spellcasters and auxiliaries to the point that I doubted they'd be able to give even our few aberrant spellcasters a run for their money. They sure as hell weren't going to outshoot the atlatls of our ranged attackers. Now, the past months of constant warfare might not have exactly taught me what I needed to do in a situation like this. Thankfully, too much time on the couch with takeaway and questionable television stepped in to help me. I did exactly what I was supposed to do in this kind of situation. I taunted the bastards.
"Now, where is the vaunted might of the humans? Now that we refuse to meet you on your terms, you stay inside your camps, quaking in your boots?"
My mental shout reached out as far as I could throw it. I roared my challenge into the emptiness as I hovered in the air inside the crater.
"I was hoping to meet the best of the humans today, except it would seem there are none left. Have they all left to kill women and children like the aberrants? I'm not surprised. Cowards and backstabbers."
Minutes trickled past as I kept on insulting the humans, their ancestors, and lack of courage. Above us, the night sky provided scant illumination for the setting, only the myriad fires inside Fire Peak granting proper lighting. I worried that they might not take the bait, except they couldn't really afford to not respond to our attack. Even if we didn't meet them in battle, within a day at most, the frost from Azel's horde would spread to start covering the human outposts. It wouldn't take long for the conditions to be unbearable for them, pressing them straight into the crater to face us, or send them fleeing further down into the layers of the mountain into an unknown situation outside the reach of their defenses. Both would be equally unattainable for the outposts and result in the losses of a large part of their remaining forces. The humans might be bickering back and forth, weighing their options. However, they eventually arrived at the same conclusion as I had. The gate leading to the city was flung open and they responded. The remaining human armies marched forth to meet us on the battlefield. It was on. I had to hand it to them. All lined up like this, they looked damn impressive. Gleaming armor and shields made for a resplendent vision as they marched out in lockstep. Among their ranks, I could spot the occasional spellcaster, holding up gilded staffs or preparing spells to bolster their numbers. However, there were so few left, a mere dozen among their ranks, and soon the flow of their company subsided to a trickle. We'd hurt them. Oh yes, we'd hurt them. What was left here? But 1,000 strong. Enough to make a difference? Sure. But compared to the thousands they'd started with, these were mere leftovers. They had to know it. From above the city wall, my city wall, enhanced and adorned with plentiful trapped runes and protective measures, he arose. On his massive terror, he looked every bit as indomitable as he'd appeared the very first time. His armor and hammer gleamed, and even his terror was covered in magical armor. They would not go down easily. I grinned, fighting down the desire to cackle with laughter. I couldn't wait to see their reaction when they figured out what was going on. We'd made a good deal of preparations for this. Our tunnel emerged straight between two of the outposts. A pathway to retreat was prepared, and I'd prepared some illusions for their benefit. Most importantly, however, we focused on ensuring that there'd be nobody who would force us to fight to the death here. Firth's eyes darted from one enemy to the next as she used her skills, weighing, measuring. Finally, she assessed.
No, there are no spellcasters I can spot who are above level 25.
I sighed in relief. Good. That means we should be able to outmaneuver them, and they likely won't be able to affect the battlefield too badly. I gave the order. Imps, at your leisure. Avoid him. Do as much damage as you can. Ranged. Wait for them to come closer. Spellcasters, act at will. The battle for Fire Peak started anticlimactically. No huge explosions or clashes. Merely a few flung firebolts rushing off into the distance to slam down among the encroaching humans. Then the spellcasters on our side started in. A few earth elementals started oozing toward the center of the crater, commanded by the aberrant shaman. A few archers on their side fired back, and a number of spellcasters flung spells at the zooming imps, but none managed to hit their target. The commanders must have stopped them because they halted almost straight away. The first shield moved forward on top of his monstrous steed, slowly, unstoppable. Finally, as his form loomed over theirs, their company started marching forward. Whether they'd received an order or they simply figured that this was the best possible time to add their numbers to the battle, reinforcements started rushing up from all three camps, from where the soldiers of the outposts decided they could help turn the tide. In unarrayed ranks, they poured out to join their compatriots. I grinned. First mistake. I waited half a minute until I was certain that they'd made it up far enough that there was no turning back. Then I gave the order. Ranged! Target the ramps! The poor bastards had underestimated the range of my atlatls. Hell, if I hadn't seen it in practice myself several times over, I might have doubted it. The atlatl helped increase the range of the spear throwers. However, that was nothing until you added in a bunch of minions who had hunted with nothing else, focused their entire builds, feats, and attribute gains since the single-digit levels on increasing the efficiency of their weapon. The humans rushing to meet the safety of their own forces discounted their attacks at first. That temerity cost them badly. On either side of us, the reinforcements fell in droves as our throwing spears fell among them with enough force to punch through plate armor with a direct hit. They wised up quickly. However, their reaction to our attacks were anything but clever. On our right side, they decided to double down and continue their rush toward their friends. They brought their shields to bear in order to protect them, but still decided that they'd be able to make it past the mile of open terrain. On our left, we might have killed the commander. At least, it seemed like their leadership was just not there. Half their number decided to rush back into the tunnel, turning their backs to our spear throwers. The other half decided to follow the example of their companions and rush for the first shield. Gleefully, I ordered the imps back. 1/3 made for their reinforcements on our left side, while the rest swooped down upon those on our right. We completely ignored the incoming armies from Fire Peak. The imps made short work of the reinforcements. Here and there an archer or a spellcaster tried to stand their ground and fire back at the cackling, lethal fire dispensers. They died where they stood. Our ranged attackers added further damage, keeping up a constant barrage of attacks on them. Out of several hundred defenders, barely 24 made it to the safety of their main army. By now, however, the first shield was coming close. Too close. I ordered the retreat, and our forces slowly started pulling back into the tunnel. I gave the command to Azel, and he nodded, following them back into the darkness, to the relative safety therein. I circled up and around the incoming terror, beating my wings hard to keep the distance with a safety margin. Whatever powers the paladin asshole had, he clearly was no offensive spellcaster, and I comfortably escaped his reach, looping back to the city. As I soared through the skies, I couldn't help but laugh into the open air. If we actually managed this, that would be the second time we repeated the same trick. I floated over the walls of Fire Peak, noting with pleasure the few actual guards in here. The humans, wanting for actual fighters, had left behind only a token force to guard the walls, and we aimed straight for the fortress. I landed with a crunch on top of a poor panicking guard left behind to defend the entrance to the gray defensive fortress. Good. I was safely inside the city now. Then my mental shout rang out for all to hear. This was it. Either it worked, and we'd friggin' won, or we'd have to pull back again and defeat them over time by 1,000 cuts. "Slither, it's all yours. We're ready." At first, there was nothing. Out in the crater, the human armies massed, as if unsure whether they should try to keep up pursuit of our armies that were currently fleeing into the darkness below. Then they turned as one back toward us and Fire Peak. Fire Peak, true to its name, erupted in flames. With a burst of fire bright enough to blind you, first one, then all the towers in Fire Peak erupted into flames. Then the fire shield burst into being, cutting the humans off from their own fallback position. It was the central key to the defense of Fire Peak, the one thing the Koran had left for us to use. It was also unusable for the humans as long as the blessing wasn't repaired. However, we'd sent Arthur with a small contingency to handle that tiny detail. He'd done it before and knew exactly how to repeat the task. The main issue, of course, would be for somebody among us to force their way into the fortress, kill any remaining guards and establish their domain on the inside, and make sure we did it while the bulk of the human armies were outside. Still, Slither could walk through shadows, and Timothy could literally walk through walls. One did horrendous close combat damage while the other stunned any defenders, leaving them open for the attack. They were paired assassins joined in the deepest, darkest of hells, and they'd come through. Along with Grazil to reopen the tunnel that used to lead straight up to the blessing and force their way through any wall they wanted to, there was nothing to hold them back. As if to prove my point, a blue shape erupted through the ceiling of the fortress. He floated his way down toward me, veering off once to pick off an archer on a rooftop who fell to his demise. Shortly, Tim arrived, landing next to me. He looked at me, then out of the shimmering, fiery inferno that enveloped the entire city in a hellish haze. Then he giggled, drunk with power.
How's that for an entrance?
We spent a short while discussing their success and how to best continue. Initially, we had debated trying to catch the first shield in the fires and cook him alive. Then we reconsidered, knowing that he specialized on defense and might force his way through. Getting trapped inside Fire Peak with an angry, vengeful bastard on the hunt was not a good idea. This, however, was exactly what we wanted. We had the human forces trapped, likely without any provisions worth speaking of, outside the friggin' city until the fire shield subsided. Once it did, we'd be able to rush back into the city from below. Then we could take on the humans on our terms, with the reinforced city wall ready to hold back any defenders. Unless, of course, the humans had something up their sleeve that could upset the entire balance. But what were the odds of that, right? Chapter 32. We rushed around the city, taking down every single fighter still standing within the walls. I didn't feel bad about this. We needed to make sure they couldn't take back their domain or somehow regain control of the city. To our surprise, we found a largest denomination of wounded and non-combatants who'd been left behind. At first, Slither wanted to take them all apart. It did make a good deal of sense. There were just the four of us inside the city: Brazil, Tim, Slither, and myself. We couldn't allow the risk that one of them managed to pull a fast one on us and take back the domain. However, I convinced him to lay off on the wholesale slaughter with the simple reasoning that we needed information about their plans, numbers, and eventual reinforcements more than we needed instant vengeance. Besides, we didn't have to protect the horde forever. Time was ticking down. The fire shield would last for 2 days tops. Then we were likely to face off against an angry human leader and his hungry minions. Slither started in on constructions. We debated who should take over the domain to begin with. There was no discussion that my mana regeneration would be a boon, allowing us to create a lot of constructions in a short period. However, there was the single undefined boon, where we knew that we'd likely gain access to further insane constructions as long as the domain was held either by me or my vassals. And if I took over this one, I'd have to relinquish control over the tower, with no vassals there who'd be able to take it back over. In short, we decided to put our money on Slither. Besides, Slither's mana regeneration wasn't bad. His build, especially with the latest fights to add to his power, left him nice and mana-heavy for somebody who usually was into hit-and-run ambushes. That was before taking into account the boost from the mountain's blessing. Personal info. Name: Slither. Race: Evolved Stickkin. Level 54. Experience toward next level: 18,170 of 54,000. Size: medium. Stats and attributes: Health: 1,020 of 1,020. Mana: 1,080 of 1,080. Strength: 95. Toughness: 102. Agility: 258. Mental power: 108. Mental control: 69. Attributes increased by plus 50% and regeneration rates by plus 100% due to Blessing of Daira. The first constructions we created were simple. A slew of poison towers created with 100 feet of distance between each, right on the city wall at the center of the entrance gate. These were the aberrant specialty and would provide a nice dripping welcome to the first shield, should he try to power his way through. Then came the temptations. Having the blessing back was incredibly nice. We decided that all three of us who were able should partake. It cut down on the duration for each of us, but we needed the boost. Brazil, in order to maximize his powers and regeneration, it left him able to reinforce any part of the wall that might need it, and helped us fortify the fortress itself, should it come to a need for us all hunkering down and going fully on defense, like they'd done back when Teller tried to kill us all. Me, simply in order to be ready to fight anything that might make its way through the fire shield or provide us all with cover or illusions, should we need to cut our losses and flee. Also, obviously Slither, so he could construct everything we wanted and needed. And by the gods, there were some great choices. Obviously the aberrants had different options from shadow dragons. In my slightly biased opinion, they were also, on the whole, a bit worse. Again, it was a matter of Daira and her unfair bias toward certain races. Still, his choices were very much geared toward poison, traps, and hit and run. Amazing choices within the mountain and cramped tunnels, but not so much when we were outside in open air, facing off against an enemy who had the attributes to see through any illusions we could come up with. Sure, a lot of them would absolutely work on the grunt troops. However, that was little good if we couldn't, at the very least, impede the single army slayer running around unchecked out there. Slither knew all the choices he was offered beforehand except for two. A couple of them were no-brainers. For instance, his outposts functioned in the exact same manner as ours did, strengthening friends and weakening enemies. He also had access to disruption towers, long-distance towers that allowed you to designate targets, which would then be hit from long range with stacking afflictions and effects, like confusion, blindness, and worse. In Slither's opinion, they were excellent choices to disrupt cohesion in enemy groups and make their champions less efficient. He didn't believe they would work against the first shield with his magical defense, though. They did sound cool. We'd still wait with them until we created our primary choices. We bickered for a while over which one to create first. One we already knew about, the interdomain communication. It'd likely take 2 days for us to finish, enough for the fire shield to taper out, so it wouldn't give us any immediate advantages, but it would give us access to instant knowledge from the tower and Hessel thereafter. Being able to talk to my other vassals should we survive our clash with the first shield would be absolutely invaluable. The other one looked too good to be bloody true. After a lot of discussion, we decided to build that one first, then allow for Slither's mana to regenerate and build the interdomain communication before fully focusing on defense. 6 hours after firing up the fire shield, we looked at the growing construction in awe. Comprehensive shield. Daira provides. She knows that sometimes the world is out to get you and you need a place of your own. Somewhere you can pull back and relax, confident in the fact that the outside world cannot come after you. This magical shield, when erected, will envelop the entirety of the mountain in a massive shield, strong enough to withstand even the harshest of attacks or spells. It receives its power directly from Daira and regenerates fast enough that it will take truly gargantuan attacks to force their way through. Be warned, this is not a fast process. Once established, the shield roots itself in the blessing, drawing its power directly from Daira. While it can be turned on and off at will, the process will take at least 7 days. Mana cost, 1,000. Construction time, 168 hours. Has to suck being a Corrin, you know? I mused, looking at the glowing construction before us. It was huge and transparent, shaped like the mountain in miniature, but stretching slightly farther outward with every growing moment. With my magic sight, I saw huge writhing tendrils like tentacles stretching downward into the ground, siphoning magic directly from Daira herself. Tim mused. Could you be a bit more specific? Are you talking about being abandoned by their goddess down here? Or the likely extinction of their entire damn race? Or the fact that they're ugly as sin? I could probably come up with more if you wanted. They've had a bad run of it. I snorted. You ain't wrong. I shook my head and marveled at the growth of the construction. It really was going to protect the entire mountain in just a week. I'll go with option D, all of the above. To be entirely exact, though, I was thinking about these constructions. The ones like this new mountain shield. Well, to be honest, everything that requires domain owners to band together and ally. What we've seen so far just looks like it was exactly what the Corrin would have needed in order to survive. Except they didn't know. Tim grimaced and hung his head. Yeah, I don't know which thought is worse, though. That they didn't know or that they knew and still refused to band together. From what we've seen so far, it looks like they were independent to the point of lunacy. Hell, Bektas even said so himself. Even when they realized their numbers were dwindling and they were possibly dying off, they couldn't agree on anything. Instead of banding together, they decided to go their own way and try their own tacks, even if they knew that the chance of it actually working was minuscule. I didn't say anything. Didn't comment on how unlikely it would be that people would go to their deaths before being proven wrong. I'd worked with people all my life and knew just how horribly stubborn some people could be. I just spared a sad thought at the idea of an entire race marching blindly to their deaths, even when salvation was staring them in the face. Once the shield was under construction, we had some spare time before Slither regenerated enough mana that he'd be able to produce the interdomain communication. We spent the time as wisely as we could. Timothy raced around Firepeak, accompanied by Slither, hunting down any human remnant fighters that might have escaped our attention the first time, and herding the non-combatants into a part of the city where we could keep an eye on them. The two worked well together, even if Slither, according to Tim, was being bloodthirstier than was necessary. We knew where it was coming from and hoped it would subside in time. Kraziel started on the walls again, checking for any possible damage and reinforcing what he could. He wouldn't be able to do anything against the first shield, but that was quite all right. If we could keep their army outside the wall and focus most of our attention on the big baddie, I felt damn sure we'd be able to take him down in time. I did what I do best. I aimed to annoy. How could I not? The enemy was right there outside our gates. Sure, they were way outside the reach for both my breath attack and my shadow whirl. My illusions and magical shadow, however, played under different rules. They weren't limited by anything but my mental power and control. The humans were, quite clearly, furious. Also, pretty close to leaderless. They were trickling back into the crater by now, retreating to the relative safety of their big boss. He, however, did not look like he was paying them any proper attention. Instead, he was facing me on the other side of the raging inferno of the fire shield, right outside the reach of the nearest poison tower. I stayed well back from the fire myself. I was at least 30 feet away from the edge of the roaring surface, and I could still see the occasional downward bump to my health. The concentrated heat of the living thing breathing blankets of fire was that damaging. I couldn't even start to imagine how someone like Azel, with an element opposing it, would react to it. The first shield did not seem as affected as I was. Dismounted from his terror, he stood right in front of the fire, looking me straight in the eyes. I'd never been this close to him. On his own 2 feet, he should have looked diminutive compared to me. Only he didn't. The massive gilded armor, the way he carried himself, everything about him just screamed power. Distorted by the massive heat, his features seemed like they were changing, rolling. One moment I was looking at a normal older man, somebody aged and hardened by a lifetime of hard choices, fighting and raging xenophobia. The next, I looked at a vision from hell, a flame-covered mockery of humanity. Only one thing did the heat not change: the hatred. As he stood there, watching me, there was a clear promise in his eyes. I watched him mouth a couple of words. I didn't recognize the words, but their meaning was clear. Death. I've been called many things over the course of my life, threatened quite a few times too. I have quite a few go-to moves for when I'm threatened. When I can tell that they mean it, I usually deflect, try to talk the situation down. However, this time, with my foe on the other side of a raging hellfire, I instinctively went to my other go-to move: sarcasm and mockery. Hence, within moments of his threats, a series of illusions came to life. They were good ones, too, if I do say so myself. A selection of species, all ugly, all male, all hot for daddy. Moving up behind him, the first shield didn't notice anything but the badly disguised, shit-eating grin on my face, even as a quintet of oiled-up, scantily clad males cozied up to his back, all dancing lewd, suggestive dances behind him. There was a lot of strutting, suggestive hand motions en masse as well. I couldn't hear anything over the roar of the fire right in front of me. I couldn't see anything from farther away either. However, it was not hard to imagine the laughter, the snickers from the humans behind their precious leader, especially as he yelled and hefted his weapon, turning around with murder in his eyes. The illusions popped one by one in quick succession. I like to believe that the afterimage of the final illusion, a butt-ugly, tassel-wearing imp making humping motions right near his waist, stayed for a while. Judging from everything, it was going to stay inside his subconscious for a good time. The leader of the armed forces of the Nephrin Empire, first shield and absolute image of pristine dullness, could not take a joke. His face distorted in rage, and several effects came into being around him in quick succession. I couldn't tell entirely, but it looked like at least 3 effects layered themselves around him, one by one. There was at least one glimmering effect on his body and some additional effects in a bright bubble surrounding him. Then the absolute fucking maniac shouted something. Looked like he grew 2 feet in size and walked straight through the flames. 3 steps. That's how far he made it. Then he threw himself backward, out of the fire shield again, rolled across the ground before settling to a knee. His body steamed from the heat and his leggings looked singed, but otherwise he looked entirely unharmed. I had not been ready to wait and see the result. My body was already coiled up, half-turned, and ready to leap into the air. That did not go unseen by the first shield. Even as healer sprinted to assist him, he stayed on his knee, staring straight at me, nodding with gravitas. The promise had been made. Chapter 33. Life is a series of pulls back and forth, a tension of opposites, like a pull on a rubber band. Most of us live somewhere in the middle, a wrestling match. Which side wins? Love wins. Love always wins. Mitch Albom. The next day settled into an uneasy rhythm as the battle for supremacy over Fire Peak continued. Somebody might think that our entire strategy hinged on earning control of the blessing and building tons of constructions to aid in our fight. Not so. We'd seen firsthand the result of pitting the first shield against an entire base filled with traps and constructions. The human won that fight. No, the constructions were just an added boon. I wasn't talking about the comprehensive shield that would soon close itself over our home. No, that one was for everything that would happen after our fight. Once the fight was concluded and we'd found a winner, that would finally let us erect the shield over the Scoured Mountain and let the dwellers of the mountain live in friggin' peace. Let any contenders arrive and try to make a hole in the shield then. We'd be on the other side laughing. The rest of the constructions, however, were only meant to give us an edge, to add to the percentage and give us a few advantages. The kind of battle we were in didn't change one bit, namely, one of attrition. At first, our people fled back into the tunnel we'd used to approach, to avoid pursuit from the overpowered leader. However, once they realized the situation had settled in Fire Peak, they returned to their attacks. In small groups, our people started trickling back in, intent on keeping up their attacks to whittle down the forces of the humans. Except the landscape had changed drastically. Where before we had to flee into the mountain, now we suddenly had fallback bases. When Slither took over the domain from the first shield, he'd also taken over control of the 3 outposts with every construction inside. I was sure it was a nasty surprise for the dozens of humans who decided to flee back to their outposts in the initial battle when suddenly the light towers decided to target their former owners. When he wasn't hunting down stragglers inside Fire Peak, Slither returned to us and kept an ongoing eye on the map, sharing it with us and making sure that we were on top of the development. That first change, where the outposts had changed hands, he watched with enough zeal that I had to stop watching his feverish gaze. A scant handful of those people survived, fleeing into the crater to the relative safety of their compatriots. A bunch more of them retreated farther down into the mountain. The moment they did, I counted them as dead. A few dozen mid-level displaced humans against the monsters of the mountain? Yeah, they were so much stake. The humans went fully defensive now. Where before, we'd seen them move in lockstep, use mass tactics and nice fancy maneuvers that might work well against other forces that played by the same rules. Now they hunkered down. The few spellcasters left toiled to help change the terrain in their favor as the grunts dug into the soil of the crater, turning it into barricades, trenches, and other defensive measures. Of course, we didn't let them work in peace. Our ranged attackers roamed from all 3 sides, letting spears fly down upon them, with the imps swarming from above, raining down fire with glee. Shamans tried to change the terrain back. We poured down death and destruction upon them. However, there was one common denominator. We could not pass the first shield. Wherever he moved, our people had to fall back and abandon their efforts. I helped our forces as I could from within my fiery, self-inflicted prison. I created illusions to aid their attack, distract the defenders, make our battle plans seem different from what they were. I layered magical shadows upon their positions, letting the humans work blind, forcing the spellcasters in the damn first shield to spend their mana and attention on dispelling my workings instead of defending themselves. And I sent commands, aided by Slither and his bird's-eye view of the map. The humans died, but they gave it their all. I couldn't help but admire their persistence. Where lesser people would have thrown caution to the wind and fled, they persevered and struggled on. The first day, they started with at least 600 survivors. Once the day was over, at least 150 of those lay dead or dying. Their spellcasters, too, were failing, overworked, and simply outnumbered. Yet, to my astonishment, their losses slowly diminished and stopped. Once the first handful of hours had passed on the second day, they had lost just a few dozen further. Their spellcasters gained a second wind somehow. Outnumbered they may be, but they held their ground. Also, their defenses were simply hardened and deep enough that our attackers had trouble causing damage to them. Arthur had returned, but he'd have to move in really close to be able to reverse their constructions. Too close. Fortunately, his Talpus instincts must have told him the same thing, because he stayed farther back, adding stone strikes to the bombardments. Then the humans started striking back. They weren't massive attacks. The humans didn't have the numbers or the power to effectively strike against us. Also, we knew the terrain had dark vision and could move quite a lot better than them inside the tunnels, should they choose to pursue. They had the damn powerhouse of a leader, though, and they knew tactics. Once, then twice, our forces overextended and got too close. The first time, a group of imps had been circling ever closer to the trenches in order to land some effective shots, when suddenly a wave of force exploded from within the trench. Whether it was an item, a spell, or something different, we never learned. However, suddenly our people were reeling to drag stunned and badly hurt imps back, even as the humans charged out from their defenses to catch and punish them. That cost us. The first shield also spearheaded an attack of his own. On top of his annoying giant beast, he charged straight at one of their former outposts. We decided to take the chance to punish their forces for his decision, launching in close to kill as many as we could. It cost them badly. However, I'd argue that our costs were even higher. The bright bastard managed to demolish an entire outpost by himself. Whatever defenses he had, light magic clearly didn't do anything at all against him. Of course, it didn't make a major difference, given that his people were already entrenched enough that they weren't going to move deeper into the mountain. We weren't fighting a losing battle, not by any means. There was no way the humans could keep this up, especially because whatever rations and water they had were sure to be extremely limited. Every moment of struggling to them meant depleted resources and energy they couldn't just get back like that, outside the scant resources in the outpost they'd reconquered. Inside Firepeak, Slither started the construction of the interdomain communication. Then, with every trickle of mana that returned to him, he started on the lesser constructions that might help us in the final battle, because it was becoming exceedingly clear that we would have a final showdown over Firepeak. We simply could not kill enough of them in time that we could destroy their forces utterly. If the first shield hadn't retreated at this point, he was never going to. Kraziel, at some point during the day, announced that he couldn't strengthen the walls further without a lot of time and effort. Instead, he started piling rocks onto the wall, preparing for an extended bombardment of the attackers from above. At long last, with around 6 hours to go before the fire shield was likely to drop, I gave the command. Slowly, reluctantly, the majority of our forces started pulling back all across the board. We left maybe 100 back there, most of them aberrants and the remaining imps and other flyers, to harass the humans and keep them well inside their trenches. They would be racing to make it back to the entrance tunnel near the blessing in time. Then, once the shield dropped, they'd be able to race through the bowels of the city and join us on the walls. The following few hours went by exquisitely slowly. Our people in the crater failed to kill anybody, but also managed to stay far enough away from the humans that none of them died. I called that a win. Personally, I was due a fucking break too. I'd been concentrating on this conflict for 2 full days at this point. I knew that should my attention waver, I might miss a spot where an illusion or a hiding lair of darkness might save the life of some of my people. My mind was filled with fog and weariness. At least my fighters managed to cycle in and out and take short breaks for eating and resting along the way. When the final battle would take place, they would be a lot better recuperated than our enemies. I was planning to find an hour or two for myself as well. I'd need to be rested for the inevitable clash with that damn beacon of light. The only positive thing I could focus on was that very soon we'd find a conclusion to this. First to the battle, and then, hopefully soon, to the entire goddamn war. With the mountain properly shielded, with Hessel and the tower growing in strength and knowledge every single day, and our numbers increasing vastly with a full 3 blessings under our belts, we'd be set to take on anything the bloody Nephrin Empire might throw at us. Maybe then I could get some rest. A wave of movement stopped my moment of self-pity. At first I didn't really notice because the surface of the fire shield was one of constant motion, deceiving the eye to believe there was movement beyond, when it was merely a trick of the flames. Then I looked deeper, and I was stunned. "Slither!" My mental shout rang out throughout Firepeak. "Slither, come over here right now!" 5 minutes later, Timothy broke out of a side street, followed by Slither, who was running flat out. Slither fell down panting onto the cobblestones before me. I gave him no moment of reprieve. "Map, right now!" Wordlessly, Slither gestured, and the domain map sprang up before me. There, the scene became clear. The humans were retreating. As one, they were pulling out of the trenches and marching for the single outpost that the first shield managed to ruin. My imps and ranged attackers were still attacking, but keeping the maximal distance. It was clear to see that they didn't believe their own eyes either, and they didn't dare commit fully, for fear that it was a trap. My comment rang out to them. "Stay at range. Follow and keep harrying them. If they mean to flee into the lower layers of the mountain, however—" I hesitated, unsure if that was really what I wanted to say. Then I finished. "Let them." They did retreat. The hours moved by excruciatingly slowly as the humans moved deeper down into the bowels of the mountain like one unified mass. They lost a few dozen people, where their leader couldn't protect the clearly exhausted groups of soldiers from the snipes of our following ranged attackers. However, they dared not to come too close, and the humans didn't retaliate. Our forces, blissfully unaware of the unexpected turn of events, started arriving in exhausted groups at the tunnel leading to the Blessing of Dayra, ready to join the final battle for Firepeak. I hurried down to the basement and informed them what was going on. For most, it meant a surprising break, while for the scouts it meant an ugly surprise, as we sent them straight back out into danger to avoid being backstabbed should they try to double back and surprise us. Firth, however, didn't even complain. She saw the point. The fire shield died down around the same time as the humans disappeared off the edge of the domain map. At that point, the contact between our forces had diminished to a wary standoff, with both sides content to let things proceed without further risk. Our people massed through the basement and spread out into the city. Nobody dared believe yet that we were going to avoid conflict, but we sure as hell were going to make the most of whatever time we were gifted. There had to be a hitch, right? Something we weren't seeing. The bastard wouldn't just turn tail and flee. Not when they were that close to being able to force a final conflict with us. I could have understood it had they cracked from their massive losses earlier, but that wasn't the case. What the hell was it? Maybe... Of course. The humans didn't actually know how long the fire shield would run for. For all they knew, it could have kept up its furnace for a full week more or eternally. With that in mind, sure, it makes sense to pack it in when they saw the inevitability of their defeat. Regardless of what it was, our people swarmed the city, abuzz with joy, working feverishly to take up positions, prepare defenses, and search the city to locate any remnant weapons we could scavenge or food we could eat. It was hard not to feel just a tiny burst of positivity grow within my scaly chest. Every hour meant another poison tower created, another position better fortified. Soon we could destroy them whatever happened. We just needed time. Chapter 34. We didn't get the time we wanted. We did get an explanation, however.
"There's a coalition army incoming!"
Sigil's first words hammered home just what had transpired. What? When? Where? Out of all the possibilities, that was not one I had prepared for. It had been almost a day since the fire shield stopped working, and it was now recharging to be ready for the next attack. We'd just managed to finish the inter-domain communication. Instantly after finishing it, we received the first incoming contact from Sigil. The Viperkin didn't waste any time.
I've been keeping in touch with the tower every day. They finished that all-seeing eye and it works. Gert reports that it's harder to gain a good overview than you'd expect, but it works. I asked her to start scouting the route between us and the humans, looking for signs of my people fleeing the Empire. Instead, she found the cursed army.
Coming your way? Give me the details. I could feel her reluctance. However, she didn't hold back.
No, they were coming our way. However, 2 days ago they suddenly veered off. Now they are aiming directly for the mountain. Also, there are many. Too many. Thousands upon thousands. Larger than their fourth fist. If they were going to continue our way, we would have attacked and harried them, but we likely would have lost Hessel and had to pull back to the tower.
My mind churned. Unfortunately, the image was all too clear. Yes, Hessel had been spotted and likely scouted out properly, as we'd feared for a good while now. Also, yes, the damn coalition army was incoming, just like Lord Verneth had expected. The good thing, obviously, was that they had some sort of communication going on between the First Shield and that army, and they'd been derailed to come to his aid. Huh. Good. The bad thing? That now they were coming to his aid. I appreciate the information, Sigil. I need solid numbers now. How many soldiers? How many auxiliary? How many flying units? When will they arrive? How are they traveling? Do they have any of the secondary among them? It was a bit of a chaotic experience. Sigil on her end had Demodius listing everything out. I listened carefully as she recited, repeating each point bit by bit to Timothy on my end, who took it in like a sponge, with others adding their opinions on the other end. Eventually, Sigil simmered down, finishing her list.
There are no secondary among them. I believe after this experience there is true turmoil back in the Empire. If non-humans haven't already been relegated to real slave status, it is likely just a matter of time. They don't trust us to act on their behalf on the battlefield when you are the enemy, that is for certain. The rest is mere speculation. As for their arrival to the mountain, we expect maybe 3 days from now. More than 20,000 total. Maybe even 25,000.
I looked at Tim. Those numbers. We can't do that, can we? He shook his head silently.
Not even close, especially with the First Shield still alive. Damn, if only we'd known. We could have hunted him down. Now he knows about our tactics, and he knows where we are, which soldiers we have, everything.
I commiserated with him. No use beating yourself up over it, man. This is my failing as much as it is yours. We thought we'd get a moment's reprieve. We won't. Now we need to focus on what we can do. I included Sigil in the discussion. We could really do with some suggestions here. In short, if they enter the mountain with all our levels and strategies, we may be able to take on 2/3. No, scratch that. Not with the damn overpowered Tin Man there. We might take on half of their forces and reasonably hope to survive. I growled under my breath. Also, that damn shield. If it weren't for that army, it would be our salvation. Now it'll be a prison. Unless we cancel it in about 4 days, the shield will effectively close over the mountain, locking us in here with their full... My words trailed off as my mind gathered around the memory of a certain movie anti-hero with a black and white splotched face mask. Tim's wide-eyed stare showed that he'd come to the same conclusion I had. He grinned maniacally.
Yes, you insane lizard! We need to know if these troops are all that will be incoming from them, and we need to know for sure. If there's another army right on the tail of this one, it's no good. However, if these are all we'll be facing, this could work. We have some prisoners we can interrogate to make sure we have the right knowledge. Explain. We're running out of time on our communication here. What is your idea?
Sigil demanded. This is... Okay, right now it's more of a crazy notion than an actual plan. However, we need to know right now, if you were faced with half their army, could you persevere? She was quiet for a moment.
Maybe. I would have to send the secondary off straight away to prey on them already, whittle down their numbers. The humans were always bad at harrying tactics. Also, we would be able to get the defenses pretty well built up here to stand against a decent number. What is your plan?
She repeated. I felt myself grinning. It's incredibly stupid. Also, you'll need to do more than just harry them. We'll have to delay their arrival for almost a full day. The timing will be devilish, but it just might work.
Would you tell me already?
I scratched my neck. Then I just threw it out there. Okay. We need to time it just right. We need to apply distractions and attacks from both your sides and ours. Ours to keep them back, yours to delay. Then we let that shield slam down on the mountain, and we cut their forces in half. Sigil was quiet for a while.
You intend to trap their leader in there with you?
I grimaced. Yeah, if we get the option. I don't particularly like the idea, but I'm not seeing any better alternatives. We can run, block their paths, ambush, drop the mountain on them, and do what we do best. She mused.
And we can continue harrying them, keep them from gathering whatever full power remains. Besides, this is a coalition army. The human armies are fanatics. The dwarves and elves will be different. They might be power-hungry, but they will not be loyal, and they will not want to fight to the death. If we can cause enough trouble for them, they should just go home.
We spent the rest of the time available to us talking about Hessel and how they could assist us and defend themselves against the army. We agreed to talk at the regular time that she and Gert used to talk the day after, so we could hopefully get Gert in the mix as well. Mid-sentence, when we were discussing defenses for Hessel, her presence cut out and she disappeared. I took a deep, shuddering breath. Then I turned to Timothy. Gather everybody. We have a lot of work before us. The mood was somber. Somber, and we were fucking tired. Once again, we'd had the rug pulled out from under our feet and had to face a new situation that was stacked against us, and we were just about done with it all. Roth said it all straight from the get-go, as Timothy had revealed the latest developments to everybody. Why do we even keep doing this? Why not just slink off into the distance? Let the humans have the stupid mountain. He grimaced. I can't disagree with you, man. It would be the easiest solution. Also, it would let all of us survive. For now. Timothy snorted, then rose into the air so everybody could see him. He gave off a lovely warm glow. Showboat.
The key word here? For now. Onyx and I came from a world where there are only humans. Let me tell you exactly what humans do best. We spread. Like a goddamn plague. We spread all over the world until there are no hidden corners left, until we dominate everything and everybody. And a world ruled by humans has no place for other species. Let me tell you that much. We even kill off our own if they look a bit different.
He held an arm out beseechingly to Roth.
Yes, we may earn a few years of peace and quiet living if we run. However, if we do that, we give up the blessing. We've been over this. If the Nephrin Empire holds 2 blessings with all that entails, we cannot fend them off with our own blessings. Hessel will fall. The tower will fall. And I will never get a chance to delve through all that lovely, lovely knowledge.
Focus, mate. You're sidetracking. I shot. He smiled sadly.
I am. Sorry. So, yes. Giving over this blessing? In effect, that means handing over 4 blessings to the Empire. Does anybody here want to take a guess at what that will mean to the power balance of the world?
Roth sighed long and hard. I can guess what that means. One more last time? Tim perked up.
I tell you that was improper language, but I think I've read a book with that title. By Eric... I can't remember his last name. That's going to bother me.
Rolling my eyes, I took over the conversation and tried to steer it in an actual direction. The bad news is that we are back in the situation we know best. Outnumbered, outmaneuvered with our backs against the wall. The good news is that Slither caught a good deal of human non-combatants inside Fire Peak.
Not that I wanted to, he growled.
And, I continued, not letting him sidetrack me, we managed to make them talk. Turns out their cooks don't give a hoot about the Empire. They just want to live and possibly make and eat good food. I grinned. This is it. This is the final army. Just as I told Timothy, and he refused to believe, the humans of the Nephrin Empire are beset on all sides. The remaining armies are either tied up in peacekeeping acts or actual monster hunts near their borders. We have cost them enough that they're already overextended. If this coalition army fails, it'll be costly for them in political capital regarding the other races. Should they decide to throw anything further at us, the consensus is that it will result in an actual partial collapse of their empire as it looks right now. Arthur, the eternal pessimist, had to ask,
Will they do it anyway, though, seeing as how the rewards are as large as they are? Either them or the other humanoids? Will they risk it?
I shook my head. Nobody believes that was an actual possibility. The peace among the coalition army is shaky as it stands. When their army collapses, they will not be able to gather the support for any other army like that, and they will be watching each other to ensure that none of the others try to earn it for themselves. The humans have always been the mightiest among the humanoids. Should they fail, the others will be standing ready to take over the mantle and possibly their empire. However, they will also be very wary of attempting something that the humans with their assembled power failed. Arthur sneered.
In short, we had better not fail.
Well, that goes without saying regardless. Our lives will be on the line. If everything else fails, we will stop the shield and escape the mountain. However, once it's established, the connection will take at least a week to disrupt again. Grex tittered.
Flying through the tunnels with angry humans behind us for a week before we can run outside? Sounds like fun.
Not exactly my definition of fun, but yeah, that's the long and short of it. So, do we fight or do we run? Roth grasped his sword and raised it up before him. Like there was ever any doubt. Time to bring an empire low. Chapter 35. Once more into the breach, dear friends. Once more. William Shakespeare. This time there was no heavy planning needed. We gathered every single soldier available to us and prepared to start an aerial transportation off to where Sigil believed they would be arriving at the mountain. If we were to have any chance at preparing the terrain and slowing them down in order to actually come through with our preposterous plan, we'd need to make it there with time to spare. I wanted to keep Arthur and Kazeel up here, prepare Fire Peak better for when we'd eventually be pushed back to be besieged here, except they, above all, were needed to prepare the terrain against the coalition army. Azel and I went flying along with every flyer, mount or not, able to carry soldiers along with them. On our backs, we carried a small contingency of the remaining spellcasters and builders to start on the preparations. Everybody else went marching straight away. We'd be creating an air bridge over the next day or more, transporting them to our target. We also left a handful of scouts to keep an eye on things from the peak. I wouldn't put it past the first shield to attempt taking back Fire Peak if he had an inkling we'd left it undefended. Within a few hours from the initial meeting, Fire Peak was close to a ghost city. The only ones left were the wounded, the non-combatants, and a good deal of aberrants who wouldn't be any good in battles outside the mountain. They were all cooped up with Slither, trying to come up with a direction for the preparations. I was the only flyer returning to Fire Peak a bunch of hours later. We sent Azel, along with every flying scout we had, out to try to gauge the lay of the land and the arrival of the coalition army. Meanwhile, Firth took it on herself to enter the mountain from outside on the lower levels and hopefully spot where the thrice-damned first shield was waiting for his reinforcements to arrive, and learn whether he'd leave the mountain and come meet them or simply wait for their arrival. That uncertainty came with a cost. We wouldn't be able to just place ourselves in front of the advancing army and prepare everything. No, we'd likely have to adjust along the way, react to what the humanoids did, and wing it. Damn it. As the minutes ticked by and I waited for Sigil and Gert to contact us in Firepeak, I listened to Slither's plan for defenses in Firepeak. It was simple, and I approved. He started near the walls of the city and expanded outwards, focusing heavily on every little construction there was to boost our people. Outposts first. Then, once he knew which way they'd be approaching, unless we miraculously fended them off beforehand, he'd start building poison towers in that direction. There was a hard limit to how many towers he could construct, so having them pile up in the right direction to help us with a fighting retreat would be extremely helpful. Following that, he'd focus on constructions to help build up and reinforce anybody left in the city, and those returning to fight. Gert sounded happy. I don't know why that came as a surprise, but it did. I'd spent enough time around her to know by now that she was a deep, intelligent, introverted, and introspective person who spent way more time inside her own head than outside. She also tended to carry the weight of the world on her shoulders. To date, however, I'd failed to come up with a situation where I'd experienced her being genuinely, deeply happy about anything for more than a few moments before she started worrying again. Now, however, something had changed. The explanation, it appeared, was rather simple.
Onyx, this is the future home for the Kralls. You know that I have been searching for the solution for our kind? This is it.
That was unexpected. The, collectors? I almost said audiobooks.
Yes, indeed. A year within this place, and I can take my young kin and lift them to another level. I will bet my life that, after that, we will no longer stagnate. Instead, they may choose if they want a physical path for themselves or one of learning.
I couldn't help but smile. Regardless of what happened next, this was a godsend, and something I was going to protect. I am happy for you. How about everything else? Food? Defenses?
Oh.
She seemed surprised, then waved off my questions.
We make do. The workers you sent along with us are busy. Also, Timothy's assistant Moivin takes good care of that. He is horribly bored, so he gets a lot done. Sigil has started sending small groups of people to join us. It will be a while before they arrive, and it's not safe, but we should be able to keep growing with few issues. I built what constructions I can in the tower to help us along. My personal mana is limited, however, as you know. I will need to gain a few more levels before I can create the more costly constructions.
Sigil added,
We've sent a few scouts along with the thinkers. It is a boon to Hessel as well. We can use builders better than thinkers here. We aim for secrecy instead of might. If the first group doesn't arrive to the tower in about 5 days, they are likely dead.
Cold. Facts, but nonetheless. Good. And Bektas? Gert sounded less happy there.
He does not respond often, but he is occasionally helpful. I do not like the look of his body, though.
I didn't know how to respond to that. It wasn't like I'd particularly enjoyed his ugliness. Nor all the dangling.
I believe he's wasting away.
Oh. I thought back to what he'd said back then. I'm not sure there's anything we can do about that. It sounded like that was a process that had started long ago. He may be approaching the end. Help him as you can and try to learn all you can from him. His time might be short.
We will.
Gert's happiness died down.
Speaking of short time, how can we help you, Onyx? Or you, Sigil? We sit on a hoard of knowledge, yet finding the right piece of treasure is impossible unless we have guidance.
I smiled. There she was again. Knowing that you're building a home for yourself where our kind can live and thrive in harmony if nobody finds you, that is enough for me. We do have a couple of suggestions, though. I cleared my throat and tried to remember everything Tim and I had come up with. We need all the information we can get on the different humanoids. Their tactics, preferred weapons, any innate magic or typical magic schools. History as well, if you can boil it down to something we can use to face them or convince them to turn back. I paused, then added, Finally, and this one's to you as well, Sigil. You should have received a new construction when Azal took back the blessing in Firepeak. Is it useful? Sigil cursed.
I apologize, Onyx. I should have told you earlier. Yes, it is useful. However, not for you. Only here. It is a bestial focus. It allows me to, for a limited time a day, give commands to any unthinking creatures inside my domain.
I blinked. Whoa, that is impressive. So you'd be able to not only depend on your beasts as a line of defense, but actually direct them? That could cause some damage. The satisfaction was clear in her mental voice.
Not compared to how the humanoids would react once I start ordering their own mounts to attack them.
I blinked. Yeah, that should have a serious impact on your defenses. No discussion. I'm guessing it's already being constructed as we speak?
2 more days, then it's done. That, and the overview access ensuring we have a full overview of everything we hold gives us a great foundation for any eventual fight.
Good. Gert? The doubt was front and center in her response.
Sorry. The construction we got is a crafting aid or amplifier of sorts. You can spend your own mana on it and it stores and spreads that throughout the domain somehow. Then it limits the magic needed to craft magical items by an order of magnitude. It's large scale, impressive, and completely out of my reach. I will need to double my mana for that. Besides, once I have it, it will not help you anytime soon.
Not your fault, Gert, I responded, a smile in my voice. Blame Dayra for her choices. Shocked, she responded.
I would never. She has given me so much. Oh, I have been spending a lot of time in the All-Seeing Eye again, keeping track of the Coalition Army. I will continue to monitor them so I can update you on their path, but I have been taking notes, and I have further information on their composition and weapons. And I have a piece of really good news, I think.
All right, give it to me.
It's to Sigil, actually. I found out that there is a limit to the reach of the All-Seeing Eye. It's based on distance, too, not on intervening domains or stuff like that. I can see the Scoured Mountain perfectly fine, but I tried to reach out and see if there were further armies or reinforcements incoming from the Nephrin Empire.
Clever, I added.
Thank you.
She paused.
There are not. Not as far as I know, though my reach stops about a week out from the mountain. But there are groups of non-humans incoming. Really?
Sigil perked up.
Who? How many? Were they armed? Any from the secondary? No humans?
Gert reeled under the onslaught of questions.
I don't know about most of that. I spotted them right before I had to come see you. I will tell you more tomorrow. There were at least a few hundred, and some definitely had weapons. I saw no humans, and it looked like they were traveling by themselves in smaller groups.
Huh, I mused. Maybe the emissaries you sent back to the Empire have been able to convince some to join you, Sigil. Any additional people who come to join your side, of course, are a boon. As long as they move straight for Hessel and avoid the Coalition Army, that's a lovely piece of news. Gert, you should definitely spend some time finding further details on them until tomorrow. Also, please try to see if you can spot the damn first shield sneaking about anywhere. I grimaced. However, I don't like to be that guy, but we're running out of time, and I don't know whether I'll be able to make it back here every single day from now on to receive any updates. So for the rest of the time, we need to keep it military. Sigil, you start by telling me how the secondary is doing on moving out to harry the army, and then you take over, Gert, and give me any details we have the time for. A few minutes later, the connection timed out in the middle of a run-on sentence, like a phone call that lost connection without a sound. Then I growled and, with a brief, precise message to Slither, took to the skies to return to transport my people and plan the beginning motions of a war. Chapter 36. This part of the wastes might have once been arable, or at least wet enough to maintain a decent level of natural plant life. Something had happened at some point to ruin that. A couple hours' travel behind us, the terrain rose slightly, eventually leading to a vast ghost-like forest of calcified former trees. Behind that, the ground started really rising, with the Scoured Mountain already rising into prominence far beyond. Here, it wasn't exactly hell on earth, more Florida. Like, nobody should ever want to live there, but you were constantly surprised by how some life managed to eke out an existence. Life, in this situation, meant a stinking, horrid bog with water that smelled like sulfur and movement underneath the surface here and there. My people were milling about hard at work, trying to ignore the stench and occasionally fending off the wildlife. They were just miles from the coalition army, hidden behind a rise in the terrain. Our flyers had been here for a while, taking down a good number of scouts and ensuring they wouldn't see what we were up to. The humanoids might know we were preparing something, but not what. I left them to continue their preparations, rising over the hill and taking in the sight. Then I started cursing. In front of me lay an endless stretch of people. This wasn't just an army. It was a damn flood wave. A mass of people in formations marching in the same direction, covering the landscape in a mile-wide stretch. We'd spent a very, very brief moment discussing our choices. It was only a number of weeks since we'd been in this very position, stretched out on the plains, arrayed against an overwhelming number of enemies, with the clear goal of slowing them down or stopping them outright. However, in this case, we needed to do so much more. We needed to slow them down for a full day, according to Firth. But that was the absolute minimum. If we only managed that, we'd still be trapped inside the mountain against an enemy who knew the way and had us safely outnumbered. No, we needed to cause some serious damage along the way. Of course, the easiest method of managing this would be for me to talk them into turning around and marching right back to their lands. I didn't believe that to be possible, but I sure as hell was going to try. Regardless of how much of an effect I managed, I might cause some psychological damage, shock them, or cause mistrust between the different parties. Their armies laid outstretched below me, and my sharp eyesight took in the details that Gert had mentioned. There was the core of human forces. They were built and decked out just like the first Shield's armies had been. These were mostly heavy infantry, with little variation among them, as well as a smaller cavalry unit. Yes, I spotted squad mages here and there, and a few companies of archers. However, among the 6,000 to 7,000 of their number, I saw little that was cause for real concern, except for their numbers, obviously. That kind of opposition was mostly a walking experience for us, as long as they didn't manage to trap us somewhere. From what the human fugitives had told us, these weren't exactly the strongest either, being the remainder of the Sixth Fist siphoned off to create their own half-army. Closest to them, and similar in getup, was a smaller contingency of dwarves. There was a marked difference, though. The dwarves were only a few thousand in number. These, however, looked stronger and more powerful, with a majority bedecked in heavy steel armor. Where the humans marched in lockstep, looking ready to gather in formation at the drop of a hat, these dwarves were extremely varied. Apart from the quality of their gear, they moved by themselves. Their equipment and weaponry varied and, basically, looked like each dwarf moved as an individual, not as part of a unit. A good number among them carried staffs, reminding me with a shudder of the deceased Key of the North. I hoped that was just a choice and not a general indication of their levels, or we were screwed. All around the two groupings moved the elves. Looser in formation, they reminded me a lot of the secondary. Light units that would be perfect for harassing the enemy, surprise attacks, or ranged damage. Loping along at an impressive pace, they looked like their natural state of being was running, lithe bodies decked out in leather armor in subdued earth colors. Damn, that probably meant there'd be a good number of elven scouts out there I'd likely missed along the way. The elves carried bows almost to a man, but apart from that, their choice of weaponry was varied, mostly on the lighter side. A good deal of them carried spears as well. I suspected a number of them of being spellcasters, That or religious fanatics of some sort, painted with vivid colors that made them stand out among their own. At least there were no riders among them. The elves were by far the largest and most dangerous looking of the group, not just because of their ranged weapons, but because of their speed. Their numbers were insane. Gert had guessed them to be 12 to 15,000. I thought more. With the way their groupings flowed and joined together before splitting up again, like ripples of oil on water, it was hard to tell. There were no flyers. None. That was an insane relief. Whether that was due to the rumors of our depredations among the flyers of the human armies, or just because the non-humans didn't use flyers, I didn't care. I just loved that we'd have one obvious advantage against them when it came to battle. While the lack of flyers was a nice surprise, the surprising lack of auxiliaries was the exact opposite. There were no carts, no animals of burden or non-combatants following the army in their own groups. There were no smiths, no manual laborers, nothing. No Ponzi nobles who had to be pampered here. People carried their own armor, made their own food, took care of their own mounts if they had any. Gert already told me about it, but still, seeing it was an entirely different thing. It meant that we didn't have any easy solutions. There were no soft targets, no easy choices to attack that might make them slow up as a group. Instead, each species had their own carriers along. Like Nepalese Sherpas, they walked interspersed with the other groups, completely laden down with huge packs and often more than one. These were likely to be fully strength and toughness-spec'd people with no combat feats at all. Theoretically, it could turn out to be a boon for us. Even with massively inflated strength attributes, the carriers still couldn't carry as much as, say, a pack animal schlepping a cart. It meant their supplies were limited, both food and equipment-wise, and they were taking the chance on winning the war quickly. If we could draw out the conflict enough, they'd have to scavenge for food. Good luck doing that in the mountain. I didn't hide my approach, not this time. I flew in slowly, non-threateningly, and landed on a hillock right in front of their path, well out of reach of their archers. Then I announced my desires to speak with their leaders, making sure to appear non-threatening and kind. In return, the bastards started shooting at me. Not only that, I quickly discovered that when you had an army that, to a large degree, consisted of elven archers, quite a number of them had skills that enhanced their shooting distance. Within half a minute of me landing, arrows started landing around me. A few impacted as well, though my hardened scales and armor held up. Lucky that those weren't enchanted or had magical skills imbued on them. That ticked me off a bit. I came in peace, asked for a parley, and they decided to just attack me outright, without even hearing me out or acknowledging me? That was... okay, that was probably not the dumbest approach. I was here, meaning to seize an opportunity to delay them. It wasn't like I expected them to commit to peace talks. Still, would it hurt them to be a bit stupid? I decided to help them along a bit anyway. Sure, their leaders didn't want to chat with me. That didn't stop me from engaging with their soldiers a bit. So I started circling the army, at a mostly safe distance, draped in shadows to make it even harder for any magical sniper to hit me. And I talked. Just talked, telling them all about everything the Nephrin Empire had done so far. Why they were even here in the first place to snag that vaunted blessing. What had happened to the former armies, in excruciating detail. Finally, I started telling them what we were planning for them, should they decide to continue. That we wanted peace, but were prepared for the alternative. That we would let anybody who decided to turn back retreat peacefully. In short, anything possible to make advancing seem like a bad idea, and solidify the idea for them that turning back was very much an option. I kept floating around them, started hitting them with a few minor illusions, blanketing areas in shadow. Nothing offensive, though. I was just there, making them used to my presence as something annoying, distracting, but not directly offensive. The coalition army climbed the steep slope like they planned to keep going forever, like this was no drag on their stamina. Then they started their descent down into the bog like they were planning to reach the mountain today. They hit our first traps a handful of hours later. Apparently, the elves had enough sense that the outer row of soldiers comprised those with better eyesight or scouting feats than the average. That, or they were just supernaturally aware. Regardless of which it was, the first shouts rose along their ranks, even as a handful of their furthest-ranging units stepped on some of the nasty surprises we had prepared right under the lower layer of stinking muddy water. This was the signal. Our ranged attackers burst out of their hiding places in the dirt and unleashed hell on the encroaching army. Within seconds, hundreds of spears sailed through the air, descending on the humanoids. Not on the scouts, but on the tighter-packed groups walking behind. Then my people fled, while I clad their front ranks in shadows to add insult to injury. The reaction was instant and professional. Well, not the very first volley. That was the usual. Cries of pain, dead and dying elves, humanoids reaching out to those closest to them for salvation or closure, finding nothing. I'd seen it so many times by now, I knew what to expect. Nobody reacted properly in that first volley. Not on a large scale. What was telling was what happened afterward. Here they reacted obnoxiously well. Magical shields slammed into being around the largest human groups. The dwarves set themselves and started advancing one-on-one like an inexorable tide, and the elves started running toward us. That did not compute, like Tim might have said. Who in their right mind, when faced with an ambush, started sprinting toward the danger? Well, the elves did, that was for sure. Not everybody. The foremost scouts halted in their tracks, fled for cover or dropped to the ground, started scanning for what was happening. But behind them, huge groups of elves started running forward, shooting back at anything that moved, countering the ambush. They were damned fast. Precise, too. It shouldn't really be a possibility. Our people were dressed in the stinking mud head to toe, blended in with the terrain, and were half hidden by terrain that our shamans had raised for that exact purpose. Even so, within a mere half-minute of our ambush, arrows started falling close to their position, threatening to turn the ambush into a rout. I shouted out my command to fall back. The surface of the bog moved. Crawls and Talpi legged it for all they were worth, moving surprisingly fast across the muddy surface. They were followed by more arrows, as the elves kept advancing, outpacing their slower allies. The elves weren't catching up, though. Truth be told, I'd be outright scared if they did. Arthur and Kraziel had spent hours making an optimal path and ambush positions for our people, while the poor elves had to force their way through knee-deep muck. We weren't outpacing them either, however, just keeping a relatively safe distance. In the back of our people, a swirling, confusing gray presence indicated where Arthur and his stone shields moved, protecting the rear guard from arrows. Then they reached the next ambush area and turned back to attack again. At the very same time, shouted commands from behind the elves ordered the foremost soldiers to fall back into the ranks. Too late, though. Our imps had stayed back for this attack for a very good reason. The elves might be the perfect counter to the chaos of their fiery attacks. Precise, damaging, and long-ranged, our ugly flying beasts would have to stay at insane heights in order to be safe from retaliation. Except nobody was ready for Grex. I knew by now that his control of fire was insane. I'd seen a lot of different approaches and adjustments from him as he made the element his bitch and made our enemies suffer. Earlier, however, he came out to me and explained that I wasn't getting it either, and he could do so much more. Now he showed us all. Hidden to the best of my ability behind a blurring illusion, the tiny imp dove over the advancing group of elves. Where he passed, burnout-fueled fires sprang into being. On top of a muddy bog where nothing should be able to sustain fire, a tall wall of flame erupted into being for a stretch of half a mile wide. A few elves believed it to be a trick from me, some illusion to cheat their senses. The unlucky bastards ignored the heat and burned to a crisp in seconds. The rest of the elves moved back to regroup and rained down punishing arrow fire on our forces from afar. I ruined their day by covering the next large stretch in shadows. Let them have fun trying to shoot through pitch black. A few shots still rained out, proving some of their soldiers had feats, attributes, or magical items to counteract my shadows. However, the vast majority either lay low or fled back even further to get out of my reach. This left the foremost of their troops in a crappy position way ahead of their allies, divided from any backup by a wall of fire. This was also the exact moment when they found out that our shamans had already prepared this fallback position for our people, meaning we had dry ground to stand on and partial cover from which to fire, while the elves were mired down in bog water, with only the occasional wilting, half-dead tree to hide behind. They fought back valiantly, I'd give them that. Knowing that they were in trouble, they fell back as far as possible without moving into the fire, all while shooting at our people to do as much damage as possible. However, they were outmaneuvered and heavily outleveled. The elves died in droves. When a couple of minutes later, two druid-looking elves managed to magically douse paths through Grex's flames, a mere dozen wounded stumbled back through the smoking wreckage. Chapter 37. There is no shame in strategic retreat, if it lets you remain strong enough to go after the enemy later. Jane Linskold. They forced us back all over the line. We knew it would be happening. Their numbers were beyond us by an order of magnitude, and the makeup of their forces favored them a lot better than back when it was just the humans. On top of that, we couldn't just repeat our earlier strategies we'd used against the humans. We just hadn't imagined how bad it was. Our trap slowed them down, slightly, except the elves had damn good eyes and we didn't have the time, powers, or equipment to really hurt them. My illusions worked, except after the initial ambush. They were on the lookout, and it turned out that their mages could group together and counteract them the moment they saw them for what they were. The same applied to the light mages of the damn humans, who were a mostly efficient deterrent to my illusions and shadow. I was mostly left to hide our forces for the purpose of ambushes. Not bad at all, right until that left our people overextended and too close to an enemy that would outdistance us, unless we managed to help extract them. I could force the issue and blot out the worst of their light. That didn't help the issue with how many of the damn bastards there were. With the imps and other flying attackers mostly outmaneuvered, we decided to use them as best we could, repeating our earlier strategy where they'd haul rocks far up and unleash them on the enemies from above. It wasn't terribly effective. The dwarves we found were too hardy for it to be an efficient tactic. Anything except a direct hit was a wound at most. The humans used their mages for protective shields. And the elves? Well, they were squishy, but their formations were also loose enough that it was hard to hit them. Still, it had to be horrible for the humanoids' morale, even if our forces had to take constant breaks to regain their stamina from the draining work. The terrain didn't help our side either. We punished them inside the bog. However, the moment they managed to push through and make their way to solid, drier ground, our advantage faded away. Arthur and Krazil started creating pitfall traps, like we had before, but they were time and energy-consuming, and we just didn't have the time. The terrain would start to rise, of course, the closer we got to the mountain. However, there would be no possibility of using rock for avalanches or rockfalls, not until we entered the mountain proper. We lost the two cat-like mounts. They and the Dwergen fell to their deaths, nailed by long-distance shots from the damn elves, leaving only the imps and the flyers from the secondary. Firth delivered another ugly discovery. She found the first shield. He was camping out in the open just outside the mountain. He was repeating the tactics they'd managed against us, digging down, erecting trenches to ensure we couldn't just hit them head-on. The implications of that were quite clear. The moment we got close enough to his defensive position, they'd be joining forces. That led us to a quick decision. We might just be able to actually take him out. If we made it at all speed back to the mountain and focused all our power on taking down the first shield, especially with Grax, Tim, Arthur, and Krazil to aid us, yeah, we should be able to handle them eventually. But it would mean dropping any chance of laying the hurt on the coalition army, and of slowing them down enough that we could use our plan to cut their forces in half. Seeing him dead might not even make them change their minds, but he'd be able to retreat back into the mountain too. Eventually, we settled down to the distasteful conclusion that it just wasn't happening. We'd have to muddle through the best we could and keep our original plan. The tables turned for a while when we reached evening and the army erected their camp. Say what you will about non-humans, but dark vision is a powerful tool, especially when the night is overcast and blessed with a consistent downpour. Sure, they did what they could. Earth mages created fortifications and fighters dug. Light mages erected bright zones where they could see what was happening. They just didn't have the power needed to really outmaneuver us in the dark. Create a 50-yard zone of light outside the camp? Pfft. Our ranged attackers were decently accurate from farther away. Build deep trenches? That stopped after Arthur and Kraziel combined to bury several hundred soldiers alive. All the while the imps and the other flyers kept tossing rocks at the now immobile forces. It wasn't effortless, not by any means. They had enough ranged defenders that we couldn't very well just attack them unimpeded, and the presence of the light mages meant we couldn't just hover outside their range and bombard them with impunity. Twice during the night they made forays against our attackers, and I had to intervene to fend off their lightning strikes. However, in the darkness we had the advantage, and we abused it. By damn did we abuse it. We only brought in Arthur and Kraziel twice, though, to wreck their defenses and give us openings. Then we sent the shamans back to prepare the terrain for the following day. Azel didn't join us during our attacks, not by daytime nor nighttime. I didn't really blame him. His white shape against the night sky would be perfect target practice for the talented elves. Instead, he hung back, ready to swoop in on any enemies who severely overreached. I joined the battle properly during the night as well. During the day, I was too easily spotted, and their archers would punish any solo runs on my part. At night, I had fun. Hidden by illusions and shadows, flying under the dark skies and using my shadow whirl as a distraction, I was practically invisible right until I attacked. And when I delivered my breath attacks from the edge of my reach, then veered directly off after attacking, that didn't leave them a lot of time to react. Tim took to abusing my attacks as well, using them as distractions to fly in close and use explosive redistribution to flee. For hours, they tried all sorts of things to react without any luck. Then the elven spellcasters came together and created something. A ritual, perhaps? A pooling of energies? I wasn't too sure. What I did learn was that they managed to build a vortex of sorts. A whirling force of winds that surrounded their entire force. It was powerful enough that the imps could not fly straight through it, and I wouldn't have wanted to try it myself before my recent evolution either. I could force my way through, however, it was hell on my stamina. My efficiency was drastically reduced. The moment the slightest light started growing on the horizon, the coalition army set off again. I couldn't fault them. They were exposed as they were, and any exhaustion by their soldiers was preferable to our constant attacks. When they left in the morning, they left behind nearly 2,000 soldiers, most of them elves. They weren't all casualties, unfortunately. For all our work and constant attacks, less than 500 perished, most of them around our first attack. A bit over 1,000 were down and flopping from the result of my attacks. The rest of them were, say, their version of a wager. They knew from the intelligence they had that my breath attack would wear off after a while, so they left behind just enough soldiers that they hoped they'd be able to make it a costly enough target that we'd leave them alone. If they were right, they could eventually rejoin their forces. If not, their defending soldiers would hopefully be able to either cost us enough or delay us for long enough that it'd be worth the sacrifice. We debated the situation and decided not to bother. We weren't in this for annihilation, but to delay. The next day, we prepared for a long, hard struggle. They'd be moving hard and fast, and the terrain was not in our favor. Hence, we tried to prepare to make the most of what we could with what we had. The first couple of hours were simple plains. Muddy plains for sure, but not enough to truly hold them back or slow them down. Even with me and our flyers ready to strike down on them should they overextend, we'd be hard-pressed to defend against them. Their ranged supremacy would mean attempting a shootout against their superior numbers, even if we mostly outranged them, would be a dangerous exercise. With our limited numbers, We simply didn't. That's not to say we didn't try to slow them down at all. Arthur and Krasil had prepared numerous pitfall traps. The flyers kept up their bombardment, mixed with plentiful breaks, and I watched over them all, supplied shadows and illusions wherever it might annoy them, stall their progress, or help them walk face first into a pit. It was just too little. The scouts remained on top of things and warned them against most of the pits. Their archers stubbornly refused to overextend, and their light mages had even started in on a new technique, where they used limited, short-range bursts of their shields to defend from the missiles flung by our flyers. Competence. So goddamn annoying. Around noon, they made it to the old forest. It had, at one point, been a living, thriving forest. Something had happened, however. A change in the seasons, some monster moving in, I had no clue what. The end result, however, was obvious. For miles upon miles, the tall trees that might have been some variants of pine trees pointed into the sky like some ghostly warning. All were dead. All had been sucked dry of vibrancy, now bone-dry and almost rock-like in appearance. We halted our aerial attack when they entered. What with the remains of the overhanging branches and limited visibility, there was just no point. Instead, we pulled back fully to camp on the edges of the forest. Then we waited. After about an hour, Firth touched down near my position. I stood at a rocky overhang a couple of 100 feet from the edge of the forest.
They're near the center.
Good. Any signs of them predicting our attack? She shook her head, eyes scrunching up in concentration as if she tried to penetrate the tree cover.
No. Their formations remain loose to move quickly through the forest, and they haven't changed their setup at all.
I took a deep breath and turned to the waiting imps. Torch it! After spending all this time around imps, mostly embroiled in constant battles and atrocities, I believed I had a pretty good idea about their mentalities. They were jolly, slightly insane, and suicidal. They never held back when it came to taking what they wanted. I'd never seen them as scary. Not before now. The small flyers didn't attack directly. They spread out wide, every imp to themselves, far enough that they could barely see each other. Only then did they start their attacks. Whatever had happened to the forest in the past, it dried out the wood entirely, leaving it almost petrified. There was no life there. The remains were brittle, near white, and extremely flammable. At first, it was just a single glowing blot in the far distance. Then another. Then a whole series of dark flames burst into existence at the same time. At that point, the army realized what was going on. The imps didn't care. I wasn't sure if they'd lost themselves to the fun of setting fire to the forest, or their demoniacal nature finally shone through. However, they were completely gone in the pursuit of torching the forest. I rose in the air to take in the view. Everywhere I watched, small dark figures bobbed and waved, adding tiny fires to the mix. They cackled, jeered, and danced among the flames. And the fire rose. Firth held herself aloft in the air next to me, her eyes roaming the horizon.
They have not managed to close off. Ah, there we go.
A few fires erupted in the distance. Now all the edges were lit up by flames. The gray of the overcast day took on a darker gloom as the fires cast a hellish light over the forest. My mental shout rang out throughout the forest. Everybody, you know the deal. Keep them back. Keep them in. And stay out. Nobody enters except the imps and me. Firth, you arrange everything with Arthur and Krasil. Looking set upon, she glared at me as I leapt into the air. As the edge of the forest disappeared beyond me, I took in the growing inferno around me in amazement. I doubted I'd even be able to stop the imps at this point. They were lost in the pursuit of the flames, building the fires even higher. Good thing, though, they were pretty much immune to fire damage. It was to be expected, of course, but I had never understood just how high their fire resistance was once they leveled some. They could pretty much keep their limbs in a bonfire without damage at this point. As for me, I wasn't going down into the flames, but I was damn well going to make life difficult for those who tried to escape the blaze. By now, a solid ring of fire enveloped the entirety of the forest. The forest was maybe 6 miles around, meaning the center was still unmarked by the onslaught. That was just a matter of minutes, however. The imps, satisfied with their initial onslaught, started to dive and assault the very center, setting fires right in the middle of their formations. That was a lot harder. The army saw what was happening, and their mages started working against the fiery elements. I soared above, looking down, and spotted one of the caster druids standing in a clearing, gesturing with her hand in a circle around herself. In a 30-foot radius all around her, all the fires went out, as if they'd been plunked into a bucket of water. The druid, however, sank to her knees and heaved before forcing her way up again. Whatever she'd just done, she couldn't keep it up. The imps could. They were firing more indiscriminately now, occasionally firing potshots at the people below instead of trying to torch the trees. Oh well, it all added to the chaos. So did I. Now that the fire started erupting all around the Coalition Army's troops, I did everything I could to add to the confusion. I crafted illusions of fires where there were none, and vice versa, attempting to send their people fleeing the wrong way. I sent darkness down upon them, destroying their chance to even find the safe way. My weakening fog covered wide stretches of the space, dousing everybody where the fires didn't consume the droplets. Everywhere I did my best to break them up, destroy cohesion, and remove any attempt at crafting a measured response against our assault. They fought back. Oh, they fought back all right. Arrows whizzed up at the smoke-darkened midday sky everywhere as the elves tried to retaliate. More than one imp took wounds, and at least one dropped senseless to his death. I took more than one arrow to the armor and once again thanked Azel for having crafted the amazing getup. One, then another missile lodged in the membrane of my wings. I ignored the piercing pain, however. My people could remove those afterward. For now, I had the perfect chance to ruin the army, and I did not intend to miss it. The fire built even higher. Now, spot fires started building near the center of the forest as well, adding to the confusion for the humanoids. I circled up and took in the scene. Now, there were no safe places. As long as we kept up the onslaught and kept them from concentrating on their extinguishing efforts, they would never be able to defeat the fires. Below, the inferno started making people panic. A full company of elves fled in the exact opposite direction of the rest of the army, and I flung up an illusion of a safe, fire-free zone straight ahead of them, where they'd find themselves trapped by the fire on all sides. However, the main bulk of the army managed some semblance of cohesion, keeping to the direction they'd been traveling from the start, straight toward the mountain. Just like we'd planned. For an hour, we kept up the attack from above. All the while, the army pressed on, stumbling and fighting to keep the direction. They took losses along the way. Here and there, I managed to lure groups and sometimes companies away from the chosen path. They left groups behind as they either got turned around in the chaos or succumbed to the increasingly stifling air inside the smoke-filled forest. The imps and I had to take breaks as well now, rise up higher to reach smoke-free air, allowing us to breathe freely again before moving back on the offensive. The enemy was limping along now. By now, it was common to see soldiers drop to the ground, unconscious from lack of oxygen, drained of energy by my breath attack or from sheer overexertion. They were still picking up their fallen, but here and there soldiers were being left behind, and those around them were unable to summon energy to see beyond their own survival. Still, they persevered. At the front of their forces, a group of elven druids moved. Exactly what they built there, I couldn't tell. Maybe it was a shield of air maintained by several druids. Maybe something else. However, it allowed them to range forward and push through the burning flames. Wherever it moved, it snuffed out the surrounding flames. The moment they passed by, the trees looked like they'd been liberally splashed with water and had a harder time catching fire again. They still went up. The fires in the forest were solid enough that they had no hope of extinguishing the blaze entirely. But for a few minutes following their passage, the trees smoldered and smoked instead of catching fire outright. The soldiers following that initial group stayed on their heels, seeing their salvation in that one spot. Before, the species had been separated in the humanoid army. Now they moved as one. Dwarves, humans, and elves pressed together in one tight mass of lives, united in their purpose to survive. My breath attack failed to pierce that blasted shield. Whatever it was, it had some element of air, blasting outward to keep the droplets of my weakening fog off. I focused all my efforts on the following columns instead, seeing how it was harder and harder for them to do anything but stumble along. They were wising up to my attacks now, however. That, or they were becoming more simple-minded and harder to distract. Regardless of magical darkness and illusions, they stuck to the heels of their leaders and magicians. Fortunately, we'd planned for what would happen if they made it this far. The premise was rather simple. The moment the army chose their direction, Arthur and Krasil got to work. They toiled constantly, building a massive barricade on the far edge of the forest. At first, they just dragged up soil, building a huge wall of hardened earth. As the coalition army fled through the forest, however, they moved along the barricade, reinforcing wherever it looked like they were going. Wherever they'd break through, the fiery landscape would face right up to the strongest point of the wall, hardened to where the bastards wouldn't be able to break through it. Every minute they struggled to escape the flames was a minute when our shamans worked to build the wall stronger and pat it down even harder. Beyond the wall, our ranged attackers were gathered under the boosting reach of Tim, ready for contact, to fire at any of the bastards who managed to climb the wall. Even Azel joined us for this part. I breathed down a final weakening fog upon the rear guard of their formation. The heat and fires in the air burned away a good deal of the droplets before they could hit. Still, a half-dozen enemies slumped to the ground, robbed of their final energy. I gave a grim nod, then beat my wings to escape the furnace below me, even as I nearly choked on the coughs that raked my lungs. I could only imagine how nightmarish the experience had been from within the fiery hell, seeing nothing but flames and smoke on all sides, unable to trust even your own eyes as illusions and darkness beset you. As I rose, the image became clearer. Though the smoke obfuscated the entirety of the forest by now, a tiny glimpse of light showed where the forefront was fighting to break through. The human armies were almost at the wall now. Right on the other side, my people were waiting in battle readiness. Firth was in the air above them, relaying what was happening. A couple of crawls were dragging Krasil and Arthur back now. They were down and out, having expended every remnant of energy on hardening the wall, which was 15 feet tall and 5 feet wide at the bottom. Picture coming this far, being able to see on the horizon a single side that was free of flames. Then, from out of the smoke and darkness, a last obstacle appeared, robbing you of your escape. Poor fuckers. They'd come this far only to die. Chapter 38. For a moment, they just stopped there and looked. As the walls towered above them, cutting off all escape, they seemed to sag and collapse on themselves. Then they summoned the energy to move forward. "Ready," I told our troops. "When they brave the top, we make them pay, and we throw them right back where they came from. Whatever they have done to you and yours along the way, this is when you pay them back." A ragged cry went up among our troops. On the other side of the wall, panicked shouts answered in kind, if not in sentiment. Now, a 15-foot climb might not sound like much. It especially doesn't sound impressive when you take into consideration their levels and attributes. However, if you forced your way through a burning hell with little oxygen to help you along for longer than should be humanly possible, it isn't an easy task. Among the first 24 climbers, half of them fell right back down, even without our aid, and the ones who actually made it were slaughtered on the spot. It was sheer target practice, and it was not pretty. Spears rained in swaths over the limited number of soldiers with the energy and the balls to make the climb. A single earthen missile took me by surprise, as the tiny rock blazed with fire like a meteorite falling to earth. Krasil's cry of triumph revealed that it was him starting to come to terms with his new elements. I started swooping over the wall at intervals to spray my breath attack at anybody trying to climb. Anybody strong enough to make the climb was in a sorry shape after that, even when they didn't drop right back down. I grinned to see a large human make it up, only to be hit by Tim's stun and fall senselessly back where he came from. They'd made it to the edge, and they were damn well trapped. Then the chanting started. It took a while before I noticed the sound building in the chaos of the fight. Then, however, it rose to prominence over the cries of fear and rage. A dull, hoarse, throaty chant, building to hide out everything else. I rose higher, trying to get eyes on what the hell was going on. Then I spotted them. It was the dwarves. Where the rest of the army had stopped and either dropped straight to the ground or were trying to stay in battle readiness, they moved onward. In a tight formation, they ignored the flames on all sides, running alongside the stalled forces at an increasing pace. The chant rose with them. I couldn't help but grin. Poor fuckers. With their short limbs, they were in even more dire straits than the rest of the army. Hell, I almost cheered for them, even making the attempt. Then I commanded part of my ranged fighters to be ready to repel their attempt further along the wall. The dwarves continued in their charge. They ran like you would imagine from their kind, not fast, but a ground-eating pace that just didn't stop, didn't waver, didn't relent. They arrived at the wall, and the foremost rank blew the goddamn wall apart. It was fast enough I almost missed it. A full dozen chanting warriors, staffs on their backs, ran right up to the wall, facing it along a 10-yard length. With a final frenzied chant, they erupted in a ragged shout and struck the wall. The piled earth and rocks, gathered and hardened with everything my overpowered shamans had been able to summon, geysered outward from where they stood. When the chanting stopped, the obstruction was simply gone, reduced to a tiny speed bump along the ground, and the dwarves poured through. Moments later, their allies wised up to what was happening and started following them out toward safety. Oh, we punished them. Our ranged attackers poured everything they had at the charging dwarves, making them pay for their temerity. I spent every breath I had, sending breath attack after breath attack at the rotund bastards. However, that single act of destruction lost us the fight, and we knew it. As the dwarves kept advancing, we pulled back, keeping up our ranged attacks. When they finally slowed their charge and soot-smeared coughing elves started catching up to their position, it was over. We'd had the perfect opportunity to slay them all, and we'd failed. Yes, we failed. Still, it wasn't all bad. We cost them several thousand dead, mostly the elves, those who didn't have enough invested into toughness, who just couldn't keep going. Also, we bought at least half a day. Their entire army is recuperating right now. I don't know how long it'll last, but I decided I'd better take the time to inform you. My message rang through the open, empty building. For a moment, it felt like I was just talking into empty air. Then Sigil answered.
We appreciate it. Shouldn't you be spending the time right now punishing them, though? Attacking them while they're weak?
Always the fighter.
If only. While they're weakened right now, there's still enough of their archers up and active that they could fill me with arrows and pick me out of the sky. Huh. I already had to have Firth pluck a full dozen arrows out of my wings. Not a pleasant undertaking. That is actually also half the reason I came back here.
Oh? The arrows?
I snorted. No, not that, but the composition of their forces. I needed to warn you. Did you send off parts of the secondary to harry them and help us?
I did. They should arrive in a day and a half.
Good. I need you to either pull them back and go fully defensive back in Hessel, or come up with an alternative, because their archers will have you hard-pressed. I believe they'll be as fast as a lot of your soldiers, and their arrows will have the range on you. You need to do something to counteract them, or your people are screwed.
You did not mention this before.
Yeah, I didn't know. Also, a good deal of them have high enough levels that they have a number of filthy combinations of feats, like allowing them to shoot farther and more precisely, or shoot farther and add elemental damage. I winced at the thought of the cold arrow that had been struck right through my wing for the entire battle.
That is problematic,
Sigil mused.
I will come up with something. However, I will not send them back. You need our help to delay them. And if we're to handle their numbers, we need to be able to weaken them before they come back to Hessel in full numbers.
All right. I trust your judgment. Firth made a great deal of notes on their composition, tactics, and numbers. I'll give them to you afterward. First, however, Gert, how about you? Anything useful to add? I felt the mental equivalent of a jolt from her, then she responded.
Yes, actually. Magic. I know you said to Graziel that we shouldn't be able to use that straight away. Still, I thought it useful if we could start to find ways for everybody to learn magic. Maybe a fast way that worked for everybody.
I blinked. That did sound useful. Oh, any luck?
No, not a bit. But I found something else. A list. A list of races with magical affinities and the details of those affinities, as far as the author was aware.
I mused over it. Sounds a bit limited, but sure. Could be useful if the author is to be trusted. I could hear the laughter in her message.
Oh, he should be. The author is Bektos.
Ah.
Yes, It goes on to explain what you were faced up against. Elves, as you might have learned by now, have affinities with air. That would explain the spellcasters and their control over air.
Of course. That made a lot of sense. I'm assuming it applies to dwarves and earth as well?
Exactly. Like our Talpi. It will be possible for them to learn other types of magic. It just won't be as natural as learning about earth.
That is useful. We'll know what to expect from them then. Anything about how to counteract it?
No, nothing. Unfortunately, having a specialty does not come with any automatic weaknesses.
Damn it. Okay, thank you anyway. We finished the chat shortly as I delivered everything I could come up with that might help Sigil's forces harry the Coalition army. I didn't know how she planned to catch up with the fighters from the secondaries she'd sent out, but she promised she'd handle things. I'd simply trust her and not press her on it. Slither was not happy. In fact, that was quite the understatement. The stickkin looked entirely out of place in the massive throne room of the fortress in Firepeak.
We are, right now, exactly where we didn't want to be. I told you, didn't I, Onyx? We want to hide, to stay unobtrusive, forgotten, able to strike from behind. What little of us remain. Ever since the first shield razed their home, his emotions had been broiling out of control. Today was no different. He went back and forth between grief and rage. I know, and I understand, but you also know that it's needed. I looked at the domain map he'd expanded to show me the progress near Firepeak. Then I tapped a claw down near the center of it, hitting near the fortress. You can run, you can hide, but you know what's coming, and you know there'll be no hiding from their forces forever. You are the single one of my vassals nearby. If you run now, it all falls apart. The shield will fail to take hold and the mountain will be ripe for the taking. I shook my head. Sorry to lay it on you like that. However, you know that I'll be right out there, risking my life a short while from now. I should be there with you.
I nodded. And you will be. The moment we've cut them off, we'll be dragging them all the way back here to finish off. So we need you to prepare everything for us to lay down the hurt on them the moment we come running with our tails between our legs. Can you do that? Prepare the final revenge? The emotions roiling from the stickkin finally settled, hardened into something dark and dangerous. With a cold look, he asked,
You say I can prepare revenge for them?
His chilling laughter sounded throughout the throne room.
It will be my utmost pleasure. I will send my best out into the tunnels right now to prepare traps.
Thank you. Just remember to have somebody wait for us so we can avoid the traps ourselves. Oh, and have them ready to run. We'll be coming in hot. The Coalition army was breaking up when I came back, allowing me the pleasure of taking stock of our situation. Even if we hadn't had the full success that we'd hoped for with the forest fire, we had done a lot of damage. We were down to about 15,000 enemies. The humans and the dwarves had passed through the fiery crucible and came out almost as strong as they'd been before. The elves had not. More than a third of their number had fallen inside the forest or lay insensate on the ground, still suffering from the effects of my breath attack. Still, if they were wavering, they hid it well, and I couldn't quite come close enough to sense their emotions. It would have been nice to know if they were still sad, or if we could perhaps nudge them the last tiny bit toward giving up. But it was not meant to be. They picked themselves up and went right back to their positions, walking in front of the legions of dwarves and men, alert and awake. They tried to leave fewer people behind this time to watch over those fallen and too weak to continue. However, after a brief discussion with Grex, I led them in a swooping, fire-breathing attack down on those they'd left behind. We took a few bursts of concentrated fire, but after our first run, a third of their archers were downed or dying, and we hung in the air preparing for our next attack. That got their full attention, and within a minute, an additional 500 elves sprinted back to help their people defend. Smarting from the arrow stuck near my left nostril, I nonetheless nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't like I had a burning desire to slay their wounded and helpless. The animal in me enjoyed it, but I sure didn't, regardless of the experience boosts. However, if I could force them to leave behind additional fighters where we'd be able to take them on piecemeal, or leave them for the expeditions from Hessel to handle, that was worth a little pain. Besides, it wasn't like the imps and I were hurting for experience right now. The imps had received the brunt of the experience for what had transpired inside the forest, with me at a close second. That left Grex at level 48, closing on 49. The rest of our forces hadn't gained much. Their ranged defense had been short-lived and only ended up finishing a few hundred enemies. Still, the gains had been just enough to bring both Roth and Kraziel just over the cusp to the next feat. Level 45 for Roth and a wonderful level 50 for Kraziel. Roth gained an edge he'd been looking for with a feat called Brutal Slam. It was a cooldown skill which allowed him to add additional heft to a single strike, doubling the momentum. A real killer in situations where he was outmatched. Kraziel gained his second defining feat in the form of Wide Touch. It allowed him to manipulate elements in a web twice as wide at increased cost the further out. Elements, plural. Eventually, he said he'd be able to touch on all elements, and do it far enough the enemies wouldn't be able to reach us. He also picked the forced evolution choice for his free level 50 feet, netting him a nice boost to all attributes and a height increase. He wasn't even small for a Talpus anymore. We went back to the indeterminable march. This time around, however, there were no further terrain advantages that we could use. No bogs, no large seas of water that they'd have to cross, no native monsters ready to pounce on the humanoids. No. From here on out, the terrain became steadily drier and more lifeless as it steadily rose toward the Scoured Mountain. There were rocks, earth, and soil, and nothing. A few deep cracks in the ground, but nothing that would reasonably help us fight against them. We didn't relent, of course. Our people stayed on the offensive against the coalition. However, we were suffering badly from a lack of ammunition for our spear throwers. I'd had Slither's people load my back with everything we could scrounge up in Firepeak, but we were down to the dregs now. Arthur and Kraziel spent their energy as we walked, crafting stone spears, and our people gathered everything wooden that might perceivably be turned into a missile. The coalition army wasn't doing much better, thank God. They picked up every single arrow they came across and recycled them, but the battle so far had been very costly, and the imps and I accounted for many a lost arrow. Now their lack of auxiliary forces started to hurt them. They still maintained the upper hand regarding ranged combat, yet at some point I would be able to attack without expecting to be turned into a pincushion. At least so I hoped. Instead, we increased our bombardments, and we decided to focus a lot more on the humans than we had earlier. The dwarves had been sparing and using their magical powers. The elves were hurting, but still spread out enough that our bombardments missed more often than I'd like. The humans, however, stuck to their tried-and-true formations, and their light mages were spent. Oh, yes, they were. They'd worked hard during a full day and night without reprieve, and now another full day. Not only that, but it appeared that they were also what passed for healers in the human ranks. The poor bastards were running on empty. It was no surprise that as the day waned, the humans paid the bulk of the price on behalf of the rest of the army. As day turned to night and their army erected defenses, we closed in. Both their archers and spellcasters were short on energy or ammunition, and we could get closer before anybody could react. Earlier, we were reduced to ranged damage and my attacks. Now our own ammunition woes made us change tacks and mix it up. Over the entire night, the army suffered surprise attacks led by Roth combined with my breath attacks, Tim's stuns, and the imp's fiery barrages for distraction or added damage. We let the shamans rest and reserved them for emergencies. They, above all, had toiled beyond their abilities, spending all their energy wrangling the soil. Their help would be necessary the following day, and we did damage, horrible damage to their forces. We didn't get away scot-free. They struck back where they could. Exhausted and spent, their armies were still filled with talented soldiers and spellcasters, and they would have feats to help them along, often in unexpected ways. A surprise attack on an unprepared scout group was almost ruined as one scout suddenly grew barbed thorns for 10 feet in all directions. A one-sided ambush on a sleeping stack of humans turned into a manhunt as a light mage sleeping in a depression woke up and trapped everybody, friends and foe alike, in a transparent prison. It didn't fade away until he was butchered. Every single time we managed to get our asses out mostly intact through superior attributes, levels, feats, and the experience of day after day of fighting for our lives together. Only once did we mess up. A group of sleeping elves turned out to be faking it, catching our flying ambushers by surprise. Even with Greg spending his burnout feat to light the place on fire, over a dozen of our flyers didn't return. Chapter 39. It's easy to lose sight of the ultimate goal when you're in the trenches. Tony Dungy. The gray dawn broke to a fanfare of cries, groans, and 1,000 small sounds. An army rousing itself is not a silent thing, especially when they're under attack the whole time. Time was limited. We were under pressure, and we were in trouble. The shield would be slamming down on the mountain today a couple hours before nightfall, with or without us inside, and we were damn well aware we were cutting it close. We located a Talpus scout with a 72-hour countdown skill time. We were using that skill to visualize the countdown from the construction of the shield, knowing exactly how much time we had left. Unless the damn coalition army slowed down drastically today, we'd have a hard time stopping them from entering with their full remaining army before the cutoff time. That was before taking into account the wild cards, the first shield, the impending reinforcements from the secondary, and the tiny fact that we also needed to enter the mountain in time, or we'd be cut off as well. Of course, we had no clue what kind of shield we'd be looking at, but I damn well doubted it'd be something that allowed you to fly in from above or tunnel under. So now we let loose. We'd been pacing ourselves, making sure we didn't overextend or exhaust ourselves. With the goal towering right behind us, we forgot all about that and set in for one last grueling session. We took everything we'd used the past couple of days and we turned up the intensity of our attacks, our bloodlust, and our measures. Where before, after an attack, we'd be in and out, away as quickly as possible so we could repeat it soon thereafter. Now we lingered, making sure we did the maximum possible damage on each attack. We took more chances. We went farther in, hit harder, and above all, we let Timothy and Roth take a prominent role. Until now, we hadn't used them as much as we could, knowing full well that the coalition army had a good deal of close combat specialists in the humans and the dwarves. Well, right now, we didn't care. They were still fewer in number than the elves, and if we could seriously hurt the elves, we'd be able to play around with the rest to our heart's content. We knew backup was coming now. Dots in the distance appeared, and Firth quickly identified them as the secondary. We were cutting it close, though. The Talpus and the ghosts were a horror on the battlefield. Looking at them from afar, they weren't that impressive. Talpi were about the same height as humans, and Roth was low for a Talpus. A single Talpus really shouldn't make any difference in an attack. How friggin' ever. This Talpus was Roth, leveled to the point where I doubted the Coalition army had any to match him. He was the single person who'd spent the most time training in our training chambers, and it showed. His cuts were hard and fast, and he handled the two-handed magical sword like it was a toothpick. That was even before taking into account Tim's help. Not only did he stay in constant contact with Roth, boosting him to his full effect, which at this point was a full +10 to each attribute, he also kept moving, kept throwing stuns at any incoming fighters, putting them off balance, disrupting or disarming them for Roth to finish, using his new brutal slam feat to punch through even plate armor. The elves were left reeling, reacting to the sudden directness of our onslaught. I stayed above, weakening and distracting them all to the best of my ability and playing the role of a pincushion. More and more, we were approaching the place where the elves simply didn't have the juice or the arrows left to properly hurt me. Well, we definitely weren't there yet. Damn, my life was pain. And not in the head-splitting way when my daughter went through her emo phase, but in a very literal way. Every 10 minutes, I had to land to have my minions help pluck arrows out of my body and allow my body to regenerate. While I really appreciated my high toughness, including the boost from my latest evolution, it had been nicer back when I was a smaller target for sure. The Coalition army didn't just take our ferocious attacks lying down, of course. Whenever we attacked one flank, we usually used the imps and my shadows and illusions to distract the surrounding forces. However, that didn't work for long. Once they wised up to our attacks, their masses would wheel around to try to flank us, to box us in so they could grind us down. Arthur and Kraziel didn't let them. Today, they stayed entirely on the defensive. They kept to the back of our attacks and didn't engage. Instead, they just used whatever was available in the outlying terrain to their advantage, throwing up walls, creating sinkholes, widening cracks in the ground. Anything to make it impossible for the surrounding forces to approach us in numbers. The elves had trouble adjusting to the face-to-face combat. When we retreated, they tried to earn their payback. However, their lack of ammunition, along with Tim showering them with debilitating stuns, kept them from doing overwhelming damage. The humans adapted to our head-on attacks better, their heavy armor helping them ward off even some of Roth's lethal strikes. The dwarves didn't get the chance. It was entirely on purpose, and I could tell that the poor bastards were getting frustrated. We kept in motion, circling around their army like wolves, avoiding the slow, stocky bastards and only striking when the makeup and the terrain were to our advantage. Still, the army didn't halt. Stubbornly, it weathered every attack we flung at it, shrugged them off, and marched off for the mountain. While they didn't know what we were trying to manage, they were keenly aware that the mountain tunnels would be more cramped and wouldn't allow us the space for this kind of hit-and-run tactics. The Coalition army bled lives and resources. With the entrance to the mountain in sight, they stopped discriminating between their fallen and those who'd succumbed to my weakening attacks. We didn't attack them either. Dividing our forces would be a waste of our time, especially since the dots in the distance were turning into visible shapes. The secondary was arriving. They could mop up for us and hopefully save our lives in the process. We'd reached the mountain now. It towered above us in all its ragged majesty. The terrain climbed steadily, and within a day or two the human army would have to actually climb to proceed. Of course, they would be entering the mountain, rejoined by their leader way before that. Thankfully, he wasn't moving to greet them yet. We were pressed at this point. Their numbers were starting to tell. Even though we kept them fighting, distracted and awake for days upon days, we'd been awake and fighting for the same time span, and there were so many more of them. They just had to be lucky once. One after the other, we saw losses. Few enough were lethal, thank God. With our levels, we were able to keep casualties to a minimum, and our soldiers usually managed to help each other retreat before a wound turned fatal. We had to keep the Urgal to fixing the worst, not healing people fully. However, we were bleeding and we were hurting. Azel handled that part. Every time we had a person out of commission but dragged out of imminent danger, he'd leap in and fly them off to a nearby gathering point for healing by the Urgal, or to avoid death if they were too badly hurt. The plan was to fly them all to the mountain later. A few hours later, things were coming to a head. Shouts and cries from farther down the incline brought the great news. The secondary was here. However, a quick glance up the mountainside brought the rush of happy chemicals crashing down again. A small force trooped out of the cavern opening that was barely visible up there. The first shield had made his presence known as well. 4 forces, varying widely in size and strength, 4 different compositions, 2 very different goals not quite opposing. The Coalition Army and the First Shield fought to defeat us, and for the Coalition Army's count to make it into the mountain and take back the blessing. We just fought to stall, to earn the time we needed so we could split up their army and destroy them piecemeal. We also started to move our efforts around the sides so we wouldn't be caught between the Coalition Army and the First Shield's forces. The secondary managed to reach the battle first. They didn't waste time in talking to us, coordinating attacks, or anything of the sort. They simply went on the attack, and I figured out 2 answers at the same time. How they'd caught up to the forces of the secondary they'd already sent, and how they intended to deal with the ranged forces of their army. They brought mounts. I really hadn't figured that to be a possibility, not at this early date. However, it would appear that Lurch and Emus managed to work collective wonders, because the 500-man-strong group was transported to the battle on the backs of large groups of the tamed beasts we'd been fighting for dominance of Hessel just weeks ago. Groups of up to a dozen each clung to the fur of the heavy felines, of the larger horned monsters, every kind of beast we had available. The soldiers of the secondary dismounted a bit out of range of the Coalition Army, then gathered in a loose formation. That proved that the transformation wasn't complete, and we couldn't trust in the beasts to take part in battle without losing themselves. Shame, but to be expected. What I had not expected was the group of smaller humanoids that followed on the heels of the larger forms of the secondary. I gritted my teeth. The young shamans! They took the young shamans into battle! Tim, keeping Roth's back covered as we retreated from another strike at the humanoids, answered. I know. I hate it, but it makes sense. Their lives are at stake here, too. Also, I've trained with them, taught them. I don't think you realize just how strong those young ones are. He was right. I did not. Neither did the Coalition Army. But they learned. By damn, they learned. Our forces had spent a lot of time struggling against the secondary. I say struggling because we mostly tried to avoid direct conflict. What we learned back then was pretty straightforward. They were, on average, and for their level, as strong as and often stronger than regular humans. With a number of exceptions, they were focused on hit-and-run tactics relying on archers and throwing spears, and they mostly made up their squads to reflect this. Also, their actual command status was a complete mystery to me. Regardless of how they worked that out, however, the end result was a series of smaller squads, usually numbered between 6 to 12 soldiers of mixed races, who could operate separately and adjust to other squads. They did wonderfully at small-time operations, but sometimes struggled with cohesion on a larger scale, since they were used to having the humans to order them around. Now, however, they tore into the back of the Coalition Army. They'd seen them coming, of course. You can't just hide 500 people, unless you're a massively talented and handsome shadow dragon. However, they were not properly prepared. A group of humans turned back to defend against them, flanked by elves on either side. Their heavy armor should have allowed them to fend off the ranged attacks of the non-humans, while the elves swooped in from the flanks to punish them. In theory. In practice, the humans never managed to close with the non-humans. Instead, fist-sized and larger rocks started rising into the air in between the two forces. Then the young shamans went to town. Meanwhile, the secondary let their ranged damage rain down on the lighter armored elves on the flanks. Heavy armor is all well and good. However, when the enemy is a flying 5-pound rock propelled through the air with the power of the mind and the speed of an arrow, your helmet might save your life, but it won't save you from a concussion, feats or no. The poor humans took such a pummeling from the rain of stone missiles, it was a testament to their power that they still stood upright after the first minute. The rest of the shield-wearing knightly group was reduced to a group of downed, groaning tin cans, rolling around and trying to make it back to their feet. Their elven allies fared even worse. Oh, they likely would have triumphed against them if this had been the very first encounter. On day 3, bereft of ammunition, proper support, and short on assistance from their spellcasters, they broke. The 36 surviving elves flanking the humans against the secondary were the first ones to flee. There were no cries for help, no panic, just a general shuffling to escape the conflict, escalating into an outright run. The fighters of the secondary took in their result and the huge numbers of people still arrayed against them. Then they resettled their forces, let the shamans have a breather, and jumped back onto their mounts to find the next target. Seeing the effect of the non-humans' arrival, the coalition army reacted in strength. Ranks shuffled and rearranged to let a company of dwarves come in front. 2 larger elven companies moved out, each of them outnumbering the non-humans. The secondary didn't bite. The young shaman struck again and again from the backs of the mounts, using the earth against the dwarves while the elves struggled to catch up to the fast-moving animals. The dwarves weathered the onslaught without issue. However, they were way too slow to catch them, and the elves had trouble as well. More shouts went out, and more companies were sent to deal with them. It was perfect. I sent a brief message to Tim, telling him and Roth to continue the hit-and-run attacks while I went to talk to the secondary. As long as they tied those forces in place, there was no way the rest of the army would continue to the mountain. We'd be able to drag it out to our heart's content and retreat with the right timing. Of course, that was when the first shield made his presence known. Chapter 40. I believed we had his measure at this point. Sure, he was powerful. You wouldn't want to come up close and personal with him, and his shield abilities were something else. I was not ready for this. It looked like one of those domino videos, where a small line of dominoes suddenly turned into an endless wave. However, this wasn't a blast or anything, but a series of lights. Right from where the first and his group finally met the coalition army, a spark struck out. A bright, momentarily blinding light, reaching out and propagating from one soldier to the next, passed until it encompassed the entire damn army. And where it struck, their soldiers glowed. Like some cheap effect from a bad fantasy movie, they shone like heroes of old. Unfortunately, it wasn't just for the look of things either. The damn thing seemed to reinvigorate the bastards, giving them added energy and, in the case of their spellcasters, added mana as well. One moment their resources had been entirely depleted. The next, their mages were back in the fight again. Air whirled out from the elves to disrupt our imps. Light mages brought shields to bear, protecting their beleaguered warriors. Within half a minute at most, our advantage died and faded away. I landed heavily at the forefront of the mounted secondary and shamans. My mental shout rang out among them. "Who's in charge here?" The Yeti-looking Red Fang veered in my direction on his mount, all business. "I am. What?" "We're not taking them down, but we still need to slow them down. We need to change our approach. Once we've managed getting them in position, you can deal with whoever's left as you want." The large male was all business. "Okay, how long do we have? It should take them at least half an hour to enter the mountain as it is." I glanced at the sky, trying to judge the hour. My kingdom for a wristwatch. The bloody tunnel was way too close as well. Less than 45 minutes away, I'd judge. "About 2.5 hours. But we can't keep attacking them now. Their spellcasters would overwhelm us, or the secondary. We need to find a delaying action." "Okay, what's our part?" I cursed inside. This could so easily go wrong. "Stay away from their direct path. Attack where you can and have the shamans do what they can to put obstacles in their path. Under no circumstances clash directly with them. They'll bog you down and tear you apart." He gave a ferocious grin and started slapping the side of his mount. Then, with a shout of command and the wave of an arm, the secondary veered off to the side, picking up speed. His mental response came as an afterthought. You think so little of us? Wait and see. Then he was gone. I was almost too late to extract my own people. Following the fresh energy and replenishing of their spellcasters, Roth's next strike backfired and backfired badly. When I swooped down from above, Tim was under heavy fire from light attacks, and Roth had activated the feat that allowed him to move insanely fast for a brief while. I surrounded the area in darkness and built an illusion of Azel swooping in to blast ice at the lot. However, within seconds, both were pulled apart by the light mages, even as I used my breath attack and shadow whirl to help Roth pull back to safety. The difference between headless flight and strategic retreat? Often a matter of simple word choice. Here, there was a little more to it, but damn if it wouldn't be a matter of nitpicking. Once we realized that we had to change tactics, we started for the cave and attempted to give ground slowly. Except the humans saw our change in approach as a sign of weakness. Unfortunately, that wasn't too far from the truth. We slowed them down along the way, but nowhere near as much as we wanted to. The Coalition army had been swiftly rearranged. Before, there'd always been a deal of confusion as to who was in charge, and the races reacted separately, or at the very least with a modicum of delay. With the first shield in the center of the vanguard, that had changed again. I got my first good look at him since seeing him fleeing from Fire Peak. The Scoured Mountain had not been kind to the pinnacle of humanity. His white clothing was covered in dust and blood, his armor was tarnished, and the former shine had long since faded. His energy, however, seemed to have pumped right back along with that of his followers, because he came at us hard. Following on his heels was a company of hard-bitten human soldiers and a large group of dwarves, the rest of their number trying to catch up to them from behind. We did what we could to fend them off. We held nothing back. Our ranged fighters tossed their remaining spears at the pursuit. Tim harried the edges of their forces, trying to avoid their mages retaliating and putting their formations into disarray. I weaved everywhere, weakening where I could, throwing shadows where best I could ruin their stride and momentum. It was little use. Light mages countered my shadows, shielded some from my weakening fog. The few enemies I hit were tough enough to keep on regardless. Roth and the rest of our close combat fighters pulled back as slowly as they dared, but couldn't hope to stand against a shiny human bastard. Arthur and Kraziel did their best. However, their best was countered by the damned dwarves. The short, squat humanoids tore through their hastily erected walls, repelling the missiles the shamans tossed at them. Not with ease, but there were so many of them that Talpi would run dry on juice before they did. Azel was the one who eventually saved our bacon. One moment we were picking up speed a couple 100 feet from entering the tunnel to the mountain. The next, the soldiers in pursuit started falling over their own feet, interfering with one another and ruining the forward progress of their troops. And the first shield fell back to deal with the distraction. Running along behind me, Arthur shouted in frustration, "Of course! Kraziel! Not directly! Use the ground, damn it!" Within seconds, the terrain and the situation changed. Holes and ankle-high obstacles appeared everywhere, making it near impossible to run at full speed. Earth turned slippery and muddy, or sand sucked in boots, trying to claim the owners up to their knees. Where before the mages and the dwarves managed to counter their direct efforts, now the changes were indirect and harder to spot. And regardless of their raw strength and reserves, it did not appear that the dwarves' mastery was up to adjusting to the myriad changes on the fly. Speaking of flying, that's what Azel did. With a panicked cry, he took to the air, started flying for Fire Peak. I didn't begrudge him anything, since there was no chance that he'd be able to stand up to the first shield. Then I was too busy to think. We only had to deal with the foremost of the enemies, of course. Following them, thousands upon thousands followed. But what was tough for the dwarves and mages would be even harder for the humans. With a few exceptions, the humans followed along right behind the first shield, letting the elves come last. That meant they would be slowed down even worse. And we didn't have to stop all of them. Just enough. We managed to keep our distance. With enough obstacles and the distractions of the secondary and the shamans, we barely kept ahead of the pursuit. The imps flew ahead of us, aware that their versatility was limited in the more cramped space of the tunnels. We sprinted into the mountain, welcoming the return of the darkness. "How long do we have left?" I demanded. The scout replied instantly.
10 minutes now, a bit less.
Timothy, how far do we go? This is a math thing, right? Tim, for once, did not appear at ease, nor his usual superior self as he floated along beside me.
This is not how to do math. Also, there are no goddamn formulas for this. I am winging it so bad I'll turn into a damn dragon myself any second.
Then he lapsed into silence as he flew on, and none of my insistence brought any responses from him. We ran for 2 minutes. The light from the outside world behind us dimmed. Then, suddenly, Tim halted. The noise behind us grew ever more insistent. He didn't care. Just held up a hand and commanded, "Here!" Then he mumbled something under his breath before shaking his head and pointed.
"We need to stop them here. Any more, and they'll be able to fit too many into the tunnels."
We followed suit and stopped. Our shamans groaned. Graziel argued.
"This is terrible. Too wide. The rock is hard. It will obey slowly." "Not my choice," Tim protested. "It's this or we get to face off with all of them."
The sound of clanging armor sounded in the distance behind us. I shut the argument down. "No time. Roth to my side. Tim, go down there and blow them up for the shock. Then come back here and help me with stuns. Arthur, Graziel, pick a side each and get to it." The shamans stumbled to either side of the corridor and held their hands on the hard material of the surface. Within seconds, the earth and rock started moving. Slowly. Way too slowly. I cursed, then placed myself right in the center of the shrinking corridor. "This is where we hold. This is where they die. We need 8 minutes." It didn't feel like there was a need to say more. I did smile to myself as I felt figures converging, lining up behind me. Our position was 100 feet down the corridor from a 90-degree turn. The first sight of their arrival was a massive explosion of light, followed by a roar like thunder. It was followed by Tim's reappearance near the corner, where he started falling back swiftly. Bright stuns unleashed from his hands in a blistering pace as he glided back.
"They're too goddamn tough,"
he complained as he floated up to pass by me and find a position 10 feet above my head near the ceiling.
"We've got humans in front, followed by dwarves, then the damn shiny bastard himself. Can this go any faster? It's half granite."
Arthur spat.
"I'd like to see you move a pebble of it at all. Oh, wait, you can't."
"Ready yourselves. We do what we can. Make them pay for every inch." Then, because I'd always wanted to try this, I erected a specific illusion. The tunnel, exactly as it was before us, only with a minor variation. The humans moved around the corner at a ground-eating pace. Their armor shone, reflecting the burning fervor in their eyes. The bastards longed to close with us. In tight formation, they moved economically, the clang and clash of their progress ringing through the tunnel. They were a mere 80 feet away now, I staring blindly into the night. As one, the front units made another 90-degree turn and slammed straight into the side of the tunnel. Knights dropped everywhere, more stunned by the shock than any real damage. They rolled around on the floor. I released a stressed laugh, more a whimper than a real laughter. Then I whispered to myself, "Meet me, motherfuckers." They recuperated quickly. Now light mages caught up to the front-runners, sending floating globes of light ahead. Worth it. By now, the tunnel was down to half its width. I sent my first breath attack down the corridor to greet the foremost fighters and shuffled my feet to ready myself. Above me, glowing bolts rang down the tunnel. It was time to pay the price. The first line of soldiers almost barreled me over. Sure, I'd grown big by now, and I had the strength and bulk to stand my ground. Still, these were hardened melee fighters, finally closing with an enemy after days of frustrations, illusions, and being cheated of a real fight. The tunnel lit up with colors as they activated God knows how many feats to help them in their fight. 10 feet before impact, I sprinted ahead. Then I met them with a deafening roar, following up with a breath attack. Then I performed a classic 180, letting my tail slam out along the width of the tunnel. Usually, the tail slam was just for show, rather than an effective attack. When the enemy spread out to converge on you in a nice tight line, it actually worked. Stabs of pain and impact along my tail were followed by muffled cries. I didn't wait to see the effect, though, merely leapt back to the tunnel opening and braced myself again. The vision was overwhelming. The 40-foot wide tunnel was packed with enemies. Right this second, half of them were struggling to get back up after my attack. The rest were greeted by stunning bolts from Tim and fiery attacks from Grex, too. Apparently, the imp had decided to rejoin us. That was the last coherent image I had before the enemy closed with us. From then on, the scene solidified into a series of flashes, glimpses, and split-second thoughts and reactions. I tore a claw across an armored knight, neighboring figures recoiling from the ear-splitting sound of my claws raking across the metal. A light mage focused a beam straight at my throat, making the scale sizzle and pop with excruciating pain, before he disappeared in a fireball. In the middle of the chaos, I headbutted a helmeted warrior, instantly regretting the experience. The press was heavy and chaotic. Bodies lay everywhere, dead and alive. The tunnel kept shrinking. Beside me, Roth spun and toiled, moving economically as he sliced down any takers, while Tim stunned anybody daring to come close. There were so many. It was like shooting fish in a barrel, except these fish shot back. I lost count of the myriad smaller slices across my forelegs, reveling in the efficiency of my armor. Finally, I had to pull back my neck and watch the rock slide close in front of my snout. Wide-eyed, I stared at the others. Then at myself. I was a goddamn mess. My health lay at 280. The small slices turned out to be not small. One cut had almost severed my largest claw on the left paw. When had that happened? I turned to address the others. My words were interrupted by a mace slamming through our thin barrier, rocks spraying everywhere. Roth reacted before I did. His sword extended before him in a lunge, and a gurgled scream erupted from the other side. The hole was already sliding closed as he pulled his sword back again. Fuck! Okay, so this isn't over. Everybody into positions. We need to defend this until the shield is down. Just... how long? I asked over my shoulder.
3 minutes, if the timing can be trusted,
the nervous scout responded. 3 minutes, I repeated to everybody. Then we can flee. My words were interrupted by a wider range of wall falling inward and a dwarf falling through. A long, wide stream of fire welcomed him, setting his beard on fire and billowing into the opening beyond. As the fire died down, the hole closed again, with the dwarf trapped inside the hole. The next minutes dissolved into a reaction game where time had no meaning. It was an abstract game of whack-a-mole, where the moles were arms and weapons, and the satisfying thunk was replaced by blood-curdling screams. We lost ourselves in sheer reaction and fighting, pushing them back again and again, even when a trio of dwarves dissolved a full yard of rock wall. At long last, something changed. A loud shout interrupted the attacks, easily heard through the, at present, 3 large openings in our barricade. Then the light grew in the tunnel beyond to a blinding intensity. Oh shit! Move! I never got any further. A 3-foot-wide stretch of wall exploded and the light entered. The first shield pulled his massive hammer back behind his shield and stepped over the pile of rock. Beast! I have been looking forward to seeing you again. I almost laughed aloud. Now he wanted to talk? I'd say the pleasure was mutual, but we both know it's a lie. Still, I honestly am curious. Why didn't you just continue, turn right back round and return to the Nephrin Empire? He laughed. Now that I saw him up close, I could see that he really wasn't looking good. He was dirty, his cheeks were sunken, and the classic hero look was edging more toward starving hobo topped with substance abuse. It was not a good look on him. Really? I guess that seals it. You are but a beast. Wily, perhaps, but a beast nonetheless. He clenched his fist around the haft of his hammer, and the shaft glowed slightly. You might believe that we are out to get you specifically. You couldn't be more wrong. We don't care about you. You're just a lizard who ended up growing slightly bigger than the average. I snorted. Yeah, I know. You're here for the blessing. You want the power. Wrong! We want the blessing, yes. Not for that reason, though, but because we have seen what happens in the past when your kind won too much power for themselves. I carefully kept from rolling my eyes. If I could drag this out, I'd indulge any desire he had to go on about their heroism. Well, to a degree. Sure, okay, let's play along with that. I already agreed to give up the blessing. I offered it to the fourth shield, Cartiga. I simply told her I'd want more time for my people to grow first, so you wouldn't be able to crush us at your convenience afterward. Please, beast. Do you think us simple? Even if that were true, His words were interrupted by a sensation, or rather it was a mix between a sensation and a sound, like the sound of a bell chiming just beyond your hearing. What? His words trailed off. I waited for a few seconds until the sensation faded away. Behind me in the tunnel, a mental call rang out. Time, Onyx! Time! I took a deep, satisfying breath. That was the sensation of everything coming together, and now we should have a proper chat. I lowered my neck to look him straight in the eye. Right now, a magical shield has been lowered over the outside of the mountain. Whoever wasn't inside the mountain, they're cut off. That's right. I nodded at his furious glance behind him. Whoever you left out there outside the tunnel, they can't help you anymore. And nobody else can enter either, meaning right now you have two options. Either you continue, doggedly, stupidly continue your attack because we're clearly all horrible monsters and you humans are all so superior, or we come to an agreement. For a second, it looked like he would attack me on the spot. Then he shouted a question back into the tunnel. Behind him, the question was repeated over and over. A minute later, the response returned. He deflated ever so slightly. Then he faced me. I don't know how you did it. Honestly, I don't care either. What I care about? Humanity. Civilized races. He fingered his shield pensively. Would I like to give you the benefit of the doubt? Definitely. Except even in this, you are trying to deceive us. We know about the other blessing of Dara, the one in the wastes. Of course you do. Damn, that was a kick in the nuts. We knew they knew about our people. They'd been marching for them. The fact that they knew that we had a blessing there too, that was an ugly surprise. He nodded grimly. Even if you were to surrender the mountain to us, after a number of years you would just be building your power elsewhere. It would be a trap. A hidden plan to build your strength and subject the rest of the world to your rule. I just stared at him. Really now? Remind me again who is invading who here. Yes, we are building elsewhere. Because we're being fucking invaded. A backup plan sounds like a proper idea. We don't care about power. We care about surviving and not being trod underfoot by you and the other humanoid races. Just like the poor secondary. He looked me in the eye. Open. Searching. Then he shook his head in dismay. I would really love to believe you. However, now we have struck upon the crutch of things. The detail separating you and those beasts under you from the civilized races. His gaze hardened. You can talk. You can even think and reason. However, you cannot deny your nature. This is how humanity survived ages of subjugations by dragons. We learned, we toiled, and we gathered information on our overlords. Then we used that learning to turn your natures against you. He recited. Shadow dragons are the least confrontational of the common dragon subspecies. They do not have the raw power for physical confrontation or the devastating damage that some of the others hold. Instead, they rely on illusions and smoke and mirrors. Triumphantly, he stared me down. Sound familiar? Those are the words of Dara herself. That is your nature. Any attempt to claim otherwise is just a shallow lie. Bullshit. The words are right, I won't deny that. However, what it implies is not. You think she decides who I am? That's for me to do. My nostrils flared in annoyance. But I see that there is going to be no reasoning with you. One side of his lips curled up. You are right on that count. However, I want you to remember this moment, beast. Remember it and think back on it when you lay dying, because that is how I will defeat you as well. It took me a while because I had to adjust our approach to the different other races you gathered together. But now I know your nature. I know you. And I will do exactly what it takes to bring you down, for the good of humankind. Where humankind knows about honor and sacrifice, you can't help but follow your nature, to retreat and— Okay, I interrupted. It feels like we're starting to go in circles here. Do you have anything else you want to add except for insults or posturing? Because if you don't, I believe I'd rather just get to it. I moved back, just to be sure I was beyond his reach should he try something. His eyes gleamed with a promise of violence. Slink away into the shadows, beast. But remember— Toodles, asshole! I turned around and started running, like I was going to let a moron like that get the last word. Chapter 41. When life gives you lemons, make life take the lemons back. Yell, I don't want your lemons. Demand to see life's manager. Burn down their house with the lemons. Aperture Science Innovators. The humans didn't follow us. They probably needed a break even more than we did to adjust to their new situation, figure out what the hell they were supposed to do now. For us, it was damn simple. We just had to hurt the bastards as much as possible on our way to Fire Peak, hopefully just off the damn first shield and make the rest of the poor followers see reason. I was quite certain that the few survivors from their first attack on Fire Peak were about ready to pack it in and go home by now. I asked Arthur, but dropping the mountain on their heads wasn't feasible. He gave me specifics, but my conflict-addled mind lumped them into too much info about earth and rock. Also, they're running out of mana. Then I promptly forgot about it. The tunnel entrance we'd fled through was way down on the bottom level of the mountain. Walking around there was kind of nostalgic. It took me back to when my only issues had been those of gathering enough food, ensuring my survival, perhaps the occasional dragon dropping in on me to see if I could be used for a snack. Not all this nonsense about species-wide extinction, servants of semi-retired goddesses, and— I glanced up at Tim. Ghosts. He turned around, taking in all the fighters lying on the ground in the soil-covered tunnel, resting after the stress of the last days. He looked up at me, then back at the surroundings, blinking.
Hey, I remember this place, I think. I fought a battle here, I think.
Battle, sure, if you'll call it that. You got your very first level here, mate. It was where we started speed leveling you before we went up to the next level and started hunting dragons.
Oh, yeah. I can hardly believe it. I couldn't even kill a pinhead outright back then. Man, things have changed, eh?
They have, and then they haven't. I smiled. We're still out of our depths trying to find the best way to outmaneuver our enemies. He laughed.
And we keep thinking that we're almost there.
Just one final battle. I nodded. This time it's different, though. You can feel it, can't you? He smiled.
I can. One way or another, we're reaching the end.
I'm glad to have you on my side, mate. No discussion. So, for the next surprise, how about this? We send a few ranged people who've run out of ammo up the mountain to tell Slither what happened and bring back some of his aberrants. Then we were in the cave leading up from the bottom level of the mountain an hour and a half later. Arthur and Graziel, still recuperating from their exertions in the last fight, had just started working again. They were shaping stone for spears for our ranged fighters. Others surrounding us were in varying stages of preparing and working when the shouts came up.
They're coming!
Italpa's scout sprinting into the room, alarm written all over her face.
They must have snuck a march on us. We have 5 minutes before they're here, at most.
I growled and shot a quick message to the surrounding leaders. They sprinted and flew over to join me. No time for anything fancy. No traps, either. We aren't ready. Do we pull back? Roth hefted his sword and placed it on his furry shoulder. Yes, but not without hurting him a bit first. He nodded at our people around the cave who were starting to prepare weapons and shields. We're tired, but resting has helped a bit. Knowing that we have reinforcements coming in a day or two, and they don't, even better. We can prepare, Strike a few attacks, then fade off into the distance, like we always do." I grimaced. "We're practically out of ranged missiles." "True, but we don't need them. Not for this. Look around." He casually waved the sword at the cavern. It was an oblong cave several hundred yards long, running at an incline with a tall ceiling at least 40 feet above us. There were calm, silent pools covering most of the surface, which we'd use to quench our thirst. Winding paths moved between the pools in a chaotic pattern. On one end of the cave lay the exit that the scout had come sprinting through, while about midways through, another exit took an alternate route through the bottom level of the mountain. "It's quite simple. We have wings. They don't. This is tall enough that you guys can move unobstructed in the air, right?" I met Grex's gaze. He grinned maniacally. "That's a yes," I said. "Well, that's it then. We rarely get that chance. You guys do some damage. If that big shiny guy moves in front, you fire what you have before you fade away and we go to the next layer. If not, the rest of us join you, ready to pull back on your say." He shrugged. "We don't let ourselves get entangled, but we get a chance to hurt them and weaken them."
"And set them on fire," Grex added.
"That as well," Roth said. I looked from one to the other, then back to our shamans. Nothing but steel-set determination. "All right, that's the plan. I'll work the usual to keep them from being able to go all out with their ranged and spellcasters. Tim, you help from the air. Arthur and Kazil, you stay in reserve. If something goes wrong, you're our backup plan." They sprang into action, and before long we were ready. I had a nice illusion ready that showed the cave as it was, only without the neck-deep pools. A bath would be a nice surprise for them should they fall for it. Then it was only a matter of waiting. They arrived as they'd done before, like a slowly growing mess of noises. For a brief moment it sounded almost familiar, like the clanking and shouts of a work site mid-work. Then the steadfast drum of boots ruined the immersion. And there they were. The first shield did not lead his troops into battle this time around. Instead, the incoming ranks comprised humans and dwarves, with a few light mages in their midst. I swiftly sent a few commands around, and our troops adjusted. This was excellent. They'd clearly hoped to steal a march on us and hit us with a surprise attack. Instead, we got to get some free hits on them before their glorious leader managed to get his ass out to save them. Excellent. A mixed group of dwarves and humans charged ahead, while their ranks started pouring into the room behind them. We'd already ordered our ranged troops to move on to the next layer. There was no reason for them to risk their lives when they had no weapons at hand. That left our melee fighters and flyers with Tim and me to aid them. Not an overwhelming bunch, but there was a definite case of quality over quantity here. I looked forward to showing them. My first attack was underwhelming. I dove and let fly my breath. The foremost group of about 20 attackers faced my concentrated breath attack head-on, and it dissipated on the magical shield a light mage had erected. I cursed. "Grex, give me a hand. Break that mage's shield for me, will you?" He didn't respond. Instead, a cackle preceded a spouting wave of fire splashing on and around the vanguard. They disappeared behind the flames. Now others followed the foremost group into the cavern. I blinked. Those following were almost exclusively dwarves? That was weird as hell. The dwarves pressed into the cave. Mere seconds later, the first of the following groups splashed into a pool. I barely held back a chuckle. Then the amusement died inside me. The vanguard of their forces, that mixed group of humans and dwarves, emerged from within the fading flames of Grex's attack. Not only were they fully unharmed, it also looked like they were speeding up. And they moved fast, unnaturally fast, making their way through the winding paths between the pools. They were a quarter of the way down the cave now, about to hit our melee fighters. "Roth, Tim, the vanguard! They're magically shielded, I think. Hit them hard!" I placed a shadow whirl right in the center of their group. Now the following ranks of dwarves started pushing in hard, and our imps laid down fire all across the line. The dwarves came on, took it, and mostly persevered. Tough bastards. I had to admit that much. Still, these did not have any light mages to help them. I dove to help our imps make short work of the annoying bastards following. A single breath attack had a full rank collapsing or wavering on their feet. Looked like I'd snagged most of these particular bastards before. That, or they were the dregs of dwarven kind. Following my weakening attack, the imps carved into the poor dwarves. I saw more than one beard go up in flames as they cooked in their armors. Behind all the dwarves, the first shield finally made his entrance, but it didn't look like he was in any rush to aid his comrades. Good. More time to do damage. I swooped and struck a duo who were just picking their way out of a pool, sodden and heavy, with my hind claws. They both fell back and did not re-emerge. The pool grew red. Then I looked back, and for 1 second, 2, I simply held still, beating my wings in midair in confusion. The mixed vanguard was still going strong. Somehow they pressed on and were now halfway through the cave. That wasn't what confused me, though. Rather, it was the fact that they'd somehow managed to press on past Roth and almost all of our other fighters, and they were still running, like their lives depended on it. Almost half their numbers lay slain on the floor, and now there were just a dozen remaining. A handful of melee fighters, Roth, Tim, and Grex, were swarming around them and should be able to take them down. Should have had them already, actually. I didn't care that much, though. There was no way they were tough enough to survive for long, let alone hold us inside the cave or anything like that. One of the light mages fell. It felt weird. Choreographed somehow. There was nobody near him, and I spotted no missiles hitting him. He just dropped to the floor. Unfortunately, there were 2 other mages remaining, and they were still going strong. It was such a strange sight that I found myself frozen, wondering what the hell was going on. There was something about the scene that was just wrong. In fact, I hadn't experienced any of their army able to repel this much magic without the aid of the first shield in any of their battles. They'd concentrated a lot of magic there when they were already short on magic users. I almost ignored it and went back to attacking the other groups of dwarves who were advancing much slower. Then a stray thought of my recent discussion with the first shield hit me. A comment repeated itself inside my mind as the vanguard pushed their way past a couple of our hindmost shield-carrying crawls. Humankind knows about honor and sacrifice. Fuck. I veered midair, then I started sending commands to everybody. Move back, ignore the rest and retreat to the upper layer. Stop that vanguard, they're planning something. Another light mage floundered and dropped to his knees. The rest of them continued, though, and our forces surrounding the group were visibly knocked back. Fuck! They were outright sacrificing their own life force in order to do whatever they were planning to do. I activated my aerial burst of speed to reach them as fast as possible, beat my wings twice before gathering my wings close to the body and dropping. This was going to hurt. I slammed down upon the mixed group of humans and dwarves. My full bulk, boosted by the impressive speed I'd been able to amass, dropped down upon them like a 16-wheeler aquaplaning straight at an unsuspecting Prius. However, a few feet before impact, I struck a shield and careened off, slamming into the ground, missing Roth by a scant few feet. For a split second, before the impact slammed me away, I saw the light mage in the center of their formation waver on his feet, blood erupting from his mouth and nose. He didn't drop, though. The vanguard knew the game was up now. They started in on a final sprint, running all out. One dwarf flung himself straight at Roth, clinging to the talpus with all his strength instead of attacking, simply holding him back. The surviving couple of human warriors stayed at the back of their formation, falling behind to fend off the group of our fighters who trailed after, frenziedly trying to finish them. I got back up, leaped after them again. With a few mighty bounds, I slammed into the shield, starting attacking it with all I had, breath attack, shadows, trying to rip the damn thing open with claws and teeth. Nothing worked. Inside the shield, the humanoids stopped. They were just 20 yards from the tunnel to the next layer, right where the incline started. The single surviving light mage looked at me straight in the eye from beyond the subtle glow of the shield. Then he smiled, revealing bloody teeth behind a mad rictus. It was not a normal smile. There was nothing happy there, only determination and insanity. And he closed his eyes, sank to his knees, and held on. Beside him, 3 dwarves raised their arms, revealing what they'd held strapped to their backs. Staves, just like the one held by the Key of the North. They raised the staves, then pointed at the cavern entrance leading to the upper layer, and started chanting. The mountain responded. With a massive shudder, the Scoured Mountain moved. A tremble ran through the ground, and a few rocks fell from the ceiling. I took in the situation. They were going to bring the damn place crashing down on us, or at the very least block entry to our escape route. And now the goddamn First Shield and his forces were starting to move in on us. They're going to bring the damn mountain down on us! My gaze shot from our position to the advancing forces of the First Shield. Our foremost fighters were already engaged with the foremost groups, but they'd soon be enveloped by the remaining waves. Then my eyes were pulled to the single other tunnel entrance halfway through the cave. "Retreat! We run for the side entrance!" I commanded. If my mental voice was tinged with panic, I wouldn't be surprised. We were so close to being trapped by them, and the mountain was coming down.
"We can't go. They're bringing down too much. We'll all be buried,"
Kraziel responded. Then he raised an arm at the ceiling and closed his eyes. Strained, he continued.
"Go! I'll hold it back!"
Our people started racing toward the side tunnel. Disengaging with the front runners was easier than I'd feared. The dwarves were strong, hardy, and tough, but also damn slow. Imps kept pouring fiery attacks at their ranks, even as their circling brought them closer and closer to the exit. The rumbling intensified. Regardless of Kraziel's efforts, rubble and clumps of dirt started falling from the ceiling near the end of the tunnel. Cracks spread throughout the cave, racing outward. I froze. I goddamn froze. What should I do? Flee like a coward? Leave Kraziel to his demise? Or force him to come along and possibly doom us all? He opened his eyes, tears spilling from him. Gaze fixing on mine, he spoke straight into my soul.
"I can't hold it much longer. Go!"
With a roar of defiance, I took to the air. I sent a weakening fog at the encroaching armies, then landed in front of the side exit, readying myself to fight to hold back the humanoids until my people were all safely outside, or my heart boiled with fury, until Kraziel failed and the ceiling collapsed. The dwarves kept on coming. Now I spotted staves here and there in their ranks. Of course, those bastards had all the earth magic they could need to keep their own safe. Their front ranks met me in combat, and I took my despair out on them. Beside me, Tim settled in, wordlessly shouting as he stunned the attackers and helped hold them back. Behind me, my people were rushing to safety. Our plans were in disarray, our advantages lost. In front of me stood everything I hated. Right now, I was about to say goodbye to one of my dearest friends, my staunchest supporters. I felt so damn helpless. The last few ranks of our fighters rushed for salvation. Now, however, the collapse was imminent. Rocks the size of my body dropped into the cavern. Then a voice rang out from nowhere.
"Incompetence! I'll take care of this!"
From inside the side tunnel, a scaled body shot out at a speed even I could not match. Firth flung herself through the rain of falling debris, weaving in and out between rocks large enough to crush her outright. Once a fist-sized rock hit her shoulder, but she barrel-rolled and continued unperturbed. Without landing, she swooped down on the still-standing Kraziel, scooped him up in her claws, and made a tight turn to return. That preceded the real collapse. Without Kraziel to fight back against the dwarves trying to bring down the mountain, the ceiling near the center of the cave gave in. Dust filled the room, and it became harder to see. The dwarves pulled into defensive positions, and glowing shields erupted all over their positions. The last of our people sprinted past me into the side tunnel as visibility disappeared completely. I tried to look through the rain of dust and earth, but saw nothing. Then she appeared. Through the dust, she came into view like a vision, a miniature dragon. The world was falling apart around her, but Kraziel was clearly struggling in her hands, fending off rocks above them, pushing them aside to carve a tiny path for the two of them. They were a mere 40 feet away, 30, going at an insane pace. A boulder the size of my torso dropped from right above Firth. She glanced up and saw it coming, inevitable like death. Her eyes met mine as she kept going straight anyway, using her entire forward momentum, and pushed. The boulder slammed into the ground with utmost finality. The dragon thing disappeared from sight under the boulder. My eyes couldn't tear themselves away from the small body that was flying through the air, tumbling end over end. Kraziel hit the ground hard right in front of me, bloodied but still breathing. I scooped him up in a claw. With tears of shame burning on my face, I fled through the bowels of the mountain. Chapter 42. We are trapped on the first layer. The words were unequivocal and delivered without any emotion. The emotions were right there behind the tight weave of control, however. Fear verging on panic. Tiredness so heavy it felt like a blanket. Resignation. The burning embers of resentment.
They have done the exact same thing near this incline. It's completely collapsed.
I looked at the scout, then nodded. I appreciate the information. Then I turned to Arthur and Kraziel. It had been a handful of hours since we lost Firth, but it felt like everything had changed. With our ranged fighters cut off from us, we were down to less than 50 people, and we were running for our lives. Hot on our heels, the coalition army followed. After the collapse, we expected a reprieve, but it had been less than 30 minutes before the dirt leading to the cavern started moving as the dwarven mages forced their way through. Tim tried attacking them through the stone, but the mages were alert and ready for him. Arthur looked like he wanted to murder somebody. At least he was being proactive, though. Kraziel had withdrawn inward after Firth's sacrifice and only responded if we engaged him directly. Even that was a lesson in futility. They all drew close. Those I'd fought with since the start. Grex, somber and subdued for him. Roth, dirty, fur matted with blood. Timothy, face composed as his presence lit up the small tunnel. "I'd like to hear your thoughts," I asked them. "This time the humans outsmarted us. We thought the first shield was merely hiding inside the mountain until his reinforcements arrived. Instead, it would seem he scouted the place, prepared for something like this. Every ramp leading to the next layer of the mountain has been collapsed. From what Arthur and Kraziel say, we would need a lot of time and effort to tunnel through to the other side. Not only that, but they stick to our tails like they're glued there." The Talpa scout hadn't backed away.
They have better scouts than us, and we're not good at hiding. At least, some of us aren't.
She waved at the crawls resting further along the tunnel. "That or their druids can follow our trails." I shook my head in disgust. "It doesn't matter at this point. What matters is what we do next. How the hell do we get away from them?" Arthur spat in disgust. "It is our mountain. You think they can find us if we don't want to be found? We stay on the move. Stay away. They will tire before we do." "I'd usually agree with you," I said. "Time is on our side and our people will rejoin us to help eventually. Except their leader already showed us that he has some sort of gift that will allow them to regain energy and mana. We're not running them ragged. So we need to do something. We need a plan." Grex sniggered.
Easy, we fight.
Roth rolled his eyes and pointed at the ugly imp, nodding his approval. I lay down on the ground. Suddenly, I just wanted to sleep. "We fight? That simple? We don't know how many there are left, but there'll be thousands. Probably at least 5,000. At least 1,000 of those are dwarves, who are a terrible matchup for our forces right now. We're down to less than 50 fighters, have no healer, no ranged damage, and no way to flee the mountain. How exactly are we going to fight them?" Grex didn't back down. Wings beating fast like those of a hummingbird, he slowly rose into the air. Then he flicked my snout. A little runt. I growled and was about to give him a talking to. He spoke first.
You think like a leader, like somebody with an army. You want to fight his army? No, think like an imp. You're smaller than everybody else. How do you survive? Do damage, then disappear. Then do more damage later if you want to. Or you're bored.
I huffed. Then I stopped myself. I think, buried somewhere deep inside, that was a good point.
Pretty well buried, I'd say,
Tim added dryly. I ignored the rain cloud. We can't take on their army. It'll be suicide. You're right about that, Grex.
Of course I am.
Also, we can't continue with hit-and-run tactics. Without a healer, without a place to rest and space enough to stay clear of them, we'll fail eventually, especially because they'll be able to recuperate while we won't. Arthur shrugged.
Nothing new there. Add to that how they have the numbers to spread into several armies down here. They might even have done so already.
I raised a claw. But if we take down the first shield, we take away all of that. Tim and Arthur looked at me in disbelief. Grex nodded eagerly. Roth tilted his head to the side. Oh yeah, sure. No problem there. We take down the single enemy we've been unable to touch since the first day. Now that we're horribly outnumbered and he can just stay safely behind his forces. Yep, that's it. I laughed, feeling almost feverish. It's a horrible idea, but it just might work. He sighed. Okay, I'll listen. How do you plan to do that? I smiled at all of them. My new family. Different from the old, but no less cherished. We simply need the right place to lure him forward. My friends, we go home. Arriving back at the Soul Carver's old domain carried more emotions than I expected. A ton of nostalgia. Longing for a past that had felt less complicated, if not less dangerous. Memories attached to each and every room. There were our fields off the side tunnels, where roaming beasts wouldn't find them. There, the tall ceiling of the Gallery of Illusions, replete with fake walls, behind which we'd had shadow towers en masse, ready to unleash weakening power on our enemies. Now, the long, narrow corridor leading into the throne room. Halfway through was the side tunnel leading to where we'd kept the clenchers. The throne room now. Following my evolution, getting in there wasn't easy. The doorway leading into the room had already been snug. Now I had to get down on my knees and crawl forward to make my bulk fit. Still, as I wormed my way in, a warm wave of emotions hit me. There was the throne itself. The many columns of the throne room and the tall ceiling. We'd feasted here, celebrating back when I'd initially won the place for me and the Talpi. I'd never been able to sit on the throne, of course. My ass was too massive. The walls were decorated with a half-finished mosaic, portraying some of our accomplishments. Battles, merry scenes. This room had contained our best and our lowest hours, and now it would contain the backdrop for our final battle. I wanted to spend the time to make the emotions really soak in, think about everything we'd accomplished. But we didn't have that luxury. It was time for blood. I cleared my throat. Does anybody have some treasure to spare? A coin? Something? Turned out my people had a lot of somethings. They emptied their pockets, small packs, rucksacks, whatever they carried. And once again, the throne room held piles of treasure, even if they were a shadow of the gleaming treasures that had once filled the floor. Here goes nothing, I murmured to myself. Then I concentrated and touched the small pile of treasure. Do you wish to establish a horde? Note, you already control a domain. Creating a horde will automatically relinquish your control of any other domain you hold. Yes or no? I grimaced. It wasn't optimal. I wasn't even sure what it would mean for Sigil or the people in the tower. Their blessings held finished constructions like the interdomain communication, which they'd only been allowed to build due to being my vassals. Would those constructions cease to function when I no longer held a blessing myself? What about the shield surrounding the Scoured Mountain? Would that drop automatically after a week? It probably would. Thoughts raced through my head, but I pushed them all to the back of my mind and mentally pushed yes. I speed-read all the notifications that popped up in one long row. Nothing unexpected. I knew them all. I wasn't interested. I just needed to know one thing. My laughter sounded unhinged even to my own ears as I looked at the text before me. Essence Siphon. This siphon works to transform the spilled lifeblood of any being into temporary power for the creator. As the domain improves, so will the boons and duration of the increases. Duration of temporary increase is doubled. On top of the increases, lifeblood will also replenish the life and mana of the creator. If he is already fully healed, the health and mana will be added as temporary points on top of his current points. It was still there. Down to a third of its energy, but it was friggin' there. Now that it was connected to Daira's energy again, tendrils of mana started moving around in a hypnotizing whirlpool. I just had one more thing to check now, then we could move on to prepare our final last stand. Our people raced everywhere. Nobody walked or worked normally. This was worse than that time I'd gotten half an hour's warning of a surprise inspection on a project that was going badly to begin with. We worked, ran, and talked like our lives depended on it. Why? Because they damn well did.
We're done hiding the side tunnel to the clincher's room. It looks just like rock now, Onyx.
We've closed all the sliding windows into the Gallery of Illusions, Onyx. If the Shadow Towers finish in time, they're ready for a surprise attack.
I'm collecting the food from the fields. It's not been treated well, but there's enough. We won't starve. I found this huge spear in the hidden tunnels. What do we do with it?
There was too much to do, and we knew that we were living on borrowed time. It didn't help that Azel had scrubbed the place of almost everything, leaving little useful behind. At least the infrastructure remained, even if a huge part of the place was waterlogged and slimy from where all the ice and snow of his domain had melted. To my surprise, the Gallery of Illusions still worked as well. I instantly deactivated it, waiting for the proper moment. Then I took stock of what we had. 9 shadow towers being constructed behind sliding windows surrounding the Gallery of Illusions. About an hour to go. 1 Gallery of Illusions, useful against low and mid-level creatures, less so against high-level ones or those with high mental attributes. A nice and deep pit trap. 1 nice long magical stone spear to be used from a hidden hole in the pit trap. 1 essence siphon. Just add blood. 3 outposts. 3. That was another nice surprise. I instantly moved all of those into the throne room where they would buff our people and debuff the enemies. 1 protective soul circle, or rather magical prison, replete with plenty of traumas for poor old Tim. Oh, also an enchanting room, or mana focus like they called it. Not that I had the time to play around with that now. It wasn't much, however it would have to do. If this failed, I likely wouldn't get the chance to regret it.
Arthur, could you do one thing for me? If we fail, I mean.
What? He snapped. He and Kraziel were strengthening and reinforcing the walls leading to the throne room. Whatever else happened, those walls had to hold.
Azel got the escape tunnel excavated again. If I fall, would you lead them out? I hope they won't bother to hunt you down afterward.
He glared at me.
That's a terrible thing to ask.
I know. I'm asking anyway. He moved his glare to the wall, then started letting his paws roam over it again.
Of course I won't, lizard. Live, fight, thrive. Those are what I live by. Doesn't say anything about running away.
I looked down on the tenacious little furball.
I'm pretty sure that's not what you said when I first met you. That was more like, is that a bug? We should flee. A large plant? Flee!
His lips quirked up just for a moment. Then he scowled.
Clearly your mind is going with old age, dragon. Focus on your own damn flight, okay?
Minutes later, scouts filled the room. The enemy was coming. An hour from now, I'd either be dead or victorious. Chapter 43. At the end of the day, your feet should be dirty, your hair messy, and your eyes sparkling. Shanti. They brought in the few remaining elves first. That was to be expected. We'd shown again and again that traps and ambushes were our bread and butter. The elves would be able to spot those, find what was hidden. They definitely spotted the closed windows in the walls of the Gallery of Illusions, pointing and discussing. They didn't see the hidden mechanisms for the pit trap, though. We'd crafted those well. They missed the former entrance to the Clencher Cavern, too. I don't know how they could have seen that one either, given that the tunnel was covered by several feet of hardened earth now. When they finally entered the throne room, they didn't miss me. I ordered the rest to stay back. Then I flayed the 2 elves who entered the throne room within seconds. Following up with a weakening fog into the tunnel leading to the Gallery of Illusions presented me with several dozen elves who were either too weak to move or slowly hobbling away. I tore them apart, fast, methodically, without mercy. In the distance, a few horrified elves managed to escape. A minute later, all elves were dead, and I returned to the throne room to wait and observe. Their response wasn't long in coming. They sent another troop. This one, however, was composed of shock troops, heavily armored dwarves, wielding heavy spiked hammers and large shields, perfect for penetrating armor. The first shield hadn't been entirely wrong in his posturing. In all our battles with the humanoids, we had played to our strengths and, incidentally, to the Shadow Dragon's natural proclivities: stealth, misdirection, sleight of hand, and ambushes. Also, avoiding direct confrontation. He misinterpreted the issue, though. It wasn't that we actively avoided those strategies. It was that we only used them when it was to our advantage. Now we met brute force in kind. Right inside the throne room, we'd crowded the place. Entering on the right side, they'd face Roth and his two-handed sword. On the left side, they would meet the entire remaining force of melee fighting crawls bearing the oversized shields they'd gotten from Teller back in the day. Right ahead, they'd see me, and I didn't plan to back away. Above me, the air was filled with the entire group of imps, buzzing around to bid them a warm welcome. Pun definitely intended. Krasil and Arthur were the backup. Every single one of us was boosted by the stretching tendrils of Tim, and with the empowering energy of the outpost, which also served to sap the enemies of their strength. The first group of dwarves was destroyed, utterly destroyed. They rushed inside the opening only to find that there were enemies on all sides, that fire flew down on them from above, and they weren't afforded the time to react or the space to spread out and enter any formations. On top of that, they were constantly beset by stuns, ignoring all of their armor and firebolts that blinded and cooked in equal measure. They sent in more, of course. Also, they weren't that limited in their versatility. They still had druids and dwarven spellcasters to add to their powers, a scant few surviving light mages. That was their answer. Elven spellcasters added to their strength by means of aerial blades that slid open skin, shields of air to turn away enemy blades. The dwarves added weight to their attacks, bore earthen armor that repelled most attacks. Humans carried regular shields to turn away mundane effects. We didn't take a step back. Not one step. Whenever they brought a mage, I would slam through their ranks, ignoring any attacks until I could tear them down and overwhelm them with my bulk. Any mages using shields protecting from physical attacks instantly became the target of concerted attack from every imp, Tim, and myself until they dropped, leaving their comrades without magical aid again. It wasn't flawless. Of course it wasn't. They kept coming. They were exquisitely armed and armored, but I focused on always keeping myself front and center, ready to keep their attacks on myself. With a combination of my hardened scales and the armor Azel had wrought, their damage only whittled down my health little by little. The entrance to the throne room looked like the aftermath of a pitched battle when there was a lull in their attacks. My people used the short break to pull the corpses on our side farther back, clearing space for ourselves to move. We feared otherwise the barriers of flesh would end proving as much a detriment to ourselves as to them. I used the time to taunt the enemy. My mental shout rang out through our besieged halls. "You see? This is what you don't get. You think we keep pulling back because it's in my nature? Moron. We do it because of tactics. If you knew more about those, you wouldn't have lost so many people by now. This is our home. Here we stand. Come and face us if you dare." His response was predictable. Overwhelming power. I watched through my domain map as they came forth. Where before they'd brought in a squad or two, measured attacks meant to experiment with different tactics, now they all came. In an unending stream, they poured into our halls, filled the tunnels side to side. Where they could not match our individual strength, they attempted to flood us and overwhelm us with sheer numbers and damage. I sighed to myself. This was going to suck. However, it was necessary. A slow grin built on my face and I turned to the others. "Remember what we discussed? Time to use one of our trump cards. This will be ugly, but it's going to be even worse for them." I activated the energy siphon as the first enemy sprinted into the tunnel leading from the Gallery of Illusions. From behind me, I felt the turmoil of energy as the siphon slowly started pouring into motion, utilizing the local mana to gather up the life force spilled inside its radius. Then, slowly, the whirling motion of compressed magical energy and blood tilted toward me. A heady rush filled me. 100 small injuries closed across my body. Then it was still, pressing but ready, like a faucet ready to open whenever it reached a certain level. The final cut on my leg, a nasty puncture wound, closed even as the first mixed group of humans and elves sprinted at me, screaming with abandon. I stepped forward to meet them. Our strategy was simple. Now I would simply stand and face whatever they had, only allowing a handful of feet between the entrance to the throne room and myself. This way, regardless of how many came, the limited space in the tunnel along with the mid-sized opening to the throne room added a natural stopper to how many of their number could approach. Sure, they might hurt me, but with the energy siphon active, as long as we kept on hurting them as badly as they hurt me, I would remain standing. I met them head on. Any attack I simply deflected, tanked, or outright ignored. It was entirely against the reflexes I'd ingrained over the course of my time in this realm. I wanted to dodge, evade, run, and move, but I didn't. I took what they had and I dealt back twice that. Every time I had the breath, I applied my breath attack to the tunnel before me. Almost anybody reaching the throne room was weakened by at least 2 breath attacks. Some of them were too weak to even fight back properly. At first, they simply died, and their corpses stacked up inside the tunnel and the throne room both. Then they adapted as they sent back information about our tactics. They started mixing shield bearers along with the rest of their infantry inside the tunnels, timing their sprints to shield them from my weakening fog. The entrance corridor turned into a lethal version of red light, green light. Then the game turned a lot harder. The numbers were simply too high, and as they adapted, my attacks became less effective. Also, they were quick. The elves especially. They were quick to slink past, using any openings I left when I attacked to burst into the throne room beyond. I stuck to my approach, though, keeping as little space as possible open for them, trusting in my people to handle anything that got past me. They delivered. They goddamn delivered. Every time a handful of lightning-quick elves, sometimes with a human or dwarf among them, managed to sneak past the constant rain of death delivered by my claws, teeth, and powers, my people struck back at them. Now it became incredibly obvious just how overpowered our people were. One-on-one, with all the training and buffs from the dragon meat they'd consumed along the way, our forces overpowered anything that came. The real powerhouses like Roth, Tim, and Grex, they outmatched them to the point where it wasn't even funny. We kept going. Tim faded out into a never-ending churn as enemies kept appearing, trying to force themselves through. Pain became more of a constant presence than something that happened as I took wounds, repaid the damage with interest, and had the wounds healed in turn. At some point, I emerged from the fog of battle to find my health hovering down around a third. Even with the constant healing effect on me, I was getting overwhelmed. The energy siphon simply could not keep up with the damage I was taking. Then I enacted the next part of our plan. We'd known that we could not weather this level of pressure forever, so I sent the majority of our imps through the hidden tunnels to the Gallery of Illusions. Then I activated the construction and let the imps go berserk. I didn't initially have time to see the results. The pressure was hard, with enemy fighters lost in the blood rush pushing back hard to try to kill me. Mid-bite, I took a nasty puncture wound to the throat that kept pouring blood into my mouth and messed with my breath attack. For a few minutes, it was all I could do to just fight back until the healing of the energy siphon fixed things, right on the edge of where I'd have to use a mana crystal to heal. Then I noticed the number of enemies thinning, slowing down, and I took a quick glance through the domain map. A dwarf faced off against me in the center of the doorway. His legs trembled and he sweated profusely. His helmet sat askew, and the simple axe he held looked like nothing more than a toothpick against me. My deep chuckle rang out into the corridor, greeting him and the slow trickle of other enemies approaching me in the corridor. The dwarf reddened. "You mock me, dragon!" He held his weapon with a death grip, waiting for his comrades to step up. "No, I was just looking at the map, seeing how my imps were doing. Check it out for yourself." I brought up the domain map right in front of him, zoomed in on the Gallery of Illusions until the see-through projection filled the space in front of his nose. The imps were having the time of their lives. The Gallery of Illusions was tailor-made for them to begin with. It was a large space with tall ceilings, but with tons of pillars to hide behind, where the imps could swoop low and attack and disappear again. With the combined effects of them and the effects of the gallery itself, they were outright deadly. The only enemies to hold up decently against the illusions and mental effects of the gallery were the spellcasters, and they were whittled down in numbers to where they simply couldn't match the many high-leveled, fire-flinging imps. I sent out a message to the imps. "Move back. We'll deactivate it for now. Let them come in numbers again." Then I deactivated the gallery again and looked down on the dwarf. His eyes were glued to the projection of the gallery, seeing his brethren fall left and right. Then he looked back up at me. Both he and the others seemed hesitant to make the first move. "Illusions!" he cautioned. I laughed. "Could be, but not this time." I looked at the trickle of enemies who made it past the gallery and toward me. "Say 12 to 1. That doesn't look fair. I'll give you a chance to live. Move back to your friends, fetch a decent challenge for me, then come back. I'll be right here." It didn't take more. One of the other dwarfs shot a compelling glance at the corridor behind them, and then slowly moved back. Didn't break. They were way too disciplined for that. They also moved in formation, ready to react. I erected a wall of shadow right in front of them, which moved back as they retreated, just to make a point. "This is my domain. Enter at your peril." Something sinister like that. Then I told everybody to take a brief break and prepare for the next attack. It took longer than I expected. Since this was not a question of intruding domains, I could follow every single thing inside the domain map, and I kept watching, even as we worked to prepare ourselves. A couple of the crawls had taken wounds, the same for a few of the imps. So far, we got enough light, though, and we sent them off to prepare to help inside the hidden passage of my domain. Still, we were looking good. A bunch of us, including myself, had leveled, and we applied what we'd gotten quickly, preparing for the next waves to come. We'd likely see action within the next couple of minutes, so we didn't think too deeply about it. I put everything into toughness, knowing there was more damage in my near future. Then I waited for the enemy to start their attack again. And waited. The discussions were not going too well for the first shield, it looked like. They were crowded around him, talking all at once, shouting if the scant details of my zoomed-in image could be believed. I could guess what the subject was. There'd been almost no humans among the attackers, mostly elves and dwarves, and they'd taken nasty losses. It was hard to guess how bad, but I believe that somewhere between 10 and 20% of their total numbers were now crowding the corridor and the throne room, making the place look like a damn abattoir. We'd pulled all the corpses in the throne room back to give us space, piling them up around the energy siphon. The ones in the approaching corridor we let stay to make their approach more difficult and also as a warning example. Having to wade through mountains of your own dead to even get to the battle? That had to cool down your fervor some. Finally, the discussing groups of the coalition army split apart. The first shield did not look overly happy about it. I wondered what that would mean. Perhaps they'd even lower themselves to attempt diplomacy? Nah, that was wishful thinking. The humanoids ran around like somebody kicked the anthive. Little by little, a smaller group started assembling out in the tunnels near our fields. Then humans began running to and fro around him and fetching his gear. Damn it. Somebody handed him his helm, and for just a second I convinced myself I could see the glint of fanaticism in that grainy image. Fuck. Everybody, get ready, especially those near the pit trap. The first shield's coming himself. This is it. Chapter 44. This is it. We kill the first shield and we're done. This is the battle we've been preparing for this entire time. You know what's at stake. Today we're not just fighting for ourselves. We're fighting for the future of the Scoured Mountain, for the future of the world. This is when we stand tall. My message rang out through my domain. I tried to convince myself that I could feel its power. I couldn't. All I could feel was doubt. In this very moment, I didn't think we were going to make it. Not only was I going to face down the first shield in a few moments, but he was also bringing the vast majority of the remaining spellcasters with him. They'd be there to boost him, to shield him, and increase his attributes while carving me down. They'd be sure to stay well back where my people would have to come to them. Behind the casters came the regular soldiers, ranks of humans, elves, and dwarves, ready to rush in the moment I dropped, most likely. Hopefully, I could prove the bastards wrong. On a whim, I tried to inspect the first shield. It had been a few levels since I last attempted. And now I actually managed. Personal info. Race. Evolved human. Level 72. Size. Medium. Stats and attributes. Health. 2400 of 2400. Mana. 1080 of 1080. Strength. 198. Toughness. 240. Agility. 72. Mental power. 130. Mental control. 69. Weakness. Frost. God damn. He was a force of nature. And an evolved human, too. His strength had mine beat, no surprise there, as did his toughness. His mental power was impressive as hell for a warrior. All told, the inspect should have been demoralizing. Except it wasn't. It showed that he wasn't actually untouchable. He was a powerful bastard, sure, certain to have a bunch of tricks up his sleeve. But he was not a god, and we'd stacked the deck against the bastard. The first shield and his caster following marched slowly, methodically. Didn't let themselves be surprised. Walking in formation, they crossed the gallery of illusions without any reaction, any illusions or mental onslaughts trying to take them down. Then they entered the tunnel leading to the throne room. I saw him come, his gaze locked with mine. The casters walked right behind him. This had to be timed exquisitely or it would fail. Watching him like a hawk, I counted the steps. Then I sent a simple message. Open them! And activated the gallery of illusions. As one, the windows in the gallery slid open. Imps poured into the gallery from above and started releasing fire on the soldiers. The windows stayed open, revealing the fully finished shadow towers. Within a few seconds, the gallery went from silent and abandoned to a chaotic shooting gallery with the soldiers as targets. The first shield didn't hesitate. He kept on marching toward me, hefting his hammer. The casters following him, however, did hesitate. For a short, wonderful moment, they hesitated, waited, unsure whether to continue or turn back to help their beleaguered friends. Right above the pit trap. Drop them! My command was quick and insistent. The reaction was immediate. The pit trap opened, and the spellcasters disappeared within. We didn't get all of them. One elf must have cast a spell or something, because a massive gust of wind exploded, flinging a handful of them away from the edge. The rest, however, fell within the deep pit trap, where I knew that hardened spears waited, along with the wounded crawls who held the sharpened, massive enchanted stone spear created specifically to end anybody falling into the pit. Now, I couldn't allow him to save them or fetch a new group of casters. Oops! My mental message dripped with insincere compassion. We really didn't mean to do that, but that's us animals. We really can't think. It's all instincts. Would you like to come back later? With a growl, the first shield hefted his hammer and charged. This time I pulled back, and my followers with me, rushing backward until my tail rested against the essence siphon. I sent quick messages to everybody around me. Most of them ignored me or simply nodded. They knew exactly what they had to do. They waited to engage as well, holding back to see if my final gamble was actually going to work. The first shield was fast. Too goddamn fast for somebody walking around with an armor that was sure to weigh more than 50 pounds. He rushed in, shield held protectively in front of himself and the hammer drawn well back, ready to punish me. Behind him, the few remaining casters followed, working to maintain a regimen of protective casts on him and themselves. He gleamed with an array of different colors from the protective sorceries dazzling the eyes. They clearly didn't feel too good about following with their reduced numbers, but they did so anyway. Probably believed the first shield could finish the fight quickly. It was time to ruin their day. Or mine. We'd see. I'd played around with all the constructions that had survived the time since Azal abandoned the domain. When I did so, a single drastic plan came to mind. The first shield was stronger than me, and hard as hell to damage, especially if he had his damn casters to protect him. He'd also be able to dish out damage faster than I could. So what if we had a construction that would be able to cut him off from the surrounding forces? It was just a question of whether I could actually use it in a situation like this. I mentally selected the protective soul circle and placed it right on top of the human and myself, making damn sure the area included the essence siphon. Then I accepted. The see-through blue bubble sprang into being and cut us off from everything surrounding us. Anything physical and magical. The first shield stumbled. Then he looked at me, mouth opened. For once, he looked insecure. "What did you do, beast?" he challenged. "I leveled the playing field," I shrugged, moving to put myself right between him and the essence siphon. "I figured it was unfair. You with all those casters to protect you when I didn't have anybody. So, what'll it be? Are you about ready to talk?" He was not. With a primal scream, the first shield, the final defender of humanity, hefted his hammer and slammed it right at the soul circle. The swing did nothing. Absolutely nothing. The hammer was repelled like he'd been striking a trampoline. With a nervous laughter, I used the chance and breathed the weakening fog straight at him. He probably could smash through it with enough force, but I didn't want to give him the chance to test it. In return, he yelled something, and the hammer started glowing. I tried to avoid his attack with a quick leap. The bastard swerved around my dodge and struck me. The first swing of his hammer impacted on my front leg with a massive crack, took away 20% of my health, and let me know immediately just how outclassed I was. The pain tried to distract me, forced me to panic. Well, what else was new? I'd been outclassed and put on the back foot ever since I got to this damn world. Nothing new there. This time, I was prepared. Even through the haze of pain, I could feel the siphon working hard to rebuild my leg. I leapt on the offensive, biting down to catch his head. His shield slam sent me back, head ringing from the impact. He moved to follow. Strike after savage strike followed. Sometimes he used the spike on his hammer to puncture my armor. Sometimes he slammed at my limbs with the blunt side, trying to crack my bones. Finally, there were no more tactics involved. No plans or backup plans. Just the chance to finish this once and for all. I threw myself into the battle, using my agility to the utmost to avoid the full brunt of his attacks, to keep damage limited. At least there I had him outmatched. Every damn time I had the chance, I used my weakening fog on him. He used his gleaming shield, that damn thing I'd only seen him use once. It left him impervious to the effects of my breath attack. However, it was a time-limited effect. In return, I went all in on my defensive capabilities. I hid my motions in darkness, used illusions to hide where I was moving, and avoided divulging my intentions. He kept on the offensive, relentless, striking at me in a frenzy of motions. His hammer had stopped glowing, fortunately, and the damage lessened again. Another temporary power, then. His regular attack was still doing the trick, though. He slowed down, then squinted at me. "You aren't moving from that construction. Why is that?" Slowly, he smiled. "Oh, so it's like that, is it?" He started his onslaught again, only this time he didn't just fight to hurt me, but also to outmaneuver me, get past me, and smash the siphon. He must have realized that was what kept healing me. I took the damage. It was all I could. Keeping my shadow whirl active, I fought to damage the bastard where I could, evade the worst of what he had to dish out, and keep him the fuck away from the essence siphon. However, over the course of 20, 30 insane seconds, I was slowly being crushed into submission. Finally, he paused for a second, letting a maniacal grin sprout on his face. "I don't even need to ruin that thing, do I? I can just ruin you. In fact, it will be even more fun. For me. Watching your body knit slowly together even as I take you apart. It will be fair repayment for all the pain you've caused me." I didn't feel so great. One of my eyes was closed. My left wing flapped limply across the ground, and I favored one leg, which was entirely broken. "Buy a guy a beer first, will you?" "What?" "Oh, I thought you were flirting with all these love taps of yours." He made a primal sound in the deep of his throat. Then he attacked again. Half a minute later, I was broken. Entirely. I could no longer get to my feet, could barely lift my neck. I'd gotten in a few breath attacks, but his shield remained active. He looked down at me with a domineering sneer. "Time to end this, beast. We all knew this would be the end result." Through the pain, it was hard to concentrate on my response. I was sure some of the sarcasm didn't come through. "Sure, dude. Only, can I show you a magic trick?" The look on his face as I activated my mana crystal was amazing. The sensation, less so. Forced healing never feels great. Forced healing when you've been beaten to within an inch of your life is even worse. Regardless, I forced my muscles to obey, leaping up and at him, claws outstretched. This once, whether it was from the shock or the turnabout, he didn't react in time. I managed to strike him claws first and topple him over with my bulk on top. Then, as my muscles cramped and contracted painfully, I maintained a claw on each of his limbs as I divided my full weight onto him. He struggled and wriggled to kick me off. Then something changed. His muscles bulged, and suddenly he felt almost uncontrollable. However, the light of his shield faded. Even as he rocked me off, I breathed the weakening fog right down on top of him. He got to his feet unsteadily, still holding his hammer. He dropped his shield as I hit him, though. The formerly majestic, almost poster boy appearance of the man was long gone. Now it was replaced with a hulking, muscle-clad abomination of a man. "Look what you forced me to do!" He growled at me. I snorted. "Oh, come on. That's nothing a little plastic surgery won't cure." I didn't wait for the confusion to settle on his face, but sprang to attack. For the first time, he was on the defensive. Whatever he'd done, his strength had increased, but his agility suffered. So did his mental power. Suddenly, I was the one who could run circles around him. However, I didn't waste any time. Every time the cooldown was off, I used my breath attack. When it wasn't, I struck to kill, to disable, to do anything to take him out. Without his shield, every other strike of mine resulted in another injury. Eventually, he was bleeding, hurt, striking senselessly. With a final swing of his hammer, he fell back, falling over his own legs. Landing in a kneeling position, he flung his arms into the air. His words rang out loudly, unnaturally. "I call upon—" I tore his throat out. He fell onto his side, eyes fixed on me. As he bled his last, he looked almost affronted. Then the first shield died. Staggering, drained, as much from the mental toll as the physical, I moved the soul circle to the far end of the room. Then I took in the situation. All combat had halted. Around me were blood-spattered people of all races locked in struggle. They were dead, too many to count, of our forces and theirs. All of them were frozen, their eyes wide and disbelieving. They didn't look at me, however, but something above me. Then a voice rang inside my head. "Rejoice, child, for you have delivered." It was hard to call it a voice, really. It felt like an epiphany, like something I should have known all along, the fount of the entirety of the wisdom in the world shaped into logic. My combat-addled mind couldn't truck it. "Delivered what?" Her chuckle sent tingles into my every pore. "That which none of my own managed. My poor, misguided Corin. They never could get over their differences enough to accept the responsibility. You, however, have managed to gather all sorts below you, united the races, and found unity." My brain finally caught up. Dara. It wasn't a question.
Yes.
The voice contained so much warmth that I felt everything. The love when Kate said yes. The panic and adoration holding my daughter in my arms the first time. Why now? I managed. You have had all the chances to fix this world. I almost said this mess, but didn't. She probably understood it regardless. Why come now?
Because it is right. It is not for me to fix all messes for my peoples. However, when you do right, when you act like you should, then I can come forward and reward you.
Another chuckle.
That it is a dragon who finally managed this when they were the ones who broke the balance in the first place? Even better.
I finally noticed that I couldn't see her. The light was too bright. You know I'm not really a dragon, don't you?
I do. Your situation and that of Timothy has had my attention since the first day. I am most proud of you. Succeeding where others would not, embracing other races, and bringing up those who have been downtrodden over centuries. I am satisfied.
Those 3 words brought a level of glee within me that I'd never felt before. Like every major accomplishment, orgasm, and happy thought rolled up into one.
I would bestow a boon upon you.
That had me blinking. A boon? Really? Damn, but my mind wasn't up to spec yet.
Yes. You have helped to restore balance, and it will be easier for all the races to counteract the growing dominance of the humans. What would you have? Should we reduce the gifts of the humans? Give you and your vassals the gift to craft your own blessings?
I considered it. Really considered it. It could give me exactly what I wanted. The kind of grip on this world that'd allow me to build whatever I wanted. Make this world my playground. I shook my head. No.
No?
Her voice sounded playful, curious, like she couldn't really believe I turned her down. No. I shook my head again, stronger this time. In fact, I believe that's part of what's wrong here in the first place. You let some creatures grow so strong that they could establish themselves above others, believe themselves gods. I would do away with the categories entirely. Let everybody receive the same gains when they level up. That way, we wouldn't see anybody naturally be able to raise themselves above the rest.
But then your own kind would likely fall.
Again, not a dragon, but possibly, yes. At the very least, they'd have to learn how to get along with everybody else. Just like the rest of us. Find how to live in harmony without having races gain a lead in the race out of sheer power. Instead, those who can work together would have an advantage. Incredulous, I felt her warmth upon me again. Then she chuckled again.
Again, you surprise me, dear child. None of the Corn ever thought this far. I will grant you your boon, wishing you all the best, and I believe I will see you again in the future.
Just like that, the gaze of Dara faded from the world. Chapter 45. If misery loves company, then triumph demands an audience. Brian Moore. We were dirty, bloody, exhausted, goddamn victorious. The coalition army retreated, watching their glorious commander destroyed before their eyes, followed by Dara herself coming down to the world to praise my accomplishments, dispelled quite a bit about the righteousness of their actions. We let them retreat. We really couldn't summon the energy or desire for further bloodshed. Hell, I could do with a lifetime of dull pacifism right about now. They wouldn't even be able to make it outside the mountain. Tomorrow would do for them. Nobody bothered with the level increases, feats, or anything right now. There'd be plenty of time for that later. Instead, we just lay where we dropped, too exhausted to even move. Grex was the first to break the silence, as always. Even his normally over-the-top enthusiasm was tampered down right now. There was awe, exhaustion, and not a little incredulity mixed in there.
So, that was Dara.
Grunts and flabbergasted gestures met him all around the blood and gore-covered throne room.
Pretty.
Arthur started coughing. Judging from the rising heat in his face, if he ever stopped coughing, he might start strangling Grex. Or die laughing. I'd give it even odds. I debated trying to save the ugly imp's life. My disbelief won out. You've just met the goddess of the world, the foundation of all creation, the one who manages this entire system that rules the world. That's what you're going with? Besides, how could you see her? She was just a big blinding blur to me. Nods all around. Grex just floated a bit higher and shrugged.
Yes, pretty. Bottom was a bit big.
I seriously feared Arthur might die. The imp continued, unperplexed.
Wings were nice, and the horns were sexy.
Tim woke up.
Wait a minute. Are you seriously trying to tell us the mother of all creation is an imp?
Grex nodded eagerly.
She was. Of course she was. I mean, look around. All lazy bastards around here. Who stands the tallest?
Then he cackled, deep and loud. We broke down laughing. For a while, silence reigned the room again. Tim was the one who broke the silence this time.
Are you sure it was the right choice? Messing with the balance of the world, I mean?
Of course I'm not sure. I'm not a fucking diplomat or the creator or anything. I searched for the right words. But it felt like the right choice. We've seen so much trouble arising here in the mountain from assholes being born with more power than sense. Empowering one specific race or faction won't work in the long run, even if they're our factions to begin with. Leveling the playing field, though? I grimaced. In the long run, I hope that will be the right choice. At least that way the entire world will be on an even foot. He grimaced.
You know this is only going to be the start of the work. We'll have to make sure that the coalition army's gone home. That the humans, elves, and dwarves aren't going to try any further retribution.
I grunted in agreement. He continued.
Then there'll be an entire world out there that needs to be enlightened. We have access to a ton of knowledge. We'll want to share that with everybody. Having a level playing field? That's just the start. Then we'll want to ensure that they all share in our knowledge. That we teach them what we know from our world. I don't even know where to start.
I gave him a lopsided grin. Yeah, spreading knowledge over an entire world. If we could only find somebody who'd be up for that task.
Sounds quite impossible, really.
He rolled his eyes, then held up a finger, as if he'd come to a sudden realization.
Oh, it's even worse than that. We'll need somebody who'll want to build up first Hessel, then the tower, and the Scoured Mountain too, I guess. Make sure they're impervious to invasion. Then we'll probably want to start spreading out our infrastructure to the rest of the world. Keep all those roaming monsters and warlike peoples in check. Ensure that people learn how to live in harmony.
Pfuh, diplomacy. Real can handle that. Building, though. I guess I could give a hand with that. Tim laughed and pointed.
Could you now? You don't even have hands.
At least I have actual extensions. And see what they can do? My middle claw slowly rose into the air from my clenched paw.
Dude, that doesn't even make sense. You only have 4 claws on each paw.
Our bickering continued as the hours passed. The surrounding people changed as they were bored, busy, went to the stream to wash or something different. Finally, Tim floated in the center of the throne room with a faraway, pensive look on his face.
What?
I asked.
I was just thinking. An old cantankerous fossil and a New Yorker. Are we really the right choices for the job?
I smiled amiably at him. The job as... What exactly is the job description? Masters of the world? Huh. There is no right choice for that, I'd say. I scratched the scales on my neck. But I'm guessing if you were going to go hunting for proper candidates, a couple of bickering bastards who never wanted the job in the first place aren't the worst choices.
Huh. I like that thought. Count me in.
He was silent for a while, then asked, grinning,
So, what's the pay?
How about anything you can carry?
I'm already regretting this. I'm quitting. Can I quit?
Sure. I'll find a resignation note for you to sign. Our good-natured snipping continued endlessly while I was sure somewhere a goddess was questioning her choices. I, for once, did not question or second-guess anything. This was the place I was meant to be and the perfect place for me. They said my kind would go on to live for a very long time. Well, I was going to see just how much of this world I'd be able to build up before I was done. The end of Master of the World, the final book of the Dragon Core Chronicles. This has been Master of the World, a Reincarnation LitRPG adventure, Dragon Core Chronicles Book 6, written by Lars McMuller, performed by Steve Campbell. Copyright 2024 by Lars McMuller. Production copyright by Mountaindale Press. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.